Well, good morning and welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It's the third day of this four-day match between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the DP World Lions. And the game is beautifully poised, with the Dolphins having got 389, and in reply, the Lions overnight 229 for 5. We've had 75 overs, which means that the new ball is due in 5. They may or may not take that new ball because the man who is spinning his web is Keshav Maharaj, who's bowled 31 overs and taken 3 for 53, and not a single batter has really come to terms with him. Yesterday, the Lions had a very good opening partnership of 108 between Josh Richards and Dom Hendricks. Both of them made half centuries. Richards top scoring with a fluent 72. Hendricks had to work a little bit harder for his 55. And then late in the day, Richard Seletswana played some very good shots, got himself to 49 on the verge of a first-class half century, and he was tempted to try and hit Maharaj over the top, got underneath the ball and was comfortably pouched in the covers off a skyer. So that meant that we had a night watchman, and Luto Sapamla is marching to the crease now with Connor Esterhazen. Esterhazen has played very well on 25. Remember, he got a big 100 against Western Province when the Lions won at Newlands last week. And still to come, we've got Delano Pochita and Bayers Swanepoel, both of whom are more than capable with the bat. Cody Yusuf can lay about himself, and we don't know a lot about Sipo Potsane, other than the fact that he's a very promising slow left armour. So we're about to get the third day underway. It'll be Esterhazen on strike. He will be facing the bowling of, who is that? Tristan Lees, I think, coming in from the Old Fort End. It is indeed, and alongside me, former Dolphins player, former Lions player, an all-round good guy. And when I say round, I know what I'm talking about. Vaughan van Jaarsveld.
Morning, Andy. Morning, everybody. Another beautiful day in Durban, Andy. Should be an interesting day of cricket. So all the cricketers do call the third day the moving day. Dolphins should be hoping to grab a few early scalps here. See, they entrusted the speedster with opening over. Should be fun.
And particularly interesting given the fact that we've got a new ball due in 5 overs. Maybe they're just going to get the cobwebs out here. First ball of the day goes through at ankle height to Hanu Filium behind the stumps. And what are your thoughts? So are they going to take the new ball straight away?
Very dependent, depending on how many overs Tristan's going to bowl. I do think Keshav might start from the Mgani end. You'll obviously see if there's any purchase. If not, he might take the new ball, try and get an early scalp or two. I do think that he might take the new ball with a seaming option, just to see how the Lions batters cope with him bowling with the new ball. Third day pitch might be a bit more bounce, a bit more turn, might get a few to slide on. So I do think Keshav is thinking about that. He'll obviously have a look at the old ball and see if there is anything worth keeping. If not, he'll definitely be grabbing that new ball with 2 hands.
Oops, a daisy, that's well taken. It's a no ball. So overstepping, not for the first time, Tristan Lees. We must talk briefly, Vaughan, about last night's heroics by our Proteas ladies.
It's unbelievable run chase, especially against the host in their hometown. One of their favourite home venues to play against opposition. And I did hear in one of the skits on Instagram, it's the third time we've beaten them in 3 games at World Cups.
Ha ha ha.
So good on them. Nadine de Klerk playing an unbelievable knock. Chloe Tran, obviously the Dolphins lady, and
wasn't it a great roller coaster of a match? Because up front, India losing those quick wickets, and then what a great fight back from them.
I must be honest, watching this ladies World Cup, the fielding has been unbelievable from these ladies. They've put their body on the line. Last night was exactly the same from both teams. Do you think the South African ladies did struggle a little bit towards the end, giving India maybe 20-30 runs where they shouldn't have? But all in all, bowling, fielding and obviously batting has been unbelievable this whole tournament.
Bangladesh up next, and if South Africa can win that one, they should be fairly certain of going through.
Yeah, at the moment we are fourth, tied with India on points. If we do beat Bangladesh, you're sitting in fifth. Mathematically, there's no chance for them to qualify. And then depending on how many more games we do win, we'll obviously place between 1 to 4, hoping for the higher side of the table, just to make life a lot easier.
Little change in the field here. Luto Sipamla now on strike, the night watchman, and so point on the boundary, probably square third man really, and deep backward square have come up. We're now going to have a short leg, 2 slips and a gully. Took a little while for the fielding side to realise that it was the night watchman on strike.
I did see that. I think the bowler did ask the question.
Well, that's what the short leg is there for. Tristan Leese getting the ball to bounce into the body.
Well negotiated by a night watchman. He's ably got in line, hasn't jumped away, played it nice and soft. As I said yesterday, I think I said it to Zane Bucks, Luto Sipamla can hold a cricket bat. He's no muck. And knowing him, he'd love just to be out there holding his cricket bat and hoping to get off the mark.
Well, he's got the real test coming up for him now, because oh no, it's not Kesh. We're going to see Semel Pillay with the ball up front.
Very interesting.
So he bowled 4 overs yesterday, none for 11, and this is his first class debut. Captain DHS last year, and he's an all-rounder, a genuine all-rounder. And although he only made 10 in the first innings, he looked the part. And yesterday with ball in hand, also looked the part. Now I would imagine that Connor Esterhuizen will be looking to attack him. So what have we got? We've got 4 men on the boundary, all in front of square. We've got 4 men saving 1 and a slip. Second over of the day. And that's an easy run, and the Dolphins will be happy with that. Get Esterhuizen off strike, and the field will become a lot more attacking for the night watchman. One of cricket's great traditions. I wonder, on many occasions, what baseball fans would make of some of the concepts that we take for granted in cricket.
I also think so. Having played baseball, I'm guessing that you'd probably try and explain to them that this is your extra hitter.
Designated hitter.
Designated hitter.
Yeah, or pinch hitter, that's what they call them, isn't it? Yeah. So we've got a short leg for Sipamla, and we've got a deep backward square who's not on the boundary, probably about 20 metres in on the west stand side. Semel Pillay is being helped by a little breeze off the sea this morning, I took a walk out to the middle, and while we won't feel it up here, it's quite stiff down on the field.
Oh, gone on with the arm. Keshav standing at mid-wicket got a bit excited.
Change in the field with cover going out to the boundary now. Whoa, that one got off the straight. A little bit of flight from the young man.
Well bowled from the youngster. Only one off the over.
Yeah, he's done a fine job there. So I think now, with 3 overs to the new ball and what we've seen this morning, that they are going to take it straight away, even though Tristan Lees is going to bowl, what'll it be, 3 overs before the new ball is due. Remember, he went off the field briefly with an ankle problem yesterday, so maybe this is his captain's way of giving him a fitness test.
Make sure he can get through the day.
The other fitness query, had a chat to the coaching staff this morning, and they tell me that Kush Kele will be fit to take the ball whenever it's thrown to him. He opened up the webbing on his left hand fielding yesterday. It was about 5 weeks ago apparently that he picked up the injury and had stitches in the webbing, and they think that the stitches weren't quite deep enough, and he thought he was fine. He was wearing a splint anyway. That's well stopped. But the fact of the matter is, and you'll have run into this many times, if you've got an injury, the gods find a way to exacerbate it, don't they?
100%. Well, obviously sitting here we can see Kush standing at fine leg, a lot of strapping on that left hand. We need to just make sure that he doesn't reopen or make it worse on the field.
I can see him warming up to bowl, so that's a good sign. It's well bowled by Tristan Lees. I don't recall seeing any reverse yesterday, which we saw a little bit on day one from the Lions bowlers.
Yeah, I think from the Lions bowlers we saw that from literally as the overs hit 50, the ball started tailing in. Dolphins haven't seen really anything. Guess they still need to learn how to shine the ball or some technique to get it to reverse.
And you would think someone like Tristan Lees would be a good example of somebody who should get reverse. He's quick enough, runs in straight, and he's only 19 years old, so he's got a lot to learn, but somebody will take him aside. See, there's a big fire over the city to our right. Big plume of black smoke. That's well bowled, looking for the Yorker. He's got a pretty good Yorker, Tristan Lees, and good at the young age to be able to have that string to your bow. One thing we should mention at the start of day 3 is that we got 2 extra overs yesterday. That's how quickly the Hollywoodbets Dolphins got through their overs. That's a good shot from Connor Esterhazen, and that will be 4. So it's very short boundary down there, and the ball runs away towards the sea. And that's a good finish to the over from Esterhazen. He moves to 31, 236 for 5. So the deficit now 153. Had a long chat to our player of the day, Dom Hendricks, yesterday, and all sorts of scenarios that we spoke about going forward today. He's still hopeful that they can get a first innings lead, but he said obviously it will depend a lot on when and if they take the second new ball and how we play against it.
I think it's valid. And you score another 153 until they enter a lead, so just shows the rest of the guys coming in. You've got the whole day to bat. You can look after yourself, get yourself in, and you can literally bat for, what do we have, 95 overs left in the day prescribed, but I do feel we get through a lot more with the spinners.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be a lot of spinning. We're seeing the ball getting off the straight. It's not quick turn. There is a little bit of rough outside, both off and leg stumped at the end that Luto Sapamla is facing.
You see that silly point getting him even closer.
A little bit too short, and he's got that one through for 4. That's a good shot.
Great back foot drive from the night watchman. Gets his account off and going.
Always two jobs for a night watchman. One is when he comes in, he's got to try and protect the batter at the other end and hold up his end, but on the next day he can't just do nothing. So that shot is a good one, and as you say, he can hold a bat, and there'll come a point where he'll feel, right, now is the time, now I can actually try and attack. But again, one thing against the ball 78 overs old, and another against the new ball, which is almost due. Just one ball dropped short, but other than that, reasonable over from Semel Pillay. 240 for 5, 1 over to the second new ball being due. We still don't know whether they'll take it. And this morning session on the third day is going to have a big influence on what happens tomorrow, because we're assuming there'll be a run chase, and it's difficult to see the pitch deteriorating to the extent that it won't be a reasonable surface to chase on. Oh, good shot.
What an unbelievable cricket shot.
Oh, that is out of the middle. I said that Conor Esterhuizen was in form, and shots like that go to prove it. 175 against Western Province last week, and that's as good as an on drive as you'll see.
Best cricket shot to have a look at. Good balance. So just in trying to aim wicket to wicket. Conor's just found the gap between stump and fielder.
That's a bit better, just banging it in short of a length. And Esterhuizen rehearsing what he would like to have done to that, pull it onto the grass bank. Might have got himself in trouble if he had tried to essay that shot. A big percentage of boundaries in his total. Looking for the slower ball Yorker there, and it wasn't far away from getting under the bat.
If you Keshav and the senior players on the field and they go double seam with a new ball, what is your plan? How many slips are you having? Are you going extra attacking, or do you just carry on doing what you're doing now?
The whole point of taking the new ball, I think, is that you can attack. If you're not going to attack, you might as well keep the old ball.
The reason I'm asking is Keshav and the old stalwart Kaya Zondo was having massive chats in between balls. Guessing they're trying to figure out, do they really need to take the new ball right now, or do they carry on what they're doing at the moment?
I think from my perspective, if I was fielding captain, I'd be thinking the first thing I want to do this morning is make sure that I get the night watchman out early. You don't want trouble from the night watchman because that gives confidence to all the rest. And I would say you take the new ball and you really attack Sipamla. You crowd him and you try and make sure that he's taking the bulk of the strike until and if he gets out. And always remember, from a bowler's perspective, it doesn't matter who you get out, it's a wicket.
100%. And if I'm not mistaken, the next two batters in are left-handed.
Yes, I think you're right.
I'm not too sure about Cody. I think Cody Yusuf is right-handed.
Yes, he is.
And Potsana, we should be guessing he is right-handed as well.
Okay, Swanepoel is right-handed.
Okay, so it's one left-hander. And the rest are right. Okay. As we say, Andy, old ball's been rolled off straight away. We see Kush Celia coming into the attack at the Mgani end.
And I would imagine that Ethan Bosch will take the place of Tristan Lees at the far end. Although Bosch did prefer this Mgani end at the beginning of the innings.
But I did, in warm-ups, I did see Ethan bowling from the old Fort Road end, so maybe trying to get used to...
With that wind off the sea, it would help his outswing, wouldn't it?
Tristan Lees has left the field again.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder whether those 3 overs were indeed a fitness test, and he's gone off to have somebody look at that ankle and check on it. So Kush Kelly hasn't bowled a ball for, and starts with a no ball, so he still hasn't actually bowled a ball, but hasn't bowled since he split the webbing yesterday. When would that have been? Just after lunch?
It's about half an hour after lunch.
Important member of the attack. .27 years old now, and very much at the peak of his powers. Not quick, but quick enough.
It's deceptively quick. He hits the bat nice and hard. Rushes you every now and again.
Two slips gully. Everybody else is saving one apart from the long leg. Little tempter.
It's a little bit of outswing there, Andy.
Yep, did get off the straight, didn't it? But from very wide, and that can sometimes be the case for the bowler. It doesn't swing when you bowl it close to the stumps. We will see. I would expect the ball to swing this morning because it's a little bit more humid than it has been on days 1 and 2. Plus you've got that that breeze helping. Oh, good shot. Wow. Wow.
Shot of a top order batter, that.
Wasn't it just?
Well, I think his batting coach, Hashim Amla, will be highly impressed with that.
Hash would have been proud of that himself. It was too wide, and Sir Pamela was quickly onto the back foot. Didn't try to hit it too hard, and it just raced off the meat of the blade. So one short of the 250 now, and they'll get a bonus point at that mark. Oh, he's bowled him. Oh, Sir Pamela can't believe it. He was just starting to think, I'm a proper batsman. And he's left one on off stump. It's trimmed the off bail, and Kush Kelly has got the breakthrough in the first over of the second new ball. Mission accomplished.
Just watching the replay there, Andy, as a batter, you should be leaving that. It has jagged back quite nicely. And like you say, it's literally just trimmed the off-stump bail. Nothing else has been disturbed. It's what the bowlers would call a peach.
So Sir Pamela's gone for 8. 2 gorgeous boundaries through the offside. And he's walking off, thinking to himself, I've missed out on 100 there.
I think so too. He looks livid with himself.
I think from the perspective of his captain, he'd probably say he's done his job. He's been in there 26 balls last night and this morning. Captain would really have liked to have seen him see off a few overs of the new ball, but not to be. So a new man coming to the crease. This is Delano Pochita. He's the left-hander that Vaughan van Jaarsveld was talking about. Went to Maria Viljoen in Alberton. Good figures. Look at that. I wasn't aware that Delano was averaging 37.7 in first-class cricket. 650s and 400s. So for somebody coming in today at number 8, but would normally be number 7 without the night watchman, those are very good figures indeed. And he's not far short of 2,000 runs. Highest score of 155 not out, and that was in the 23-24 season at the Wanderers against Western Province. Good all-round cricketer, bowled well, didn't he?
They did. I was just going to say that's good numbers for a bowling all-rounder. No mug with the bat either.
And he's away straight away.
Does like bats on ball.
Connor Esterhuizen's taking a new guard.
So 250 up, Andy. With 491 balls, 33 fours and 2 sixes.
So it's been hard work, as we've seen on the first 2 days. The general scoring rate has been about 3.1, 3.2. There are peaks and troughs, end of the first over of the second new ball. But that will inform, of course, what kind of a target the fourth innings will be asked to score at, assuming that the Dolphins don't collapse in their second innings, and there's no reason to believe that they would.
No, there's no demons in the wicket. I do feel that whoever gets the upper hand today, they'll dictate where the game's going to go, how long they'll bat for, or how many runs that total will be to secure maybe a fourth innings victory. And the same with the Dolphins trying to chase. They'll know exactly what to set up and what will be enough on this wicket, especially with Keshav in that last innings.
That's the key, isn't it? Ethan Bosch back into the attack. He's got 10 overs, 1 for 42 against his name at the moment. Bowled without too much luck with the first new ball, and eventually picked up the wicket to break the century stand for the first wicket. That's well covered.
Just gone around the wicket straight away, Andy. Trying to cram Potgieter up for room.
That breeze off the sea will be helping him swing it into the left-hander. But as usual, I would start over.
Just feel with a new batter, might be off balance, might get one to swing back through the gates, or just one that goes on with the arm that he chases after. It's almost coming around the wicket, almost just takes away some of those dismissals.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Nice carry through to the keeper, Hannu Yun. So we've got 2 slips gully, man on the point boundary. Long leg, and then 4 men in front of square, saving 1, 2 on each side. Gorgeous morning in Durban. Temperature is set to get up to 28 this afternoon. Big gap through square leg. They'll think about 2. They are coming. Not the greatest of throws from Kelly. The wicketkeeper, you don't see it very often. Wicketkeeper gave up.
Yeah, you saw the heart of it and just decided.
Threw his hands in the air and looked at the thrower. Fortunately, it was backed up. So it's sometimes a sign of a good wicketkeeper is when they just ignore a bad throw. You want to do that? It's not my problem. So end of Bosch's first over, 252 for 6, 2 runs off the over, 82 gone in the innings, and the run rate that we were talking about earlier, 3.1. Pitch being prepared for next week's game against the Tuskers is on the other edge of the square. There's a fielder standing on it right now.
Fondly known by Wilson as the outcome end of the strips.
Aha.
It's where they get all the results, normally.
That's a good run. Yeah, it's a long chase in for Semel Pillay from that strip that we've just been talking about, and Esterhuizen just gets back to ball, gets down the other end. He's looked very impressive. 36 not out. Oh, we've got somebody wandering behind the arm. who's who's absolutely oblivious, as people who walk in front of the sight screen always are.
Just going back to Estes and Andy, I've been impressed with him in the one day side of things with the 50 overs and the T20s. He seems like a good, solid batter. It's just good to obviously see him correlated into 4-day cricket. First time I'm watching him live, so very impressed.
23 years old, he's a St John's boy. He was there with Jack Leese, who's on the Tuskers books. That's a good shot. They should pick up 2 here. Nice little tempter. Pocketa not tempted. Must have had a good breakfast. All the signs are that this is going to be another long day in the field, and the Dolphins are going to have to make something happen against this lower order, because if they don't, they're going to be chasing leather.
I'd still like to see Keshav with that new ball, just to see what the pitch does. These two look very competent against seam. They haven't been troubled as yet.
Interesting fielding change. They've taken out second slip and put him at a backward short leg. He's about 2.5 strips away from the batter. Is that Kaya?
No, that's Ramoshan Pillay.
That's Pillay, right.
I think the stalwart wants to field in the outfield a little bit today.
Yep. Oh, that's the man we've been talking about. Delano Pothita, not worried about having a go at that. There was a deep backward square and a short leg, so there wasn't a lot of reason to play that shot. And that will encourage the Dolphins. 256 for 6 at the end of Kelly's over. Just looking up at the scoreboard and reminding myself, he only bowled 4 overs with the new ball yesterday, and then got injured. So he'll be fresh. He'll be the man that the Dolphins will be hoping can bowl a long spell and then come back and bowl another one.
Would like to see Keshav coming on at the Gainey end, and then Kush obviously coming on after Ethan from the old 410. Do you think that side would benefit Celia a little bit better than Gainey's side?
So Bosch to Esterhazen now, back over the wicket for the right-hander. Just looped through a little bit to the keeper there. A few of the players have talked about this being a little bit of a two-paced wicket. Every now and then you'll get one that stands up. Oh, good shot. Leg stump half volley should go for 4, but beautifully struck forward of square.
Just see the replay. Great balance, finding the gap. And it raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, you always like to see the man standing up tall to play that shot, not falling over. Now Bosch has got square leg on the boundary and a long leg, very square, so we might see a bouncer at some stage. There's a big gap on the onside.
Good cricket all round. Do you think Esterhuizen will take on the short ball?
Yes, I do. I think he's clearly got a very positive mindset, and that big 100 against Western Province has convinced him maybe this is my year.
Full of confidence.
He's hit the bad ball unerringly to the boundary.
Oh,
And there's another one. Now that might not go. It's a long chase. They'll come back for 3. Impressed about the way he keeps the ball on the ground, off and onside. So all change in the field with the left-hander on strike now.
going back to your sentiments from last over, Andy. The Dolphins going to have to do something to try and find a wicket somewhere. A little bit of brilliance from somebody.
Edged and actually just relaxed the hands at the key moment there, so it didn't carry through to the slips. End of the over, 262 for 6. Esterhuizen's got to 43 and looking very good indeed, ominously so for the Dolphins.
So you see Tristan Lee's coming back onto the field. Still looks a bit discomfort. Not walking all too well by the looks of it.
I wonder what it is. We'll have to have a word with the physio. He did something in his bowling stride and went down yesterday evening. Carried on. It's obviously not a serious injury. This will be 2. Good piece of fielding in the outfield there from Ramashan Pillay, who's got a lot of real estate to cover down at Castle Corner. Little lollipop outside off stump from Kelly there. Have a go at that, he's saying. It's just wide enough for you to maybe nick one. Esterhuizen not interested. Now Heinrich Stradham, the CEO of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, is not here today. He was on air with us yesterday. It tells me he's on his way to Namibia for that one-day international.
Oh, lovely.
That is being played in Windhoek tomorrow. Proteas have gone up there to open the stadium. But I mention Heinrich because we have to thank him for sponsoring the sponsorship, for sponsoring the commentary for this 4-day game. And if you'd like to get involved with sponsorship at all, get hold of your local franchise. Lots of options, lots of things that you can sponsor, but obviously we would like you to sponsor the commentary. It means we get to watch good cricket. There's a second division game going on at the moment, by the way, and Eastern Cape and Yachty are playing against the Northern Cape Heat. Go to YouTube if you'd like to watch that game.
Well, ball from Kusele.
I think probably that's what they've got to do sooner rather than later, isn't it? Just have a consistent line. Bowl one side of the wicket, make the batters work for their runs.
They almost got to do what the Lions did to them. Sort of try and build that pressure as much as possible. Try and accumulate as many maidens as they can. The pressure back on the batting side. For me, that's too wide. And easy negotiated. They don't have to play at that.
Yeah, it's a waste of the new cherry, isn't it? But I suppose his captain will be relatively happy that it's not going pear-shaped, and it looks like you've got your wish.
Oh, there we go.
Because here, with a ball only 5 overs old, is the captain of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins, Kesh Maharaj. Bowled 31 overs, toiled away yesterday at less than 2 an over. He finished with 3 for 53 and bowled as we know he bowls. Just doesn't give you any rubbish.
I do think he's going to bowl until lunchtime from that side. Try and accumulate more wickets in that wicket column.
So he's just getting his field in place. He's got a short leg and a slip. He's got a long on. He's got mid-wicket on the boundary. He's got point on the boundary. Then extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket, and a man round the corner, saving one. And Pokita seizes on the first ball, and the whole field will have to change for the right-handed Esterhazen. Kush Kelly is being pushed across to the offside. So point rather than short leg for silly point, I should say, for the right-hander. Kesh will be a little bit annoyed with himself that he's given away a single first 2 balls of the over.
Well played from Porkitse, getting into that channel, punching it up the ground to long on for 1. Nice way to disrupt the spinner's rhythm.
That's better. Oh, that's a beautiful stroke. Straight down the ground. That's a 6.
Hit the rope on the full.
That's a 6, and that is 50. What a good innings that is from Connor Esterhazen. 103 balls, 7 fours, and a 6. So, not what we were expecting. 8 runs off that. No, 9 runs off that over from Kesh. But he'll come back stronger. 273 for 6. So, the early wicket, getting rid of the night watchman, would have encouraged the Dolphins. But right now, this little partnership is already worth 24 between Pokita and Esterhazen. And Esterhazen in particular has played beautifully. Kelly's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander.
He's carrying on what each of the other Lions batters have come through the innings of hitting the bad ball to the boundary and not just playing it back to the bowler or defending it. They've looked to try and score and score well off all the bad balls.
Oh, that might have saved 4. .229 for 5 it was overnight, so they've scored 44 for 1 in 50 minutes this morning. Round about 4 and over. That has, I think, been a theme of this game, Vaughan, that runs come a little bit more quickly against the hard new ball than they do in the middle of the innings.
But as we saw yesterday afternoon, Andy, with that softer ball when the spinners were bowling or Ramosh Pillay came on as a part-time seamer, the key thing what the Lions were doing is they were actually attacking. They were trying to score a lot more than what the Dolphins were doing against their spin bowling. So maybe something for the Dolphins to think about when they're going to bat. It's just to try and keep that scoreboard ticking a little bit better.
He looks more comfortable going round the wicket to the left-hander, does Kelly. Just found himself a good line. Well, the Dolphins definitely not over-attacking. They're just a slip and a gully in that man at backward short leg. And a circle of players saving 1.
It's come nicely off the bat. Luckily straight to a fielder.
He's looked good since he came in.
Do you feel if anything gets dropped short, he is going to aim for that short boundary? Every now and again he is looking there, so
That's good over from Kelly. A maiden. $116 the deficit now. 4 wickets in hand. One batter very well set on 52 and the other one looking good on 7. Partnership 24. Second new ball was taken straight away, so 6 overs with it. Now let battle recommence between the very attacking Connor Esterhuizen and Keshav Maharaj.
It's a better length from Kesh.
A bit flatter, next ball. You can just see he took an over to get into rhythm, but it looks a lot better in this over.
Well bowled. Youngster doing a good job there at silly points.
Won't have fielded there at school very often, I wouldn't have thought.
I think we've all done our fair share as a volunteer.
Kesh is moving him from silly point to a very short leg. Definite turn there, but slow enough that Esterhuizen could open the face. Yeah, that short leg, he can actually reach out and touch the batsman from where he is. It's a good single.
End of the over.
Yeah, so much better second over from Maharaj. He's now got 3 for 63 off 33.
I was honestly just looking at that, Andy. 33 overs as a spinner. That's some serious going. A lot of toil.
Yeah, I remember commentating many years ago with Gavin Fuel, who kept wicket for Western Province under Eddie Barlow for many years. And we were watching a spinner toil away. I think it might have been the Lions' slow left armour, Clive Exton, who toiled away for a couple of days, and at the end of an over, he took his hat from the umpire, and we happened to pick him up on close-up, and Gavin Fuel said he won't want to go dancing tonight.
Chris Selly into his 5th over this morning.
There's another gorgeous stroke.
Wow.
A full wide half volley. They've still got to be hit.
So you see one of the slips coming out. Extra protection in that offside.
So I think we've got the answer that we were posing at the beginning of the day, that the second new ball is not going to run through the side. And they're going to have to toil for their wickets, the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. The deficit now for the DP World Lions is 111. Dolphins winning the toss, choosing the bat. They made 389 with a century from Sepang Ditole, 63 from the wicketkeeper Hanu Filyun, and 3 other players in the 40s.
Oh my
That
word.
is 4 more, and that's as good a shot as he's played. There is a man at short extra, and that raced past him.
Beautiful cricket shot. AKA Ian Bell, cover drive.
Yeah, not a bad comparison. Yeah, obviously he's taller than Bell, and I just love the way he stays upright through his shots. I think this might be the last over for Kush. Maybe they'll give Tristan Lees another go. Or maybe Bosch will come back from this Mgeni end.
Funny enough, we don't see anybody warming up, Andy. Maybe waiting to get called by the captain.
Finish to the over, but 2 beautiful boundaries for Connor Esterhazen. He's moved into the 60s. 282 for 6, so they've scored 53 in the first hour. 53 for 1. They would have taken that with both hands.
Especially with the second new ball around. Does look like Ethan Bosch is going to come into the attack at the Mgeni end next over. We see Keshav coming over the wicket. So the left-hander. Wouldn't mind seeing a catching mid wicket, Andy, on the leg side.
Yeah. He's got a man on the boundary, but there's a. Oh, they're calling for caught behind. Not given. Umpire Smith dismissed it out of hand. Lots of air this time. You might just hear in our sound effects microphones heavy machinery. They are putting the bases in for the new LED floodlights that are due to be completed before the end of November. Good run. Oh, reverse sweep, and it's 4. Wow. Oh, that's a statement of intent. It's the last ball of the over, taking them to 288 for 6. So Bosch will replace Kelly. And I wonder whether Kesh might just think, well, it was worth a try. Maybe we should go back to seam at both ends.
Not a bad option. Not a bad option at all. Depending if Tristan Lees is fit to bowl. just admiring that reverse sweep, Andy. The Lions batters this morning for the first hour haven't played a shot in anger. They've actually played some good cricket shots.
Could be a couple here. Run into no man's land, and Hanufil has to chase down 2-leg byes. Or did he get a nick on it? Must have got a nick on that.
Oh wow.
Yep, they've given it to him on the scoreboard. Partnership is worth 41 now, and these two are starting to look as if they're keen to get on top of the bowling.
Deficit's under 100 as well.
Well, you couldn't have a better batting coach than Hashim Amla, who no doubt will have drilled a few things into them this morning. One of which I'm sure would be there are times during the season when you're not going to get a pitch like this, where runs are very hard to come by. So make sure you cash in when you get one like this. Oh, big shout for LBW. That ball seemed to come back a long way from outside off stump. I'm rather surprised that they didn't all go up there. It was only really the bowler who asked the question. We can see it again.
Oh,
it's a very good shout, isn't it?
It's a very good shot. I think they didn't go up because they were all surprised it moved so much.
Yeah, maybe that was a little bit the effect of the breeze that's blowing off the sea and across the ground from left to right as we look at it.
Well bowled from Ethan.
The only wicket of the day came from a no shot, and that could easily have been the second wicket of the day. Babs Geena, the umpire at this end, wasn't interested. But again, when somebody plays no shot, you expect a little bit more support from your fielding side.
Especially from behind the stumps as well.
Yeah.
Unless the keepers looked at the height and thought no. But I do think they were shocked, obviously jagging back so much. Yes, they were surprised that it hit the pad.
So Maharaj is going to continue from the old Fort End. 290 for 6. Maharaj just moving his onside field a little squarer. Still got a short leg in place and a slip. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Long on, deep square. Oh, that's that sort of round arm sling, and
Changed to round the wickets. Just something different towards the left-hander. Try to sling it across him. Tell you, it's not a bad play, Andy, because you've moved your mid-wicket a little bit straighter, so Potgieter's wondering where the next run's coming from.
Oh, short leg was nearly in business there. A little bit of a inside edge onto pad.
It's a very good over from Keshav.
Yeah, he's just settling into the groove now. It's up to him how long he wants to bowl.
I think we'll have one more before drinks.
Deficit is 99, 4 wickets in hand. And a little bit of batting to come. Bears Swanepoel bats a lot higher than 9 in one-day cricket. Cody Yusuf at 10 can wield the willow. And as I say, we're not quite sure about Potsani, but given the fact that he looks a very good cricketer, wouldn't surprise me if he could hold a bat as well. Too short. There is insurance down on the point boundary. Bosch is going to go round the wicket to Potgieter. Still got that backward short leg in place. Well, what do you think about that? Is that too deep? Nearly got a hand on that.
I honestly think he's too close, Andy. I'd maybe say another 2 meters back. Give you enough time to react. If the batter is going to play off his hip, it's going to be in the air for quite a while. It's not just going to die straight away. Just almost feel that he's too close there, where I think a metre and a half either side, he's not going to be able to try and get a finger on it.
Bosch does look better coming from this Umgani end. Opened up from the old Fort end. Oh, that'll be 4. No third man. Again, it's not a bad delivery, but very well played.
Unlucky for the bowler. Batters always seem to find that little gap between slip and gully. Finish to the over.
Probably get one more before drinks. It looks like Maharaj is going to continue round to the left-hander. It's not often that you see slow left-armers going around to left-handers because it takes away a number of their dismissal chances. That's a good shot for one. Partnership goes up to 48.
Well, ball from Kesh. Nice and slow.
Bit flatter this time. Just starting to hear a little bit of noise from the field. It's been a bit quiet for the Dolphins.
Trying to get behind their Protea. Try and conjure up some magic for them.
Well, they'll be hoping maybe that the drinks break brings a wicket, which it has done several times in the course of the first 2 days. End of the over. Batters are calling for a drink. And it looks like we're going to have drinks for everybody. So there we go. Just the one wicket to fall this morning. And that was Luto Sipamla, bowled by Kush Kele for 8. Hit 2 sumptuous offside boundaries and then left alone one that trimmed his off bail. But since then, a partnership of 48. Between Connor Esterhazen, who's on 69 and has played immaculately, and Delano Potgieter, who's the left-hander on 14. So 297 for 6. We'll take a break with the players.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest role.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano Bukela Amanina Ishala Ikakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Oza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win
yards from Laura Goldfarb.
Just like that.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah. Right, drinks is over. 297 for 6 are the DP World Lions, and that's a deficit of 92. The Hollywoodbets Dolphins batting first, making 389 all out. Vaughan van Jaarsveld has stepped aside for a break, and Luandi Zuma is joining me in the commentary box. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's good to be here for my first stint in commentary.
More than welcome. So Ethan Bosch continuing from the Gainey end. Luandi's the head of cricket at Chelsea Prep, which has churned out a few cricketers over the years, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I think I'm only starting next week there, officially, but it's an exciting opportunity. There's a lot of talent at Chelsea Prep to work with. I think they've got a very good cricketing base and structure going on over there, and I'm really looking forward to adding a little bit of value wherever I can.
And spent some time at Michael House, which of course has produced many South African cricketers over the years.
Yeah.
The one that I always like to look for when I go to Michael House is the pictures of Alan Melville,
Yeah.
who captained Michael House in around about 1928.
Jeez.
And then went on to captain South Africa after the war in England in 1947.
Yeah.
And scored good runs in that series. But it's one of those series, the 47 South Africa tour to England. They ran into Edrich and Compton at their absolute greatest. That season, Dennis Compton set a record that will never be broken. He scored 18 first-class centuries, of which I think he made 4 against the South Africans, and the rest for Middlesex. Imagine scoring 1800s in a season.
In one season?
In one season.
That is an incredible achievement.
That's a good shot from Potgieter. He'll pick up 4 for that, and that will raise the 300. Applause coming from the dressing room to our left. 301 for 6. So really good platform to kick on from here. They'll be now looking at that possibility of a first innings lead, and if they bat properly and get a decent amount ahead, they can control the game. Whoops-a-daisy. Didn't get hold of that one. So the second new ball was taken immediately this morning, Andy.
Yes.
There were 5 overs to be bowled with the old one.
Yes.
And Kush Kelly picked up a wicket early on, which was the night watchman Luto Sapamla, letting one go outside the off stump, and it trimmed his off bail. He was absolutely mortified when he looked around and saw that there was a bail lying on the ground. But other than that, it's been a morning of toil for the Hollywoodbets bowlers. And Kesh Maharaj has brought himself on very early. The new ball was only 6 overs old. That's a good shot. Should only be one. There is insurance down there on the point boundary. End of another over from Bosch. He's bowled 15 now. He's got 1 for 64. And looks like we've got a change of bowling. Kesh Maharaj is coming out of the attack and Bryce Parsons is going to take over from him. Also bowling slow left arm. But it does look flat out there, Llewellyn.
Yeah, just having a look at a couple of overs this morning, it doesn't look like there's much assistance there for the bowlers. But all it would take is just 1 or 2 scalps here from Hollywoodbets Dolphins to sort of be back in control of the game. But the way that the DP World Lions are batting, they really are starting to get themselves on the way of getting themselves into a good commanding position. I think they'll be looking at the deficit to try to break it down and possibly get a lead of 100, 150, and I think that'd be in the driving seat.
Yeah, my suspicion is that this pitch is going to get lower and slower as the match goes on. And it's going to be a real art to how far ahead you want to get. We shouldn't get ahead of ourselves because, as you say, a wicket can bring 2 and they could be shot out and the Dolphins ending up with a first innings lead, but it doesn't look that way at the moment.
No, certainly. I think if you look at the way that Esthuizen is batting, he's really settled. He's building quite the innings here for the DP World Lions. And Delano Potgieter has got a bit of a starcher as well. We all know how dangerous he can be as soon as his eye is in. He's got an incredible ability to strike a cricket ball.
Yeah, he's a good hitter.
When he's in, particularly on conditions where there's not much assistance for the bowlers. So once Delano is fully settled in here, the Lions will be smiling because then that lead would be achievable in quicker succession, allowing more time in the game.
Yeah, Vaughan van Jaarsveld and I were actually talking about it earlier. Here, because we've had a night watchman, he's coming at number 8.
Yeah.
And he's a good player to be coming in at number 8.
Really, really nice player to be coming in at 8. I think if you look at the batters who are following as well, Bear Swanepoel is no stranger with the bat. And I've seen Cody Yusuf as well play some crucial innings.
Yeah, a typical quick bowler, he can hit a ball.
Yeah. So there's still a bit of batting here for the Lions. I just think this partnership is really crucial because this is the partnership that can really put them in a commanding position.
That's a good start from Bryce Parsons. 302 for 6, 96 overs gone. Looks very much, with the second new ball now 16 overs old, that the Dolphins have entered a holding pattern. As I say that, Bosch comes out of the attack. We've got spin at both ends. Kesh Maharaj has changed ends. He's coming on from the Umgani.
Spin twins into the attack.
Well, they both bowled reasonable amount yesterday.
Yeah.
Parsons 14 overs and Maharaj 31. And it looks like they're going to bowl a lot more today.
Absolutely. It must be so nice for someone like a Bryce Parsons to work together with a Keshav Maharaj. I'm sure there are a lot of pointers and learning curves that you can take from an experienced campaigner. And I'm sure they'll be having a lot of conversations right now regarding the right pace to bowl, the right line to bowl, particularly with the new ball. And I think that's the beauty of internationals coming down and playing some franchise cricket. They can put in those performances for their teams, but their teammates can also benefit from the wealth of knowledge that they possess.
Oh, little nick, and it didn't carry to Bosch at slip. First ball of the over to Connor Esthuizen, and it did something. We've seen the ball turn, but normally slowly. That looked as if it just
Good sharp turn.
generated a little bit of pace. rare false shot from Connor Esterhazen. It's much better.
Keshav Maharaj not happy with Zondo.
That's a lovely moment, isn't it? Amid the general hubbub of a day of cricket, Long On throws the ball in so wide of the stumps that his captain turns and looks at him. What do you think you're doing?
And the temper does generally get shorter and shorter the more overs you spend on the field as well.
So over the wicket to the left-hander. Popheater was bold enough to essay a reverse sweep for 4 a couple of overs ago against Kesh when he was bowling from the other end.
It was a well-executed shot from Pilano, which is also good to see. But yes, you want to respect your internationals, but you want to be keeping a positive frame of mind and backing your skill against the best.
Oh, good solid over, just a single from it. 303 for 6. Deficit is 86. Now we'll see whether Bryce Parsons is going to settle into a spell here or whether he was brought on to... No, he is going to settle into a spell. Just wondered whether he might have been bowling an over to get Kesh down the other end. Not the case.
I must say the weather's been beautiful,
hasn't it?
The past 3 days.
And the forecast wasn't good at all.
Didn't look good.
The first 2 days we were supposed to be having bad light and rain, and didn't happen at all.
Wonderful day out here to play cricket. At least for us in the stands, anyways.
Ramesh and Pillay is the player at short extra. I suppose you'd call him silly mid-off, really, wearing the helmet. Keeping the helmet on because he's doing a little bit of short leg and silly point work as well.
Tends to be the case for the youngsters in the team. Do all the dirty work.
That's a good shot. Just one, but Esterhazen moving into the 70s with confidence. And he's probably the key here. If he makes 100 and makes it a big 100, he could put the Lions into a really strong position today. Oh, that's beat the outside edge. Esterhazen made 175 against Western Province last week, so he's no stranger to big hundreds. Quicker ball from Parsons.
In situations like this, as a fielding team, you try to look at all the small positives that happen in different moments to keep your motivation high. We saw in the previous over, Keshav found the edge of Esterhazen's bat. So playing miss here from Pilano Potgieter. Dolphins will be looking at that and seeing an opportunity here to try and make something happen in this little window of opportunity.
That's the thing, isn't it? For a fielding captain, you're always thinking to yourself, how can I make something happen? I need a little bit of magic here. And sometimes you have to think out of the box.
You have to, yeah.
So very, very early in the innings, he's gone to spin at both ends.
Second slip on his knees.
That is Pillay. He will... Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, he's actually fielding on his knees. You don't see that very often.
Possibly it's from how Yesterday hasn't played the previous ball that caught his edge from Keshav Mahara. He played it quite well late. So the ball went straight down. Maybe with that guy being a little bit closer, it gives them a better opportunity of the ball actually carrying to the slip other than dropping short.
Very difficult to move to either side though from a kneeling position. There's that round arm ball that Maharaj uses so regularly now. It's got a bit of curve on it. Yeah, and now he's off his knees and he's coming front of square. I think that's a better spot.
Yeah.
Long off is being moved inside what would be the circle in one-day cricket. Gone Estes and hit Kesh for a 6 back over his head in the first over of the day. End of the over, 304 for 6.
You mentioned his big 100 that he got against Western Province last week. I don't think that would be good news for the Dolphins. Because it means he does have the ability to apply himself for long periods of time. If you were just to do that here today, it would put the Lions in a commanding position. I did, however, think with Keshav's first over, I think it was to Port Gita, that he would have his mid-on up maybe. Try force him to play that over the top, and we might force an error. But with mid-on back, it was just easy for Delano to hit on the ground for one and rotate, strike, and get accustomed to conditions.
At mid-off, who's quite deep, I can see Tristan Leese warming up. He bowled 3 overs with the old ball this morning and then went off. He had an ankle problem yesterday. But, he's back on now, and I think he might just come on from this Umgani end.
Yeah, you have to be trying different things. Don't let the batsman settle into the same pair of bowlers and hope that one of them will strike.
Bryce Parsons with the ball in hand, turning himself into a very good all-round cricketer. Got runs in the Dolphins innings.
Yeah.
And now much more than a part-time spinner.
Yeah. He's turned himself into a really nice package of a cricketer. He's always been dangerous with the bat, but his bowling just keeps growing in leaps and bounds. Very relaxed type of character, Bryce.
That's a good shot. Lots of air this time from Parsons, and the carrot was dangled, and Potgieter decided that he would eat it. So boundary off the last ball takes them to 308 for 6. Deficit now is 81.
I'm sure in the Lions dugout they wouldn't be thinking too ahead of themselves at the moment. They'd just be thinking, get rid of that deficit. And then we take it from there.
So Tristan Leese is not coming on. But he is still warming up, which makes me think maybe he will take over now from Bryce Parsons. He did open up from the old Fort end, but bowled yesterday from the Mgani end.
Keshav this time does start with his mid off sort of hanging, and we see Esterhuizen coming down the wicket straight away. That's what it just does, force him to hit over the top and hope for an error.
Yeah, in fact he's got mid off and mid on inside the non-existent circle.
Just try to force the error from the batsman. You can take some sort of a risk.
Bowling to a 6-3, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Slip, silly point, backward point, cover on the boundary, extra, mid off. Nearly a strangle down the leg side. Well taken by Hollywoodbets.
It's a great take there by Van. I really like this mentality here from Keshav. Attacking the way his field is set is telling me that he's still trying to get a wicket. He's not bowling to contain, bowling to strike.
That's over the head of mid on. Oh, if he'd been back, it would have been an easy walk-in catch. But that's, again, to use the carrot dangling analogy, that's why he brought him in.
That's why he brought him in. And the batter was successful in that occasion.
He didn't get all of it.
How long will Keshav? Who's going to break first? Wonderful shot there from Esterhuizen.
End of the over. 3-12 for 6. Esterhuizen has gone under 75. Vaughan Van was saying first time he's seen him live in a 4-day game, and I've done a little bit of him in one-day cricket, but I've been mightily impressed by the way he's batted. He's batted properly. Hit the bad ball unerringly, and only very rarely do you see him lift it. He's hitting the ball along the ground more often than not.
He really looks a good cricketer. Looks neat at the crease.
That's well fielded.
Looks certain about his game plans. Really good signs for these days.
Partnership's race to 63.
Really important partnership this for the Lions. Even here, Andy, I wonder if it's worth the risk. Just bring on mid up, bring up mid on, and try force Delano to try hit over the top and hope for an error.
Yeah, and as we say that short mid on has come into short leg. One thing about Kesh Maharaja's captain, he loves to move the field.
Yeah.
That's that moment for a slow left armer where the ball goes for one and you've done your level best to bring it under control so it doesn't go for one. They like to control the area sort of 2 to 3 strips away.
Yeah. Really important to field of your own bowling.
End of the over. So the Dolphins racing through their overs as they did yesterday. A very rare occasion in first-class cricket these days. They bowled more overs in the day than they had to.
Yeah. I think the more overs you give yourself, you increase your opportunity of getting wickets, I guess, if you're executing with your skill. At times, you actually want to bowl as little as possible if you feel like the game is running away from you. But clearly, the Dolphins still have a lot of hope and belief.
There was a famous test match in India in the 80s, I think it was, where England were playing India, and the game was going England's way, and India had spin at both ends. Harbhajan Singh, no, it wouldn't have been Harbhajan, but it would have been a bit earlier than him. But spin at both ends, and in 1 hour they managed to bowl 9 overs.
In 1 hour?
In 1 hour.
They must have been behind the game then. Sure.
And it was all, I mean, it wasn't that obvious that they were moving the field after every ball, and they were taking their time between overs. But yeah, 9 overs of spin in 1 hour. That'll bring the crowds back.
I'm interested to see how Easthuizen plays out Keshav with the remaining 3 balls. Will he be looking to go over the top again?
I'm watching Kesh chatting to Kaya Zondo, who's at mid-off, and I have a suspicion he's just going to drop back. Oh, well, no need to drop back for that, because that's gone all the way. That's a beautiful shot for 6 from Connor Esterhuizen. And he goes into the 80s, his second maximum.
Connor Esterhuizen having all the answers to the questions here. Dolphins finding it a little bit difficult to contain him. He really is constructing one good innings here for his team. And the deficit just keeps getting smaller and smaller. Might be time to bring in
there's the nod.
Elias now.
Yep, he's just told Elias that he'll be bowling the next over from our end, the Umgani end. I wonder whether Connor Esterhuizen had a good evening chat to his batting coach Hashim Amla yesterday about facing the left arm spin of Kesh Maharaj that Hash would have faced many, many times. And how do you attack without taking risks? Because he really has looked the part this morning.
Really, really has been looking good, Connor. That's the nice thing of having batting coaches the caliber of Hashim Amla around. Guys who have been there, done that.
And a man who worked on his game relentlessly.
Yeah.
I remember when he first came into the SA Under-19 side, which at that stage was was that a chance or was that a bump ball?
Looked like a bump ball.
Yeah. Hilton Ackerman was coaching the Under-19s at the time, and also doing a little bit of commentary. And he said to me one day, Cappy, we've got one. We've got one. Hashim Amla is his name.
Yeah.
He said, there's just a few things that I want to iron out. And one of them was that early Hash used to pick up the bat towards gully.
Yeah.
And it took a little while to get that out of his system. And remember that he made his debut for the Proteas as a young man and didn't flourish.
go well, yeah.
Got dropped back into provincial cricket and worked on his game, came back, and then he was the mighty Hash.
Goes without saying what an incredible batter he was.
Still holds lots of records. First man to X thousand runs in so many formats. Handed the over, and I think we're going to see pace back into the attack now. Tristan Lees is trotting up to the Mgani end. We've got 40 minutes to lunch. 3:22 for 6. And the deficit now just 67.
Earlier on, I did see towards Ethan Bosch's last couple of balls, or towards the end of his spell, it looked like they were attempting a bit of the short ball plan to Delano Borgita, which I thought they would do a lot earlier. We know that Delano can be susceptible to that short ball early in his innings, so I'll be interested to see if they go on with that plan to him still, which would be harder to execute because he has settled. He's on 26, he's seeing the ball well, hitting it well.
Yeah, the great thing about Tristan Lees is he does have pace, genuine pace.
Yeah.
He's only 19 years old. I think he'll get quicker. Got a good pair of shoulders on him. And he's not scared. He will run in. And if his skipper says, I want to see you bounce, he'll bounce.
He'll bounce. It's always a lot of effort, but anything for the skipper.
Oh, what a shot that is. Welcome back to the bowling crease. Back of a length, a little bit of width, bang.
Slapped through the covers there by Connor. He probably had an idea that this ball probably won't have the best energy on it. Hasn't bowled in a while since the morning, start of the morning. Might be a little bit of a floater from Elias. But if anything was going to wake him up, it was that shot.
That was it. Slip in a gully. There's the short ball, and he's taken it on. There is a man down at long leg. They'll come back for 2. This could be... Oh! There's an error from Hanu Filyun. Took his eye off the ball at the last minute, and he knows it. That was a really good throw from the boundary, and Connor Esterhuizen was struggling. And as you've just seen on the replay there, Hanu Filyun dropped the ball instead of transferring it onto the stumps. Little half chances to find matches.
Those are the chances you have to take.
Oh dear, that has been murdered. Mighty blow over mid-wicket, and that'll take him into the 90s.
Pure shot of authority there from Esterhuizen.
That's the old-fashioned long hop, really.
Yeah. If you're going to go the bouncer plan, you have to make sure that the ball is high enough. Sort of shoulder area, chin area is where you're looking to bowl the ball. As soon as it's lower than that, to a man that's in his 90s, it's going to be chalk and cheese to him. Change of angle here from Tristan, but we want to get that bounce a little bit higher.
Yep, so he's gone round the wicket to try and cut down the options. Esterhuizen thought about playing the uppercut there.
He did. A little bit too wide, out his reach.
Yeah, first-class cricket is a tough game, and the youngsters find that it's not like school.
Yeah, very quickly.
That's a wide. That's interesting. I didn't think it was that wide.
It didn't look too bad from here. But of course, the square leg umpire would have the better angle with the height.
But clearly, this is a plan.
Yep.
They've decided that they're going to try and play some chin music.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Esterhuizen is more than happy to take them on. There are two men inside the boundary on the onside waiting for a top edge.
That's a better height.
Oh, it's a no ball. So this is going to be a long over. Wide and a no ball.
I'm interested to see if they'll persist with the short ball to Delano, or do they feel like they can still nick him off of the good length delivery.
Dolphins desperately need to break this partnership. She's now worth 86. It's easy to see the Lions getting a significant first innings lead.
Yeah.
If nothing changes. Esterhuizen 7 short of what would be a very good 100. Oh, it's another no ball.
As I was about to say, there was incredible energy from Leas there on the ball. But it means nothing if your foot is not behind the line, does it? Turning out to be a long over end.
Yeah, nine balls. Yep, there it is, a 9-ball over, and fast bowling is a hard enough art when you only have to bowl 6 of them. So 336 for 6. We've got 35 minutes to go to lunch. And the way that Tristan Lees is walking off suggests to me that that ankle is not good.
Has a slight limp to his walk, Tristan. I wonder if it's just a niggle that he'll be able to bowl through, or if it's a more serious injury.
So we've got a change of bowling. Bryce Parsons comes off and Kesh Maharaj comes back on. So Kesh has bowled from both ends this morning. Esterhuizen is not over-attacking. He's quite happy to pick up the ones where they're available.
Correct. Really looking like a difficult wicket to bowl on.
It's flattened out. There was a little bit in it on the first 2 days. If you really bent your back, and obviously it was very difficult to score runs off this man, Maharaj, because he's got such a box of tricks.
Yeah.
Bowl his overs at under 2. But it's going to be very interesting to see how we develop over these last 2 days. So what you don't want to do, I guess, is to bat one team out of the game, knowing that you're not going to be able to get 10 wickets.
Yeah. So I'm sure the Lions will eventually want to get themselves into a position where they want to make a decision in terms of how long they want to give themselves to bowl out the Dolphins, but they wouldn't be thinking that at the moment. They're taking it probably per over, per session.
Well, Andy, I'm going to leave you, and Vaughan van Jaarsveld will come and join.
Wonderful timing there from Delano. I'll field it from the big fast bowler.
Good morning, Zooms.
Welcome back, Vaughan.
Nice to have you in the commentary box with us. Better than sharing the field in some degree in this heat. There's been some interesting batting from the Lions batters. We see another one tucked to the leg side from Potgieter. Zooms, being an ex-bowler, what's going through the Dolphins bowlers' minds at the moment? What are they thinking? What are they planning? Yeah, it's nearly lunchtime, half an hour or so.
Yeah. One would probably think that they're still thinking positively in terms of how we're going to get a wicket here. You don't want to fall into the mindset of containing. Particularly at this stage of the game. We've seen often how much wickets fall just before a break. They should be thinking that and really emptying their tanks.
Absolutely great cricket shot through the cover region for 4. As Connor Estays moves to 98. So spot on, Zooms. And also, what would you be telling your young fast bowler here at the moment? He's getting tested with some great batting.
Yeah. Look, he's running into quality batters here. Young Leas on a good wicket. So it'll be incredibly testing for the youngster, but it will be a great learning curve. If I was the captain, I'd just be asking him to give me his best energies here on that sort of back of the lens type of area. We've seen just the previous ball when it's a little bit fuller. Very, very easy for a batter that's in his 90s to put you through the covers. I think that's a better length for him.
As Connor Estays moves to 99 with that single. As we have seen in the last 2 days, you've got to be sort of that 6 to 8 foot length, trying to hit the bails. I think anything fuller, it's just lent on, and it's pitch is so good, timing. If your timing's right, you pierce the field, it's 4 anyway.
Yeah.
Well played from Potgieter, riding the bounce all the way down to the third man boundary. Lots of area for Kaya Zonda to chase, old stalwart.
That's 350 up for the DP World Lions. Incredible partnership between Estays and...
It's a 100 partnership between these two. Estays in 64 of those, Potgieter 33. The nice thing for the DP World Lions is it's only taken 159 balls.
Yeah.
So they are going at a nice rate.
Buying themselves some time in the game.
Deficit now only 40. Oh, almost stopped on him there. Luckily he didn't go through with the shot.
Really looks like Les is struggling there with his body, digging deep for his team in difficult conditions.
Yeah, as you suggested, he's obviously told the captain something's not right.
Yeah.
Captain's told him to go off and have a look. As we see him walking off, he is struggling a little bit. We might have to send Andy to go and have an investigation to find out what's going on.
When you were able to time the cricket ball immaculately in conditions like this, what's going through your head as a batter? If you put yourself in yesterday's shoes, 99.
The nice thing is just playing your game, not getting flustered, just making sure you're watching the ball consistently. Short leg interested. Also just playing the ball as late as possible, getting that head and shoulder going towards the cricket ball. Try and play as late as possible underneath your eyes.
Yeah.
Punch through the covers from Potgieter. Good fielding from the sub-fielder, Pollen.
So even though the conditions are much easier to bat on, you wouldn't be premeditating anything. You're still playing every ball on its merit, or would there be some sort of premeditation in your head when in such good conditions?
It's gone straight over Longon's head, 5 rows back. He's taken on the fielder long on boundary and paid off well. Zooms, to be honest with you, probably not so much premeditation, but maybe targeting a few bowlers depending on what they're giving you. Definitely maybe trying to put more pressure on the spinning aspect of the innings, and then just checking. Obviously, with one injured bowler, you're now looking at who else to target, and not target in the sense of just going looking for the boundary, but trying to get on top of the bowler and making sure that he knows you're there. And like we've seen over the last 2 days, you pierce the field here, it runs away for 4 anyway, so you don't really have to do too much. You don't have to look for those big, expansive, lofted shots, but if it is there and the fielders aren't around, then by all means. But it's just being clever in the way you go about it and putting the bowlers under pressure.
Yeah.
Another back foot punch through the covers for 2 from Potgieter.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you raised there. With a man with a wounded animal in the arsenal of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
As we see Delano Potgieter moving to 2,000 first-class runs with that punch off the back foot.
Great achievement by Delano. Do you think that these two batters will be thinking that if we can just, look, it will be a little bit high risk to take on Keshav because of the caliber of bowler he is, but if we do take him on, he might go off the attack and expose the rest of the bowling lineup? Do you think maybe they could be thinking that? Just judging from how Delano played his previous boundary with the long one out?
I do think it's probably gone through their mind. They've obviously seen that it's getting closer to lunch, maybe more calculated than not. But I do think if both of them are there after lunch and they've gotten into their work after lunch, I'm sure they'll target a few more bowlers. As we see that deficit's gone all the way down to 30 runs now. So I do think it's in the back of their minds. Obviously, Connie Esdaisen 1 away from a very good 100. Backed it up from last week with 175 against Western Province in Cape Town. Always lovely to score some runs at Newlands or take wickets. lovely place to play cricket.
Yeah.
So we see Bryce Parsons coming on at Gainey end, replacing Tristan Lewis, who's off the field. I think this is the first time in about 15 overs or so that they've crowded the bat of Conor Esterhuizen, trying to stop him from getting to that milestone.
He's really strung together a wonderful innings here, Conor Esterhuizen, for himself, but more importantly for his team. He's really played a big role here in this partnership and aiding his team to be in a commanding position. Would be really, really well deserved if he's able to get the single.
And it all started from yesterday with that partnership between him and Richard Seleswane, who played very well for his 49.
Yeah.
Missed out on his maiden 50. There we go, quick
Takes
single.
us one.
Beautiful 100. As the change room erupts. And that's back-to-back hundreds for Conor Esterhuizen as he lifts his bat towards the change room. It's taken him 173 balls with 14 fours and 2 sixes. And like I say, he started off well with Richard Seleswane, where it was more looking for singles and rotating the strike with the occasional boundary here and there. And then once Richard went out, he had to sort of guide Luto Sopamla, the night watchman, through to the end of the day. And then he's just been unbelievable this morning. He's hit a bad ball for 4 or 6. Oh, as you see, that's literally teared straight through Middle's hands for 4.
Incredible ability to hit the ball hard, Delano Potgieter. It went straight through the hands of Middle. Hit the boundary cushions in no time. Slightly overpitched by Bryce Parsons.
Hit the hand straight through that. Powerful timing. A little bit shorter, a little bit quicker. So the deep point comes in, keeps it to 1. Deficit now 24. Deep reward lines are 365 for 6.
You can just see the body language now of the Hollywoodbets Dolphins starting to drop a little bit. Tough bowling conditions. Lions batters having all the answers to the questions that they're asking. And I guess at international level, this is why this format is called Test Cricket. Test your character, test your cricket acumen.
And it tests you mentally, your mental fortitude.
Yeah.
Obviously, Dolphins only taking 1 wicket this morning.
Yeah.
That of the night watchman. It's just a test of their mental strength. Not to try and bounce back and maybe take crucial wickets here. Yeah. To maybe open up an end. The ground of Park Square, 7 for 2. It's 50. It's taken in 80 balls, 4 fours and 1 6. It's currently subsequent into Conor Esterhuizen this morning. That has allowed him to play his natural game.
Yeah. It's a great innings from Delano. And that's a little milestone for him, but I'm sure he'll be thinking it's an opportunity to go big as well. To really, really put deep ball line in a good position. the Dolphins will be thinking if we could just take one slip with us to lunch here. And hopefully they will come back from lunch and finish off, keep all nines batting lineup. They'll still stand a chance to be very much in this game. They'll have in a good position. Roughly about 15% to lunch. So you suggest that maybe bring on a seamer? Keep one side spin. So let's keep the spin going for now until they get to lunch. Maybe to get 1 or 2 overs. Maybe bring back Wolf at tail. Come back and bowl 1 or 2 overs and try strike for his team. One would think that in Ethan Bosch and Wilfred Taylor, the team as strike bowlers, see if they'll be able to get anything for their team just before lunch. It's really difficult for the bowlers. But these are the types of moments where you have to into your attack. It looks a little bit too easy for the batters, so you need to keep trying different things, I think, to try and get a different result. Let's see what Kesh thinks just before lunch, but when you get an option to game it, either push or push with or even or 1 or 2 overs. What is I can see that vice president so very wanted to engage anything. Just knock the front on and keep space. People inside the ring. Goes away. Nothing's happening. Alternatively, one name is a great moment to bring someone like a Kyle Zonderval. The attack and try buy a wicket. Just something different that the ball that the batters haven't faced as yet. Wouldn't be the worst option. Quite good. Losses. Not the ground for 1. I need to look premature for this, but what do you think they'll end up looking in terms of media before they put the Dolphins into that? Obviously, also considering that they need to give themselves enough time to get 10 wickets on a good batting wicket. After the lines changed now, York's wanted to go. Yeah. And already in over the slope here. Try to get these up. 200 mark. So pressure on the Dolphins batters. So if you are chasing in the 4th innings, you're roughly chasing maybe 40 to 60 runs ahead. You don't want to be chasing too much on day 4 for full. So I do think we might see after lunch a bit more positivity. Not as bad as Dolphins are one extremely short, so it could be one of those where let's go full out attack. Tell me what you want me to do. Let's try and get as many runs as quickly as we can. But I do think they'll be looking at around about 150, 200 runs. It's probably be tired. I think the Dolphins' legs will be tired. Their feet will be sore. My time, 2 or 3 quick wickets before they even play. That would be the plan the Lions are looking at. Deficit is only 19, so
Once those 19 runs are finished, so all from the line scores. Selected a few batters that can do it the willow and the changer. And starts to place the covers for a single.
Dolphins desperately needing a wicket here.
Obviously, there's Rockets that's two already. So 71 to 6. Simple to north. It playing North German on innings, which having a strike last week. The F5 combination game. Just find a net bowler that doesn't bowl in games. Give them the ball for over 2. Not like a week or something. Let's check if I can get in the stumps and not negotiated by yesterday's.
Just play around with the ego of the batter. Something positive to come out of it.
uh, 12 over. I have 372 for 6. Deficit for 17. That would be a challenge. That will get in. After the on the front ball. Check for the short leg here.
Yeah. So people want something just slightly different. If the stroke of lunchtime.
These two no face pillow at all. Yeah, so firstly, Dolphins can buy with the chair. It's false shot.
Yeah.
That only for you is going to stand to the stumps. Not only this question, I see it's not. Looks like on a bold spin. Your best bet. You can get obviously soft relaxed there.
The interesting how Delano goes about his business here.
Oh no.
Question answered.
Good shots. Yep, clients. One important to get into the short boundary. That's going 20 rows back.
Guess that's why we use the phrase buy your wicket when it comes to point-time bowlers. You do expect, oh, not bowls as bad as those, but you do expect bad bowls that are going to be punished by top class batters. But somewhere in the midst of that, if you could just strike for us or forgive me for all the courage.
100%. Speed those batters have batted so well. I think any game ball they're going to get, they're going to positive to the boundary. Try to get in that spot, not more often than normal. Maybe the task wants them to hit it Another full toss. Wide off, wrong off. Fielding from Simon Pillay. Cover the ground very quickly.
Marshall will have to try utilize the facilities here by pitching the ball, give his team a chance. Better.
Trying to get through his other quite quickly.
Swap mode.
Much better from the part-time spinner. Stop from the cover fielder. Another full toss. 113th over. Keep your lines are 379 for 6. You see Tristan Lewis coming back onto the field.
After that short burst, it did look like he's really struggling, Tristan, with his body. But he'll know that him not bowling would really put his team under pressure. And hopefully it's one of those levels that you'll be able to bowl through.
Just watching him walk across the turf now, it seems he's still struggling.
He's not looking comfortable.
Looking comfortable at all. Hobbling on that. It looks like he's hobbling on that left foot of his.
Change of bowling on the other end as well.
Debutant is back. Simon Pillay from the All 4 trade in. You see all the fielders scattered to the boundary. Deep point, long off, long on, deep square. Still sticking with the slip. Catching it, wicket. He's not moving out. So he's been replaced. Parsons. Normal mid wickets. Short 45. Cover. The Dolphins come up into the circle.
Probably look to get through this over quite quickly, squeeze in the one more before lunch. See if any magic can happen in that last over for the Dolphins. In desperate need here of a breakthrough.
Tucker off his hip for one. His pockets are moved to 60. The miles moved to 380 for 6. Wide cut out to Sally on the boundary. 15 meters in from the road.
If you just put yourself in the shoes of Quinton Friend here, for one, what do you say to your troops during the lunch break?
working, I guess. It is a tough one. Obviously, just double check how the seniors are feeling. See where they're at mentally, physically. And then ask for a massive spell after lunch from all three of them. And then just for the spinners to maybe start trying to create a few more dot balls, a little bit more pressure. Maybe trying even bowling partnerships, whoever is going to bowl. Sort of, as a coach, you've got to be more encouraging than not. So you also don't want to flatten your hopes and dreams of your players. So they come up and think of something, and maybe someone stick up their hand, bowl an awesome spell, or take a diving catch, or create a run out somewhere, somehow. Just, I think something awesome is going to happen.
And you see Tepang Petole coming to the attack.
Just trickling all the way down to the boundary. 4 bars. Keeper won't be happy about that. Carried on with the arm in turn.
Yeah, the Dolphins really need someone to put in the moment of brilliance. They did have an opportunity to run out Estes in a little bit earlier on to the mistake of Filioun. So that was a missed opportunity. They'll be thinking about that. And hopefully they'll be given another opportunity. Not looking like it at the moment.
It's not looking like that at all. Just looks very dead at the moment. Everyone looking at the clock. It'll be lunchtime after this over. We'll try and regroup as a unit and come up with new ideas. Like you said, just a bit of brilliance from somebody, somewhere.
Tepang Petole in serious form with the bat. Bit of a purple patch for him. Can he take a bit of that magic and put it into his bowling?
Oh. Hopefully he hasn't done himself a dirty there. Maybe that's the sign of a bit of cramp.
Lunch has come at the right time.
See the final ball before lunchtime. Ball from Detore. What a bad over for a part-timer. So zooms. DP World Grounds 388 for 6 after 115 overs. Conner stays on 105 not out. Delano Port gets a 62 not out. They should be happy with themselves.
That session will definitely belong to the DP World Lions. They've played incredible cricket throughout the course of this day, particularly the partnership between Delano Port and Estes. They'll certainly be the team that goes out of the field the happier one. But both change rooms will have conversations from their coaches, and they'll come out with the different game plans to move this game forward. But certainly that session belongs to the DP World Lions.
Estes will get caps from the change room, well deserved. I think Andy Capistanio is trying to get him for a conversation. Just waiting until he gets that. like Conor Esterhuizen is ready. We're going to go down to Andy Capistanho on the field. Just have a little chat with Conor Esterhuizen.
Okay, Conor Esterhuizen joining us at lunchtime. You must have enjoyed yourself this morning.
No, it was good fun to be out there, I must be honest.
You put on 150 in that morning session, which is possibly overachieving from what you thought this morning?
Definitely. We're just looking to bat positively, looking to score, but also to look after the first session because it was a crucial session in the game. But yeah, as you said, definitely overachieved and happy with where we are at lunch.
Your second 100 in a row, so you're in a rich vein of form. Anything that you'd attribute that to?
I had a very good winter. I was at National Academy and I really tried to emphasize my red ball game and working hard on that because I was quite disappointed with the way my red ball career has gone so far. So it's just a credit to all the coaches and everyone that has helped me, all the support staff, my support system, and most of all the man above.
From a match situation, it's just bat, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been good to bat a tad slow, but again we emphasise patience in our change room, and I'm sure the Dolphins do too. So once you're patient on this wicket, you can cash in at the back end.
One thing that was very impressive from commentary perspective was the way that you dealt with Maharaj, because he's not an easy guy to face, is he?
No, he's not too bad. He's one of the best in the world for a reason, and he's a massive challenge. And when we go in there and face him, we give him the respect that he deserves and the respect that he's one of the best in the world.
Well, good luck after lunch. Make it a big one. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Lights,
The stage is set.
camera,
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izanobukela amanina idlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Dry smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uzanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volkbar.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It is the afternoon session about to commence on day 3 of this 4-day contest between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the DP World Lions. And the game is interestingly poised because the Lions are 388 for 6, which means that they're just one run behind the Dolphins' first inning score. And they have 4 wickets in hand. And they've got a partnership of 139 underway between Connor Esterhazen, who has made a quite excellent 115 not out, and alongside him is Delano Pochita, who is a left-hander. He's just started to lay about himself when the lunch break came. The afternoon session will be begun from the Old Fort end, and it is Kush Kelly bowling to Connor Esterhazen. And my delight to have alongside me, Proctor.
Thank you, Andy. It's interesting. I saw a little bit of the morning session, and my overriding thoughts were: 1, it's a good pitch, but 2 is how well the Lions batted in the face of a very meandering Dolphins attack. It was almost as if they'd resigned themselves that wicket taking is almost impossible because 2 batters are in and it's a good pitch. And I hope they've had a little bit of a talking to from Quinton Friend, the coach, because they've got to come out with purpose. There's a danger here of falling asleep in the game and giving this one away. And by that, what I mean by that is, you know, I think the general consensus around the ground, players and pundits alike, is that, oh, this wicket's flat, you can bat all day. But we've seen this movie before where a side, it looks like there's no likelihood of a result, and the side batting second just gets a lead, whether it be 100 or an 80, and the side who played a good score in the first innings, 389 it was by the Dolphins, comes out and plays without very much focus and gets suddenly, how did we get bowled out for 200? And the Lions chase down a low score. So they've both got to be playing good cricket, and that's not a good delivery, and it's whipped for 4. And that's the danger. The Dolphins have bowled too many bad balls, and when you're on a good pitch, my word, the margin for error is shown up alarmingly. And as it was there, 2 decent deliveries and then suddenly straying onto the pads, short boundary, and easy pickings for a man in the hundreds.
Who will be delighted to be underway again after lunch. He got 175 against Western Province, so he knows how to go big. Chatted to him at lunchtime, and he was saying he'd had a very good winter, by which he meant that he'd spent a lot of time in the high performance centre and taken some good advice. And it looks to me as if he's knocked a couple of rough edges off his game, and it looks like the sort of player who might be able to make the step up. The next step would probably be to the 80, and then you see how he does.
What I've liked particularly at the start of this summer, Andy, is that he's made big scores in red ball cricket, 4-day game. He came on with a bit of raps of his ability to attack, and so he played for MI Cape Town in the Betway SA 20. And there's 4 more, straying onto the pads again. Pele, absolutely sinful. Yeah, you're right. Can't bowl there. If you're a bowler worth your salt, doesn't matter how old the ball is, you just got to hit the top of 4th stump. And this is a poor opening over from the Dolphins and from Akutle Pele. It's just, dare one say, it's just not good enough. When you're trying to set a standard, you're trying to fight back in the game, you offer 2 leg side balls to a batter who's in the hundreds. I'd rather see him driven through the covers rather than picked off his pads. But just to go back to Connor Esterhazen, he came with the raps of being a T20 player, and sometimes you can get boxed a little bit. By that I mean is, at the end of the over, it's 396 for 6, the lead is 7. By that what I mean is, players get typecast, and he's a white ball cricketer, he can only play that version of the game. But Connor Esterhazen has shown enough in the early weeks of this year's 4-day campaign that he's got the tools mentally to play long innings. He's got a nice tight technique. He's a sweet timer. And he could, you say he got 175 against Province. He's not going to give it away here. He's setting his stall out, having probably had a nice shower, little something to eat. He's setting his stall out to bat for another session and maybe get a lead of 150. I don't know what the plans would be.
Well, we were obviously discussing it amongst ourselves at lunchtime to exactly what they might do. Do they just, from a coaching perspective, go out and bat, or do they play themselves into a position where they might be able to declare before tea. One thing to mention, Brett, is that they scored 150 runs in the morning session.
In 40 overs, so it was just under 4 to the over, which is a nice good pace.
Well, and significantly above what we've seen for the first 2 days. So we've been averaging 3.1, 3.2 and over.
Yeah, if I'm the Lions hierarchy, I certainly want to have a crack at the Dolphins. If the Dolphins will be tired mentally, they'll probably be really frayed. So you could pick up some free wickets in the last session today. So around about tea. And they've got a Bayer Swanepoel still to come who can hit the ball out of Durban, let alone Kingsmead. So I'd like to think they'll be positive. They lose nothing if they bowled out with a 50-run lead, because then the Dolphins still have to bat really well and make 300 plus, and then would they have the time to bowl the Lions out on the final day tomorrow? Probably not. So the favourites of the results now: 1, Lions win; 2, draw; 3, Dolphins win. But cricket is so strange. Here's Bosch going to go round the wicket to the impressive Delano Potgieter. Starts with a gentle loosener and is pummeled away out to the long boundary.
Wasn't it just a loosener? Just a lollipop outside the off stump. Got to be better than that.
Yeah, this is where the long game really challenges you. It's not about just short, sharp spells of you're going to bowl in a 50-over game, probably maybe 3 spells of 4-4-2, maybe 5-3-2. But physically and mentally, you're challenged, but you're alert all the time. It's now when you've got to come back and the ball.
Bowl your 4th spell.
Bowl your 4th and 5th spell in a hot day like today. Defensive field. How do I get past the bat? What are my skills? Here's the 150 partnership coming up for Potgieter and Esterhuizen. This is really, really when you earn your keep. It's the toughest time as a bowler because you seemingly have no tools. And this is when I think, we were talking off air before, is this a good pitch for the longer version of the game? Now there's two schools of thought. One, are these runs of value because it's on a really flat pitch? Of course they are. It shows you can bat time. Similarly from a bowler, the bowlers complain, the pitch is doing nothing. But this is really where if you can get someone out in these conditions, that's when you show your skills.
Defended nicely.
Have you got reverse swing? Have you got a Yorker?
Now, when you talk about reverse swing, that's something that we didn't see at the first ball that the Dolphins used, but we did see a little bit on day 1 from the Lions. And the one thing separating these two sides in this 4-day game is the discipline with which the Lions bowlers bowled on the first day. There was just a little bit in the pitch if you bent your back, but more often than not, you had to bowl one side of the wicket straight, and they did. They had 4 seamers who all bowled with great discipline, and it gave the fielding captain enough to be able to hold things together. And I'm not sure that that's happened on this 3rd day, where the conundrum at the start of the day, Brett, was that there were 5 overs left of the new ball. Yesterday, Maharaj had bowled beautifully, 31 overs, less than 2 and over, picked up 3 wickets. And obviously the thought was, well, if they get an early wicket, maybe they won't take the new ball. In the end, they decided to take it straight away, and they got a wicket in the first over with the new ball, which was the night watchman, Luto Sapama, leaving alone one that just knocked off the off bag. And at that point, you're thinking to yourself, right, you've got the night watchman out, you've got a new ball in your hand. This is your chance to knock over the Lions and get yourself a reasonable first innings lead. Well, that hasn't happened.
I think that's why it's credit. That's probably the cusp of the match, the fulcrum, where everything should revolve around. Because, as you say, Andy, if Potgieter or Esterhuizen get out at that stage, there comes the 400 onto the board for the Lions. The end of the Bosch over, it's 400 for 6. If the Dolphins get another wicket there, and I know I've said Swanepoel can bat, but under pressure it's a different situation. But full credit to them, yes, conditions in their favour, but they had to see off the new ball. They got through that, and then they started to pick up the tempo. And spin wasn't as much of a threat as it might have been. And the whole balance of power in this game has swung unequivocally the way of the Lions now. It's theirs to set up, it's theirs to play for a winning situation, and it's just how they go about it. The one thing about that Bosch over was it's what the Dolphins want to see more of. Just make run scoring. They know the Lions want to push on and get ahead and try and get a good lead so that they can have a crack. So it's now to try and stop the game for a bit. Whereas Taylor's first over was an indifferent one. You brought up the point of the A team, or Easthuizen going to the A team, Andy, and there's an A tour to India same time as the Proteas are there. So there's going to be about 30 to 35 players out of franchise cricket. So it'll certainly test the depth of the squads. What surprised me is that A tour, I would imagine they probably leave in about 2 weeks' time, and it hasn't been picked yet. So I would imagine that announcement isn't too far away, and what the complexion and what the makeup of that side is going to be. It's a better length.
And it's a big moment, isn't it, in the history of South African cricket. If you can make it into the A team, you're one step away from playing for the World Test Champions.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see A tours, because there was a time when it was a cost, and the CSA, I don't say they didn't buy into it, but A tours were few and far between. But went to the West Indies, won over there. Bangladesh came. It was a subcontinental side. Sri Lanka, I think you might be right, and actually put one over South Africa's A team, which was a bit disappointing in home conditions. So this is really going to be a challenge for both the Proteas in India. Of course, the Proteas started a test series against Pakistan on Sunday. So South African cricket is going to be challenged. 2 tours, A team and senior team in the subcontinent. First in Pakistan with the senior team, and then the A team and the senior team, both in India simultaneously. Wow, if you don't he's not getting anything more challenging than that. But it's interesting, will the personnel in that A team change dramatically? Because there's many players who didn't play in that side in the winter tour, the home tour, who started off house on fire. Rulofsson making runs, Gavin Kaplan a double 100, Mark Erlang a double 100. Connor Esterhuizen didn't feature in those tours, 200s. You might get a sweeping change as they look at different. It's an opportunity, though, to change and look at different people. Driving, hand.
Yeah,
but at least he's gone fuller and straighter, Andy.
And that's the bowling hand, which hasn't got the strapping on it. The left hand is the one with the split webbing.
He was part of the. Kutlekele was part of the A squad in the winter tour, but in conditions. As closely akin to India, this hasn't turned obviously, but from a seam perspective, he's seeing those today and he's looking pretty ineffectual. He's only in his 11th over because he's got that webbing split. And it's not a swing day, but it's the art of swing seems to. It's all everybody's a seam bowler now.
We've had that conversation a few times. I remember talking to Pomon Bangwa back in the 90s when he was still young enough to be playing for Zimbabwe, and I said, "What are you doing in South Africa? Why aren't you playing?" And he said, "Well, they stopped picking me," and we went on to discuss why did they stop picking him, and he said, "Well, my number one skill was swinging the ball away from the right-hander." He said, and we started playing a lot of 50-over cricket. And the coach kept telling me, "I want you back of the length, back of the length." He said, "I couldn't bowl back of the length because that meant I didn't swing the ball. And therefore, I wasn't ever going to get anybody out." And I think that one-day feature is perhaps why we don't see quite as many swing bowlers as we once did. That players are being asked to bring their length back a little bit. They don't want to be driven, and if you don't pitch the ball up, you're not going to swing it.
Yeah, I don't mind the theory in one-day cricket bring your length back, but it's the ability of the bowler and I know we're talking world class, but James Anderson, Stuart Broad, their ability, not at the end of their career, they obviously only played the red ball game, so they bowled the fuller length, but they had that skill to go to the length that they wanted, pending the game and pending the conditions. Coming back for 2. It looks a tired side in the field, the Dolphins at the moment, don't they?
There was a moment in the morning session where they could have run out Connor Esterhuizen, and I think it was actually Samuel Pillay, it might have been Ramachan Pillay, who put the throw in from the boundary, and Esterhuizen was short of his ground, and unfortunately wicketkeeper Henry Fillion spilled the ball and wasn't able to take the bows off. That was the best chance to get rid of Esterhuizen, and there's the slower ball from Bosch. Haven't seen many of them in this game. But
what's interested me, sorry to interrupt you, Andy, is the field he's got. He's been cut twice in the over, and he's got a 4-5 split field onside heavy, so which would suggest 1 length wrong, 2 line wrong as well, given the plan that his captain's deploying. He's obviously saying, I want you at middle and leg as full as you can. And it's just, it looks very hangdog at the moment. The shoulders, they've almost, the body language is saying, I think we could be in the field the whole day if the Lions want to keep batting. Devoid of an idea to try and pick up a wicket.
I did mention on air on day 1, we were talking about possible target totals for that first innings, and I said at the time I think 400 would be base camp, but I said I don't think it's necessarily a great score, and of course around about the time that I was talking, Sepang Vitole had just got to his 100, and we were discussing the fact that this is not a game where you get your 100 and go and put your feet up. You want to score a big 100. And of course he got out straight away for 104. And the Dolphins never really looked like getting to a really imposing total. And they had to thank their captain, Kesh Maharaj, for laying about himself with an intriguing 43 not out, and he put on 40 for the last wicket. Otherwise, that total would have been around the 340 mark, which would have been well short. Rather the 340 mark.
You finished the over there, Bosch, as the field was set. He virtually bowled 3 cutters in a row, all at around about leg and middle. It was almost like he was bowling quick off spin. So at least they've got a plan, and he's trying to execute to the plan. Because either side of lunch, they look pretty devoid of direction.
They've used 8 bowlers, so it's not that they haven't been looking for ways. It's quite interesting to see that Ramachan Pillay, before lunch, bowled an over of off spin.
Is that what you're going to call it?
Well, flighted filth. And the previous day he bowled seam up.
He's normally, when he does bowl, he bowls seam up. And I think when he played for the S under-19 side, he was a lower middle order batter who could bowl as a 4th or 5th seamer. But he's become more of a batter here at the Dolphins.
He'll be looking forward to getting a bat in his hand. He got a duck in the first innings.
Maybe we should be talking about Ramesh and Pillay when they are batting the Dolphins, but I feel a little bit for him. He had a decent season last year in the longer version of the game, but batting around about 6 or 7. And then the movement of Grant Williamson a couple of seasons back down to Paul, and now the retirement of Sorrel Irvia. I'm not sure the Dolphins, I hesitate to say they didn't plan for it. Maybe they must have done, surely. But there's no opener to open with Dutole, and so they've just said, okay, you made runs last year, you go in and you open the batting, and I'm not sure. It's a very specialised skill, opening the batting. To turn a guy who's got talent and bats around about 6 or 7 into an opener, it's happened before, it works, but it hasn't this season. He's made 3 failures in a row, and if he has a 4th innings failure here, you might even find the selectors going, thanks, but no, and through no real fault of his own, other than that he's not equipped to open. But that's a discussion for another time, because the Dolphins have still got a lot of work to do with ball in hand.
The ground is cooking.
Summer's come, you know, the steaminess of a Durban summer is starting to make itself felt.
One more, temperatures going up to 28. It's humid. There is a strong breeze off the sea, going straight across the ground, but it doesn't seem to have helped bowlers with either swerve or swing.
Yeah, the swing wind here tends to be the one that comes from the other direction, when it's blowing straight over the top of the city out of the southwest. When it's the northeaster blowing, it is bat conditions, and we're seeing that right now.
Kelly going round the wicket to the left-handed Potgieter. Be interesting to get inside the helmet of Delano Potgieter and think to yourself, well, you'll never get a better chance for 3 figures than right here, right now. As much as he might be wanting to get on with it, that's his natural inclination. Looking up at the board and seeing that he's 69 not out.
He's a good cricketer, Delano Potgieter. Huge value. He can do it with the ball as well, but the number of valuable runs he's made down at 7 or 8 for the Lions over the years is immense. It was a final against Province 2 seasons back at Wanderers. And first morning, Lions were 30 for 5. And he ended up walking in at 7, getting 80 in the first innings. But they still had a deficit. I think when he walked in the second innings, they were 6 down and about level, and he got 150, and the Lions won the final. So that'll tell you the value of Delano Potgieter.
Yeah, and a good man, because we had a night watchman, he came in at number 8. Does seem to be a good, solid Lions side.
Always are. Even when they lose players. I mean, they've lost. Zubair Hamza's gone away with the national side. They haven't picked Evan Jones this week. They've got such depth in their squad. Reza Hendricks is away with the side in Namibia. They've got plenty of good cricketers.
And they were able to throw the dice and give a 19-year-old his debut to bowl slow left arm. Knowing, I think, that they had 4 quality seamers who could give control in the field, and very impressed by the way that Captain Dom Hendricks used Botsane. Didn't just throw him to the wolves, brought him in and out of the attack, and he got more and more confident as he went on, and ended up picking up 3 wickets on debut. Now Bosch has got ball in hand, and as Brett was saying, looked very much as if he was taking pace off and bowling cutters in the last over.
He's offside heavy to the right-hander now, though, because he's got a split field, 5-4, just a wide gully. But yeah, I would venture he might do the same to Esthuizen as he did to Potgieter. No, he goes straight onto the pads. That's sinful.
It's a bad ball. They come back for 2.
It's good running.
Another throw goes over the head of the wicket-keeper.
In this competition, I mean, this is a second game for these two. They didn't play in the first week, so everybody will have had 2 afterwards. But the surprise package at the top of the table is the Northwest Dragons, who got off to 2 very good wins based on the back of plenty of runs and then marshalling what looks a very limited attack, but doing it very well. Gets past the outside edge. That's a rarity indeed.
It is. It's worth commenting on, but he's managed to beat the outside edge of Esthuizen, who hasn't missed many. And of course, these 2 sides both won last week, so they've got a bit of momentum coming into this game, and the Dolphins, with home advantage, would hope that they'd be winning it, but at the moment they're digging themselves into a hole.
I wonder what they would have wanted in terms of a surface, though, Andy. I'd venture not this. In years gone by, recent years, the pitch that won them titles here was the one that turned. I mean, there was a couple of years back where they beat the Titans here, even in a rain-affected game where They still had Sen Mutusamy and Pranel and Sir Brian bowled them out, but Keshav Maharaj you'd expect be the skilled spinner, so they might have wanted to make it drier than this, so it turned. But we haven't really seen anything turn, have we?
Well, Morgan Yarsfeld was telling me that this is the left hand side of the square. He was telling me the right hand side of the square tends to be the outcomes pitches.
Yeah.
And the pitch that currently mid-wicket is standing on is the one that they're going to use next week against the Tuskers.
That's good stuff. I'll never forget. Well, it just shows how old I am. But years back, there was an England A tour to South Africa, and one of their early games on the tour was against the Natal side, and the pitch was pretty much here, second off the edge of the square, the seaside, and it was green. And England A won the toss, said to the Dolphins, "You can bat 200 without loss," because it's a day like this, and you look up and not down, as Vaughan says. On that side of the square, it tends to be the batting side of the square.
Bosch is toiling. You can just see the body language.
Well, the first over after lunch from the Dolphins was a poor one from Qela, and it went for 8, 2 leg side half volleys that went for 4. Bosch has been pretty decent. They've got to. It's one of this is when it's really as tough as this. It's its hardest. This is when you show your character. Can I bowl my captain a spell of 5 overs and go for less than 10? If I can pick up a wicket, that's a bonus. But I've got to stop the game, take time out of the game, so that we're under less pressure when we have to bat again.
He's now 18. When that lead gets up past the 60 mark, Dolphins will start looking to their laurels a little bit.
Well, in 6 overs since lunch, Andy, we've had 19 runs, and 8 of those came in the first over. So they've got to their disciplines a lot better, but I wouldn't imagine there'll be long spells. Maybe he gets another one, Bosch. He's looking already, I've had enough. 18 overs is not a lot to bowl on a score of 407 for 6. I mean, Keshav Maharaj, yes, he's a spinner, but he's bowled 44 of those overs. I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't bowl again pretty soon. Even a spinner needs a break.
Yeah, that has certainly been the case. He's brought himself in and out of the attack. He's changed ends. And I think it's always been along the lines of, right, something needs to happen here, and if it's going to happen, it's going to be me.
Probably right.
Yeah, he's managed to beat the inside edge. Kelly going round the wicket to Potlita.
I think one thing that has happened, because of the increased discipline post that first over, the mental battle is starting to just switch a little, because the Lions would have gone out and go, we'll play normal cricket after lunch, but we've got to be positive. Both these two players like to be positive, so they haven't been able to get any freebies away post that first over. Effectively 11 runs in 5 overs, 2 and over. It's not what they want, so they're feeling like the need to get bat on ball just to not waste time, take time out of the game. They want to start to assert their authority again. This is much better from Qela and Bosch.
It just looks as if he's bending his back a little bit more now, making the ball jump. He's 27 years old now, Glenwood boy. Should be in the prime of his career. Noticeable that the run savers on the offside are very close.
Very straight as well. Good lines, good length.
If I'm the captain, I'm saying just don't do anything else. Bowl there.
Yeah, 100%. Make them make the play. He went for a while, as you say, Glenwood boy, he went for a while up to the Titans and had a couple of seasons up there, but he's been a bit injury prone. I always wonder why we have so many fast bowling injuries. Last year at one stage, there were 11 fast bowlers who could be options for the national team. I'm not saying they're guaranteed players, but I mean, they could be options who were out at one time. 11 fast bowlers. That's an enormous amount for a domestic circuit that doesn't play truckloads of cricket. I just can't work it out.
One more.
Another leg side ball though. Have they scored a run through the offside since lunch, Andy? Probably not. I think most of it's all just been off the pads.
A couple of little pushes through.
Push and run, yeah.
He's still got a slip and a gully.
We've got to get wickets somehow, yeah. So I think holding those is fine. It's not quite a one-day scenario at the moment.
It's a bad ball. Might have strangled a wicket, but no touch from Esterhazen. He's got square leg on the boundary as well as a long leg, so at some stage you think he might try the short ball.
Except it's the short boundary, I'm not sure. You can miss-hit it for 6, given how short that boundary is.
Lost his line.
That's what happens when there's strike rotation, I suppose, because he's had the left hand in his sights for a fair amount of time, and so as soon as he has to go to the right hand, he's just straight onto off stump.
I'm going to love you and leave you, Brett. Vaughan van Jaarsveld will come into my place.
You don't enjoy batting on a pitch like this, Vaughan?
Yeah. Lovely weather.
It's just a batting day. I mean, everything about it. You played for both these sides, but a long sojourn here at Kingsmead. When that northeaster's blowing and the sky's clear, the pitch flattens out and it can become a real fill your boots day.
100%. You got to make sure that you get every ounce of what it's worth.
Here's Bosch to Esterhazen. They've been pretty disciplined since lunch, have the Dolphins, in terms of the Lions will probably be thinking we've got to press on and try and accelerate to give ourselves time to bowl the Dolphins out a second time. The first over last lunch was the 2 leg side half volley, so it was a poor one, and since then Bosch and Taylor have been pretty neat and decent.
They've just got to do what the Lions did to them in their first innings.
Squeeze
as much as possible. Try and join all those dots, all those maidens together. Hopefully throw in a full shot here and there.
We saw one from Potgieter. You just get a sense that they've gone out there, probably by Russell Domingo, the coach, has said, just bat, set it up for us, but be positive. We want to get maybe 100 ahead or plus by tea time, and then we can think about how we want to go around about that. But we've had on half hour where they've scored 20 runs, and the Dolphins have made it difficult. So it's quite a nice battle, this, within the context of the entire game. Both Esterhazen and Potgieter, would want to be scoring freer than this, but it's just not happening. Until you bowl a half volley and it just gets punched away for 4.
I also just think that maybe that comes from Russell Domingo and Hashim Amla is maybe just see out your first 2 bowlers. Obviously they're going to try and bring back their main seamers, so maybe just have a look, see obviously if they bowl you any bad balls you can dispatch it. Other than that, wait for the change of bowling, and then obviously try and capitalise where possible.
Yeah, it's who the bowling options are, because Lewis is carrying an injury, Taylor carrying an injury, although he's bowled. So Keshav Maharaj is probably the sole option remaining. Bryce Parsons has bowled 21 fairly ineffectual overs, and then they've got the bits and bobs of the Pillais, the Toilet Bolden over. But yeah, if the Dolphins are going to bowl part-timers after the Bosch Trele spell, they can just play Maharaj circumspectly and then really tuck into whatever else is on offer.
It'll be interesting to see if Lewis is going to bowl straight off the lunch after one of these two. If he isn't, Keshav's going to have a long afternoon of bowling.
Yeah. I'm not sure he'd mind that, mindful coming back from injury and going over to Pakistan, probably only for the second test, that he needs a few overs under the belt, and he's done that. 44 overs, 3 for 98. In the context of 413 for 6, that's a good return in very batting friendly conditions.
I don't think you're getting through that defense very...
Yeah, he's looked very impressive as Connor Estes, in form on the back of 170 against Province last week. He's an ideal player, keeps wicket, takes the gloves. I always love it when there's a player with you hear of and potential and whatever format it might be, and they start to show the returns that you can actually go, okay, if we lose someone at an A level or national side level, there are those knocking on the door that may be able to take the step up. He's still a very young man, so he looks very organised. Round the wicket. Gee, it's not deviating off straight 1 inch. Other than the half volley, a decent over. It's 413 for 6, and the Dolphins have been out in the field for nearly 50 overs today, 123 overs in total. In this increasing heat in Durban, this is where you earn your keep as a bowler.
There's still 51 overs left in the day. Probably.
Where do you think, Vaughan, the Lions would want to have, 30 overs at the Dolphins tonight? What would you go, post tee or press on a little bit more?
I'd be one of those where see how these two go, especially after the two main guys have finished their spell. See how the runs are flowing. If it is going to flow after these two have bowled their spell, maybe even look at half an hour before tea.
Cool.
If not, if they're going to take a little bit longer, then maybe have tea and then maybe bat for another 10, 15, 20 minutes after tea, and then stick the Dolphins in.
Here's Trele. Nice tight angle. I was going to say nipping back, but it didn't really. It was just the angle that cramped Potgieter for space. I suppose the other option is they still do have Bayer Swanepoel, who can score a lot in very short space of time if they need that acceleration. The other discussion point would be, if they get far ahead, they're going to know that the Dolphins are going to go, well, we've only got the saving of the game to play for, and you're going to get a very defensive mindset through the course of the afternoon and into tomorrow. There is the possible thought process where you sort of go, okay, we'll get 80 ahead, which isn't a lot, and then the Dolphins go out going, well, how do we actually play this? Too short, slashed away for 4. Not convincing, but the width was there saying punish me, and whilst it didn't go in the direction intended, it still went comfortably away to the fence for 4. So where I'm going, Vaughan, is like if you get about 80 ahead and the Dolphins come out and bat and go, well, are we trying to set something like bowled at 250 for the Lions? Can we score quickly? There won't be that clarity of thought, and sometimes the side can just bat indifferently and get out for 250, and then the Lions are chasing 150 and on the final afternoon, and that'd probably be well within their compass. Just a thought, throwing it out there, different options that are available to the visitors. Squares him up. He's been a good player for a long time for the Lions, Delano Potgieter. Of incredible value. He often seems to make it, not necessarily in this situation, I suppose it is. I was going to say he makes his runs when they need them most. And when he came to the wicket today, they were still about 150 adrift, 6 down. If he gets out, suddenly the Dolphins could have had 100 lead, and now it's completely different. It's all the Lions. And it's thanks to these two. What a partnership. It's almost 170, 169 now. And they're looking in complete control. Too wide, over-pitched, hammered away uncompromisingly over extra cover to the longest boundary on the ground. That's a beautiful stroke.
So you're saying that, Brocky, you look at the lead already at 33.
Yeah.
If they keep going like this, I mean, 100, 150 pull out, bowl to the Dolphins. They'll be tired. They'll be, I don't think, mentally there.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's cheap wickets to be had in the last session of the day.
So, yeah. So they've just got to figure out what figure they're going to be happy with as a team, and then try and get to that as quickly as they can, and then just have enough time to bowl to the Dolphins and try and get all those wickets.
Nicely clipped. It should be a couple.
Timing is exquisite.
I think for me is, yes, conditions are very batting friendly, but it's the inconsistency. I was trying to find positivity after that opening over after lunch when the 2 leg side half volleys got hit for 4. He bowled steadily enough, but as he comes towards the end of his spell, I think this is the 5th over of his post-lunch spell, you can already see the errors. He's bowled a short ball that got cut for 4 by Potgieter, a full one wide outside off stump that got punched over, extra cover by Estes, and then a leg side ball that's been worked for 2. So he's gone for 11 in the over, and I think he can take his hat, and his captain might say, enough, Kush. 14 overs, 1 for 58. It's going to be days like this that you really earn your keep. You're not always going to walk up and bowl nice seam up on a green pitch and where bowling's very easy, you just got to land it somewhere and you get wickets. This is, I think, where fast bowlers are really found out and told, if you can get people out in these conditions, then you can bowl. Whether you've got it by extra pace, or whether you can get it to move through the air and take the pitch out of play, or whether you've just got the control that you can't. Sometimes you've got to give the batters credit that it's their day and you just got to stop the game. And I'm not sure what I've seen from Pele today, that he has that control and that mental capacity just to stop the game.
And it's a perfect example from the 2 Lions bowlers from the first 2 days, Curly Yusuf and Swanepoel. They pulled it back after not having the best of spells opening up, and they turned it around and put the Dolphins under massive pressure and actually claimed 2 or 3 wickets from all of that pressure that they built up. Just haven't seen any seamer at the moment with 3 of them, and not one of them have strung enough dots together to sort of put pressure on the Lions batters.
Here's Loose coming into the attack. I wasn't sure whether we'd see him, but he seemed to have an ankle. He's not walking back to his mark very freely. He does seem to be a little bit stilted in his gait, a little bit limping, and he tends to be the enforcer, this young man. Lots of talent, lots of ability. He took the new ball with Mapaka in the World Cup squad, he's under 19. He's the second fiddle to Mapaka, whose obviously career has just lurched into prominence. But this lad's certainly got ability, and he's done some good work for the Dolphins, but as an enforcer, because he's got the extra pace. But he hasn't got conditions that are conducive to that now, so this is going to be a huge challenge. He's got a solitary slip. He goes to Esterhuizen. It's a lovely view from the dressing room when you just see, even in defense, it's impregnable. There's just complete confidence and control. He's hungry, isn't he? He just wants to keep batting. Oh.
That sound of that bat as well is music to your ears.
Sounds like a good piece of willow. Used the crease a little bit there, went a bit wider, which I like to see. Bosch got one past the Esterhuizen bat in his spell, and he went right out wide on the crease just to try and change the angle. So if the pitch is giving you nothing, you've got to try and use all your skills. And changing angles, even as a seamer, is probably worthwhile.
Just watching Tristan run up here, like he's not running, he's not charging in. I think that ankle is really hampering his movement. Sort of ambling up.
Yeah, I'm with you. He doesn't look purposeful, like there's a lot of energy about it. And I sense it's a spell that's requiring control as opposed to perhaps firepower. And they might be also thinking of, well, Tuesday next week they start a game here against the Tuskers, and he might want to be involved in that game and not sitting out. I should imagine the Dolphins get Bartman back from that side that's in Namibia, that SA T20 side that's in Namibia. So it's how they marshal their troops. They'd get Jason Smith back as well. But they need to find a way. You've got to get 20 wickets, and that's the key to all the longer version of the game. Too much on the pads. He's been worked off the pads too easily in this over. But you're right, Vaughan. He's definitely not as fluent as his skipper would want him to be, Tristan Loose. The skipper's got a bowl again. He's done enough work, but he's probably got to have another trundle.
Don't think he'll mind at all. He loves bowling.
38 the lead now. This partnership is worth 178. Gee, if you look through that Lions batting lineup, 72 Josh Richards, Dom Hendricks 55, Fukude 0. Short cut, sweeper, straight on line, just one, went like a rocket. Van Buren 20, Siletswani 49, Sipamla the Night Watch 8. But even a Siletswani 49, he's probably happy that he's got a start and got some runs. But on a pitch like this, you know you miss out on an opportunity for 3 figures when you get out.
We all felt for him yesterday. Got to 49, did all the hard work. Actually looked so compact, so good. Lots of energy, quick singles. When he went out, almost you needed a crane to get him off the field. Probably two reasons why. He missed out on his maiden 50, first class 50. And also I think he realised that I've missed a big score here. And him and Conor Esterhuizen yesterday afternoon did a good job for the Lions. Very good partnership.
As is this, 179, 77 not out Potgieter, 130 not out Conor Esterhuizen. Taylor, to his credit, continues. Hammered.
Oh.
Absolutely laced to mid-off.
Good fielding from the old star Zondo.
He will have an important role to play in the Dolphins' second innings, the third innings of the match, because time in the middle is going to be required. They're going to have a minimum, you'd think, of 4 sessions to bat. And somebody's going to have to play a big innings, and he's one of the most experienced in that Dolphins upper order now. I suppose the Dolphins are also missing Marcus Ackerman, who rolled the ankle in the warm-up. So you look at their batting lineup, and the Lions, I think, might fancy themselves in being able to bowl out the Dolphins in the latter stages of the game, because yes, there's ability to toil off 200s. Parsons is a good player, Zondo is a good player, but there's a little bit of a vulnerability about the Dolphins batting lineup.
We have got a debutant coming in at 7.
Pillay, yeah.
Small Pillay.
And I was saying to Andy, I feel a little bit for Ramesh and Pillay as well, who played nicely last year in the lower middle order, got a couple of 50s there. But in the absence of a fully fledged opener, and I'm not sure where else they could go, the Dolphins, they pushed him up and he hasn't worked. 3 failures opening the innings. Oh, you can't see it at home, but the scoreboard's just gone completely blank. I don't know whether we've got a power failure. So no idea what the score is anymore, folks. Sorry about that. Driven for 4. What a stroke. A little bit of width. As soon as there's a bit of width, he trusts the bounce, releases the arms, and thrashes it away to the extra cover boundary.
Do you know Connie Esterhuizen is 134 not out?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We just said 77 Potgieter, 134 Oysters, and hence the 134. I think they're in a really comfortable position, Lions. Now, I know it's about bat, but we've had almost an hour's cricket since lunch now, and I think it's time to do the de Klerks. Just all-out attack to try and win this one, set it up. Did you watch the ladies' game? You see they finished that ladies' game yesterday?
Unbelievable.
What a game of cricket. I mean, India were dead at 110 for 6 and got to 250. And then at 80 for 5, I thought we were done. What a game. Easy pickings.
I went to that supper with a friend of mine, and he said, as the 5th wicket fell, that's it, we're all done, we're all finished.
Yeah, I was with him.
And I said to him, just hang on, just relax. There's still another batter or two to come. But did they play well?
I mean, unsung heroes, but Laura Wolfhard and Chloe Tryon played really well as well, just setting it up, taking the game to a position where we had still hope. They could have easily given it away and try and be too positive. But Nadine de Klerk was outstanding. Will she ever play as well as that again? That was a knock for the ages.
I mean, she scored 84 not out, 85 not out, batting at 8.
What's Richard Gosh, 94 at 8. It was the day for the 8s. Yes, Delano Potkita in the 80s, also batting at number 8. So it's a weekend for the 8s. End of another Dolphins over. Regrettably, can't tell you what the score is. Scoreboard's gone. Is there a graphic there? You got it. 4:30 to 4:33 for 6. Fortunately, I believe you at home can see the graphics still on the screen, but we don't have that luxury, sadly. I think what it has done, though, Vaughan, is show immense character in that ladies' side. When you get bowled out for 69 in your first game and you get hammered like they would by England, to come back and win your next two, New Zealand and India, it sets it up. They probably need another 2 wins, 3 definitely, and they through to the semis, which is a wonderful position for the ladies to be in, and well may they continue to prosper.
The nice thing, I said this to Andy earlier today, Brocky, is just the amount of bodies being thrown around on the field and the passion for those. I mean, watching the run chase last night, and you saw the passion from the change room. That does mean something for them as well.
Incredible. And they've got so close. That T20 final where they lost to New Zealand, the T20 final in Cape Town where they lost to Australia. They've got to the river but haven't quite crossed it, and they'd love to do it this time in India. Here's loose, goes to Esterhuizen. I'm trying to find a way, if I'm putting my captaincy hat on and going, is there a way to work a wicket here, or is it all just about discipline and patience and hopefully the batter gives it away? Because it's really looking like it's impossible to get past this Esterhuizen bat.
I think the easiest way to do it is through discipline and just perseverance. That's why they say test cricket is the ultimate test.
There is
a 4-day cricket.
Yeah, it's no substitute for the longer version of the game. Hit it so nice and late, just waited for it, knew where the gap was, rotation of strike, paramount when you've got a left-right-hand combination. He's done it so well.
He wrote the bounce quite nicely.
Yeah.
Very strange for a visitor to trust the bounce at Kingsmead. But he must have got some valuable information from his batting coach.
Yeah, who made enough runs here.
Churned out enough runs at Kingsmead.
Don't think he ever got a test 100 here though. He got a one-day 100 if I remember against Pakistan, but I don't think Ashram Amla ever got a test 100 here. In fact, his record at Kingsmead as a test cricketer wasn't that good. He liked to play at Centurion in his test career. My word, did he. I think his test batting average at Centurion is almost 100, Hashim Amla.
Yeah. He enjoyed playing at the Wanderers as well, with the bounce.
And he was such a wristy player, so that ability to use the pace and get right the bounce, he was a joy to watch. Gee, he was a good player. That top 6, or that era of that side, Smith and whoever it was, Mackenzie, Alvira, Peterson, Hashim in 3, AB 4, Jacques Callis at 4, AB at 5, Ashwell Prince or JP Dumini at 6, that was a batting lineup.
And then you still have Dutch.
Absolutely.
7. No mug with the bat?
100%. No rush now, the Dolphins. I think almost trying to slow the game down, as you'd expect them to do. Try and slow the Lions into an error. In the air, cries of catch. There was certainly a lot of thigh pad, but was there a little glove on it as well? We will never know.
Let's see umpire Babs running to have a look. Maybe a touch the glove or that's on the way through.
Yeah, I sense in the Dolphins there was a cry of catch it, but it certainly thudded into the thigh pad. But the reaction just suggested there might have been a little brush. Steady, if not penetrating, from Tristan Luce. Another over ticks by, another over of resistance and resolve from these two Lions stalwarts, Esterhuizen and Potgieter, approaching a 200 partnership. They're just looking at the dressing room. I wonder what they're getting a few messages out there. I just noticed as they were meeting in the middle, both sets of eyes turned to the dressing room. Maybe suggesting there's a time or a...
They're hoping that they just leave them alone for a bit.
Yeah.
Delano nearing...
He wants 100, yeah.
Nearing 100.
Why not? Give him 100.
Conor Esterhuizen nearing 150.
Keshav Maharaj into the attack. He too nearing 100. 3 for 98 in his 44. Bowled really well. And you felt he was due and pretty much has to bowl. Whether he will get a little bit of turn or the ball plus 50 overs old. What field's he got? He's got a slip, so he still fancies he can get one off straight. 45 backward point. No backward point necessary unless he's changing personnel. Yes, he is. Got no one for the sweep shot, saying sweep me if you can. Trying to look for that front pad maybe.
6 for your field.
Asking quite a lot unless he's expecting it to turn, trying to get him to play across the straight. Here he goes.
So you have to just be patient properly. Try and even bring Kai's on a little bit closer.
Were you a sweeper, Vaughan? I don't remember you being a sweeper, eh?
Okay, I think I played about 4 sweeps in my whole career.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Got out once, too.
So you put it away.
And I put it away immediately.
Because I'm just looking at this, you know, the players play each other for so long, but maybe they're going, Conor Esterhuizen's not a sweeper because they haven't got anybody for the paddle. They've got someone deep square, but very square, strangely very much on square, which is an unusual. You normally expect the batter to be, fielded boundary rider to be a lot more behind square for the sweep shot. No pace on it whatsoever, just floating it up is Keshav Maharaj. Trying to put a few revs on it, but getting it above the eye line. Good start though by the national player. One of his principal modes of dismissal is the ability to find that front pad with the one that just drifts on, and I think he might be looking for it. He's into the breeze, such as it is, and it's just holding it up nicely. Starts with a maiden. It's a good over from the skipper. He's done, so am I, Vaughan. I'll leave you with Wandiswa Zuma.
And welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium. Drinks is finished. DP World lines of 434 for 6 after 128 overs. Conley stays in 136 not out. Ronald Port gets a 77 not out. Welcome back, Zooms.
Thank you very much, Vaughan. Seems the line.
What do you think the message was at Drinks from the changing of the lines?
Yeah, go back. I think they will obviously given recognition to the good session that they had before lunch, and they would have probably used the word momentum quite a bit in the change room to just keep it going. Make sure that they don't lose any wickets here at the start of the second session, of which they have done. They've started well again. They started how they ended Porgita and Estesen, and they're really putting the Dolphins bowling up under pressure.
Plays a late cut down to the third man boundary. Lots of work for Simon Pillay. He moves to 79. You must feel that the Dolphins sort of got to throw a dice here somewhere through somebody and maybe try and get a breakthrough.
I do think it's one of those situations, one where you have to do something a little bit different. I think the conventional sort of top of the bell type of length that they're trying to hit is not really working as much, particularly with the execution not really being there as much as it should on good conditions. Good conditions do lessen the margin for error, so it becomes incredibly difficult for bowlers. But I do think something slightly different here needs to be done. I know earlier on they did try to attempt the bouncer plan, but they attempted it on Connor. Might be a possibility to attempt that type of plan towards someone like a Delano Portfita.
Sort of would be the right opportunity to do it now with the short boundary.
Yeah.
Let that play in his mind. Do you take it on? Don't you take it on? Because for me, I mean, that forward defense is as solid as...
Yeah, they probably hit the middle of the middle on good conditions. I think it's a good point for one. The short boundary might play with his ego. He might want to take it on, which would then give you an opportunity if he makes a mistake. I think the important thing for Dolphins right now is to just keep thinking, how do we take a wicket? How do we take a wicket?
Almost trying to be proactive instead of reactive.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at the leg side field, you've got a mid-on, normal mid-wicket, sort of just backward square leg, a fine leg, and the deep square, which is in front of square. Sucks that just shy of the wicket fielder for a single. Do you think you'd play on his ego because there's acres of space everywhere?
Yeah.
So you're almost telling him, have a go and see if you can get it into those gaps. So I think it's not a bad option. They haven't really tried anything untoward Delano Porgita. So they haven't really tested him in any way.
Yeah.
Obviously tried it with Connie Estesen, who was in already.
Yeah.
And we saw what happened there.
Yeah.
I mean, he hit everybody to all parts of the ground.
Yeah.
It's just maybe something just to be proactive and maybe even a slow ball.
Yeah.
Bit of variation. Chance to catch it. Just wide of the bowler. One bounce to the middle fielder. I think that's the first sort of bad shot that Connie has in his plate.
Yeah, a little bit of misjudgment there from Connor.
I just think he saw it too early and he's really played his shot
a little bit too
twice
early
in his head.
We did see that to Delano a couple of overs ago, where there was a little bit of an opportunity to sort of that leg gully region. There was a bit of energy and pace on the ball. He would, not that he's bad at it, but he wouldn't prefer to play in that sort of area. So I think you need to be testing.
I also don't think they'll be expecting the short.
Yeah.
It's well directed.
Yeah.
So you might get a glove or one of those sudden movements where you're putting him under pressure.
Yeah.
And then he does something that gives you an opportunity.
100%.
So that's the end of the 129th over. The board lines are 437 for 6. Pockets on 80 not out. Connie stays in 136 not out. The lead off 48. It leads creeping up ever so slowly. Well, I shouldn't say slowly, it's creeping at a rate.
Lions certainly in a very strong position with guys who can come in and still be very handy with their bat and best on the ball. Cody Yusuf. I think in their position now they'd really be disappointed if they don't get at least a 200 lead or at least 150 lead, but ideally maybe get to that 200, as close to that 200 as possible, and give themselves enough time here to be able to take 10 wickets and try and roll with those.
As you see, there's 44 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
With the spin being bowled, so obviously you're going to bowl a little bit more than that, I think. Maybe another 4 or 5 overs. Scheduled close of play is 4:30 if they finish the overs.
Yeah.
Just feel at the moment where both of them are sort of getting towards milestones.
Yeah.
Delano getting to 100, Connie isn't getting to 150. I do think once that happens, the floodgates might open up and we might actually see them accelerate to get to that 150, 200 as quickly as they can.
Yeah.
And maybe just come back after tea and just irritate the Dolphins fielders a little bit more.
Yeah.
Just be out in the field for an extra 10, 15, 20 minutes and then try and bowl to them for that last hour and a bit, where they can take their time with the new ball and the seamers can come in and literally from ball one, full of energy, full of, I mean, they've had a good rest of nearly 130 overs already, so they should be well rested. But they can probably come and give it their all.
Yeah. Yeah, great observation. When I think if they go at the rate that they're going at now, let's assume for 44 overs till the end of the day's play, that gives them plus minus 130 runs, meaning that they'd be on 180 runs by the end of the day's play. But as you mentioned, that as soon as they get over their milestones, the run rate is probably going to go a little bit up. Which means ideally then they can get a lead of about 180 with maybe 12 overs to go in the day, 2 overs change over and give themselves 10 overs?
I totally agree with you. I probably think they'll try to give themselves a little bit more than 10.
Yeah.
Maybe about 12 or 14.
Yeah.
But I do feel once Tristan Leeses finishes, well, yeah, who's coming on from this end? Do you persist with spin? Or do you throw Ethan Bosch, who's already bowled 19 overs? Or do you throw it to one of the part-time bowlers? So I think that's also going to be key, where the milestones will get done very quickly, and then I think they would want to have fun.
I think it's one of those when we have to call into your more senior bowlers. I think right now the Dolphins would know that they're in desperate need of a wicket, and you'd be asking your senior bowlers to really dig deep into their tanks and try to make something happen here. I think if you give it to part-timers now too early, especially now that Delano's reaching a milestone, Estaizin's about to reach 150 as well, that's when batters tend to be a little bit tentative. So you want your senior bowlers to be utilizing that opportunity and hopefully be able to strike if they lose concentration.
Or do you got double spin where you got Keshav on one side, Bryce Pass on the other side? Give your seamers 5 or 6 over rest, and then bring them back on to try and strike. It's almost, that's what we were talking about earlier, about being proactive.
Yeah.
Maybe doing something like that might help. You also don't want your senior bowlers to dig deep in the tank and eventually do a dirty of getting injured or something like that. So just got to be careful. I mean, they've also got some more pillow that can bowl left arm spin. Connie stays and just leans on that, goes on to point for single.
A little bit earlier, we touched on something very important. We yet to see something like a slower ball or maybe a bit of a Yorker, something that's going to surprise the batter in such conditions, I think would be a good option right now to go to.
I did see Ethan Bosch bowl one to Connie yesterday.
Yeah.
Just off cutter. It's just one.
Yeah.
We won maybe 4, 5 or 6. Oh, edge that. Down to fine leg. Coming back for the second. Umpire Babs. Call it bars. Missing everything. Feel for the keeper. Full-fledged dive down the leg side. It's saying that the slow, that variations needs to be done maybe 2-3 times and over at the moment.
Yeah.
Everything else is not happening for the Dolphins as we speak. So we need to try something different. They might play a few shots too early. Might misread something. Might pop it up straight to a fielder.
Or it might not even work, but at least you need to be trying. You need to be trying something different. And hope.
At least also you'd be putting that in the back of their minds.
Yes.
Just to be wary of what we've got in our arsenal. So at the moment it's almost becoming monotonous of just one thing repeated over and over again. So end of Tristan Lewis 17th over, 1 for 79. Lines have moved on to 440 for 6 after 131 overs. These days at 137 and out. I think they're still 18 and out. As both physios have run onto the field, doing some running repairs to everybody.
It's turned into the Kingsmead Hospital.
Almost looks like that. We've got guys in bandages and strapping and fingers being sorted out, batters being sorted out, something not right there.
Look, it's always easier, of course, to sit in the stands and be able to give a bit of criticism, but I think if at the end of the day's play, when the Dolphins bowlers are back into the change room, and they're honest with themselves, they'll probably want to be a little bit more consistent in the areas that they were hitting, especially on good batting conditions. Incredibly difficult on good conditions because your margin for error is really small, but it becomes even more crucial to be able to hit a good length and a good line for long periods of time on good conditions, just to transfer that pressure back into the batting team.
You're seeing with the Dolphins bowlers, they've just gone both sides of the wickets. Lengthwise, you're not really that worried about because obviously playing a 40 game, so you're not going to get attacked as you would in a 50 over game or T20 game. Just that consistency of hitting your line and then ball in and ball out, and just making sure that you're trying to get as many maidens as possible.
Yeah.
Trying to put the pressure back on the batters, and I don't think they've done that. If they have to sit in the change room and reflect, I think they can just say to themselves, like you say, we just need to be more consistent in our approach, especially in four-day cricket discipline. And at the moment, it's missing. I still think that even depending how long the lines are going to bat, they still need a bowling partnerships. It's still not happening at the moment. So you just need somebody to bowl with Kesh. Just to, not even ask questions, or just make sure that they're hitting their line and they're trying to get as many maidens as possible.
That's boring.
Sims, nice to see some people coming to watch some 4-day cricket. Some support.
Really good. It's always nice when the people come to watch some Division 1 cricket. Sacrificing a part of their day. They could be at the beach in this lovely weather, enjoying the cold of the ocean, but they're here to watch a bit of cricket.
As we see Keshav coming in from the old Fort Road end. He's making minor adjustments to his field. How has that missed the leg stump? Just got on with the arm.
Yeah.
Connor Esthuizen trying to slog sweep that to the vacant mid-wicket boundary. Having a chat with his partner now, just to make sure that he stays nice and calm.
Yeah. There comes that bait again. Vaughan trying to access the short boundary.
As you see, mid-on is up.
Yeah.
The wicket is nice and close. Only one on the boundary is deep square leg. Risky single there, but they get 3 for 1.
In order to bat for long periods of time, Vaughan, how important is the chemistry between the two batters there in the middle?
I honestly think it plays a massive part in it. If you don't enjoy batting with somebody, it becomes quite difficult. Well, maybe probably not say we wouldn't enjoy it, but just you'll find it very difficult to sort of be on the same page. So you've just got to make sure that that chemistry is there, where you know where each single is, where your partner's trying to score, what they're trying to look for in boundary options. So if they do stray from it, like Delano has come down to Connor and he's probably told them, just relax, it's not in your area. You know you're stronger playing up the ground or... So it's just those small little nuances where you just make sure that your partner, you're looking after your partner, and you've got his best interests at heart. So it's a lot easier for him to relax and just bat, and that's how those big partnerships grow and grow and grow. You slowly go from one milestone to the next. Go from 50 runs to 100. Personal milestones of 50 to 100, and you keep building like that, and that's sometimes where you see some of those big 200-300 run partnerships where the guys are enjoying batting together. They understand each other so well, and they feed off each other, and I think that's what these two have been doing so well. I mean, their partnership is now at 192. It's the lead of 52, so that lead is moving up ever so much. So you see Tristan Lewis still coming in from the Mgani end. You see the two older experienced players taking their time to get to their mark. Just slowing the game down for everybody. Very clever. Kai Zondo taking his time with that shining of the cricket ball. In saying that, Connor Esthuizen has just probably hit one of the best on drives of the day. Great balance. Nearly hit the off stump on the non-striker's end. Great timing that.
That's a beautiful cricket shot. Beautiful cricket shot straight down the ground. These conditions remind me of a game, Vaughan. I don't know if you'll remember this game. I've actually mentioned this game quite a few times in the interviews that I've done. I was still playing for the Knights, you were playing for the Dolphins, of course, and we were playing up in Kimberley on one of the flattest tracks one can ever think of. Slow.
I do remember.
Flat, ball bouncing twice before it gets to the keeper. When someone like a Marchand Delanga's bowling, you know it's going to be a tough day.
I do remember.
So it did present similar. I think you scored. It could have been a double 100 that game, and Sen scored 180.
Yeah, that's correct. We had a partnership of about 342.
I was on the opposite side. So it becomes really, really tough. And the reason why I'm making an example of that, I myself was quite young at the time. But to find myself in such conditions bowling to quality players.
He's throwing a beamer. Umpire Smith has said it's below the waist.
Yeah.
It's one of getting under the skin of the batter.
Yeah. It's probably testament to what I was about to say. It becomes so difficult as someone who's still learning their craft to really be effective in such conditions. So I feel for Elias, and I truly understand the place that he finds himself in. But these are the types of scenarios and situations where you use in order to grow and become a better cricketer.
100%. Oh, there we go. Slow ball. Well played by Connie Esthuizen. Soft hands. Beating the gully fielder all the way down to the boundary for 4. As he moves on to 146. That partnership has now reached the 200 mark. Connie Esthuizen getting 111 of them and Potgieter 80 of 314 balls. They've actually put their team in a very, very, very good position.
They really, really have put their team in a very strong position. There's only one team to win from here, I think, if there is to be a result. And that would be the DP World Lions, and that would be largely because of this magnificent partnership between these two.
Oh, and Tristan Lewis has given Connie Esthuizen a bit of room. He's obliged to hit it through the covers for 4, and he's moved on to 150 of 258 balls. He spent 290 minutes at the crease, 22 4s and 2 6s. Keep going, son.
He's been absolutely superb. He's been commanding, he's been batting at his own pace.
And that's also the DP World Lions 450 off 132.5 overs. Oh my word. It's wide given by umpire Babs. He's just lost his action there completely. Are those those demons you're talking about?
Those are the moments I'm talking about, where you just even forget your name. It's incredibly tough. He's carrying a bit of an injury as well. He's really trying hard here for his team. But that's what you learn. You learn in the fire.
You learn about your character, your skill set.
Yeah.
Well, ball could finish to the over. Just going back to that game, Zooms.
Yeah.
2 things also that stuck out for me. I mean, obviously, leave the personal stuff out of it. One was some questionable driving from a young Keshav Maharaj, who nearly killed us, going to the game on the first day. And then the second one was you guys getting 500 and I think it was 560 with Tennis de Bruin getting 180. And learning how to field in that hot sun in Kimberley. I mean, I remember taking a catch at second slip to get rid of him with my helmet on for I think it was about 15 overs.
Yeah.
I think I was about 5 meters away from the stumps. But Joe, so you learn a lot, and your character gets tested. I mean, even if you're a fielder, it's just something you have to go through as a cricketer and then just grow. So we see Keshav carrying on from the old Fort Road end. Toiling away.
A lot of things must have happened that game. I also remember that there could have been a game that could have ended David Miller's career, if I'm being honest. As you say, you were in close about 5 meters. He was the same, but he didn't have a helmet on.
But I remember that.
So I don't know whether it was you or Sen who went for the cut shot and hit him straight into the chest before he could close his hands.
It would have been Sen. I remember that very well.
If that ball was slightly high and hit him in the face.
I remember that very clearly.
I think that's David Dunn.
I think that's when David came to me after the day's play and said he's done playing for red ball cricket. He'll stick with the 50 overs and the T20s. Never seen David Miller so adamant after a day's play, saying to him, everybody, I'm done, I'm finished. And he was in the opposition, so the next season he came back to the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And we tried to get him to play a 4-day game, and he
wasn't having it.
He said, "Can you guys remember what happened to me last year? It's not happening again." And that was it. Was buried, finished. Always a fun moment to think about.
I do not hesitate to share stories about that day. It was a tough day in the field for both teams.
100% for both teams. It's the end of the 134th over. I'm going to be leaving you now, and the capable hands of Andy Capistano will be joining you.
Thank you, Vaughan. It's nice to hear the old stories, and it's funny how they come out when there's nothing happening on the field. I still haven't written anything in my book for the last 2 hours other than the details of the growing partnership.
Yeah. It's been really, really difficult for the Dolphins players out there as we see Oguhlekele come back into the attack. But you just have to keep believing, keep believing, keep believing. There's no other way.
Yeah. Captain's shuffled his bowlers as well as he could, but there's just nothing happening out there.
Yeah.
The thing that perhaps will be exercising the mind of the Lions more than the Dolphins now is how long do we bat?
Yeah, yeah.
454 for 6. The lead is 65. They must look at this pitch and think, even if the Dolphins don't bat terribly well, they're probably going to be able to bat for 2 sessions.
Yeah.
So that they don't want to use up too much time if they're going to win the game.
Yeah. I think, Andy, you need to be giving yourself at least 3 sessions at least to be bowling out the opposition. And if you have a decent enough lead, let's say 150 to 200, and you bowl them out for 300 at least, or you're only chasing 50 runs to win the game, because you have to consider the amount of time that's left in the game as well. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions are probably going to look to up the ante here a little bit and have a crack at the Dolphins for maybe 10, 12 overs at the end of the day.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, that they'd want sort of 2 bites of the cherry with the new ball.
Yeah.
I'm slightly surprised that the 2 established players haven't gone after it a little bit more. I can understand why. I mean, we're talking about the fact that there's no chance of taking a wicket here, whereas if you get 1, you might get 2, you get 2, you get 3, and suddenly they haven't got the lead that they want. But having said that, these 2 are so well set now. And as I say that, a very rare error from Connor Esterhuizen. Inside edge past the stumps for a single. Nothing happening for the Dolphins.
Oguhlekele has come back to bowl his 16th over. Body must be sore. Finger or hand strapped, bit of an injury. His toe is probably throbbing. His hamstrings are tight. And the captain has looked his direction to say, "You're the man for us."
And there must be something on Showmax.
"You are the man for us." He would have said, "Yes, Skip," confidently, but on the inside he would have looked up and said, "Why me?"
Well, the skipper himself has bowled 48 overs. So I know the national selectors wanted him to play this game to prove his fitness. Well, I think he's done that.
Yeah. He's bowled an whole innings of a 50-over game on his own. Safe to say, he's overcame his injury.
He'll be twirling away for the Proteas in the second test match in Pakistan. Not available for the first.
Been really impressed with Ogutli's energy here. Leighton, sort of midday, but it would have been his fourth or fifth spell now. He's coming with good energy, despite the circumstances of the game. It's good character being shown by him. I do believe he's grown in leaps and bounds. It's wonderful to witness his career going from strength to strength. He's someone who was flooded by injuries at the beginning of his career. He really struggled to stay on the park for a long period of time. So to see him grow and represent South Africa A and perform and take the new ball for the Dolphins is really wonderful to witness.
End of the over. That is Kelle's 16th. He's got one for 64. 455 for 6. The lead is 66. Dolphins winning the toss, choosing about 389 all out. And at the time, we were chatting about, is that a good score? Is that an average score? I had the distinct feeling that it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah.
But let's say they made 450, the Lions would still be in the pound seats here.
Yeah.
One of those little defensive prods that's guaranteed to bring a fielder just a little bit closer. The good players, Luandli, they do that, and as they come closer now, there's space that you can hit them through. Oh, that's a big looping full toss, swept away for 4. Good shot.
What would be a good enough lead for you, Andy, before you think of any declarations as the Lions captain?
Well, 70 at the moment, and we are, 25 minutes before tea.
Yeah.
And then the overs left in the day, 38. So let's say you want to bowl 10 to 12.
Yeah.
In 20, let's call it 25 overs at 4 and over is 100.
Yeah.
That takes you up to 171. I would say that they'd want 200.
Yeah.
But if they're going to get 200 ahead and still declare in time for 10 overs tonight, they've got to get a little bit of a move on.
Yeah.
And I see no reason why they couldn't do that. I mean, they've got one guy past 150, the other one on 80, now 81, and they've still got Bayer Swanepoel and Cody Yusuf to come.
Yeah.
And it's not often that you get a team in this position where they're on their knees, and you have to put your foot on the jugular and just make them know that whatever happens from here, they can't win. And psychologically, that creates doubt in any team.
Yeah.
But this partnership really has changed the whole face of the game. When they came together, the night watchman had just been dismissed by the second new ball, and there was every reason to think at 6 down that the Dolphins might end up with a first innings lead.
Yeah. I think Delano has really come in here and really supported Esterhuizen really, really well. He himself now is approaching 100. And this partnership would have really demoralized the Dolphins because, as you say, Andy, when they got Lutu Sepamla out early this morning, they would have thought we have a chance here if we go bang bang. But the Lions batters obviously thought otherwise, and now they're in a commanding position because of a wonderful, magnificent partnership between Delano and Connor. Is this your first time watching Ogusle?
No,
what's your first memory of Ogusle?
Done him a few times in one-day cricket, and always been relatively impressed.
Yeah.
He bustles to the crease, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And seems to have a good attitude.
Yeah.
I think, in common with most of the players involved in this game, he'll be disappointed that he hasn't managed to swing the ball. Just the odd ball has moved off the seam. The odd ball has bounced a little bit. And on the first day, we saw just a little bit of reverse swing from the Lions bowlers. But after 50 overs with the ball, so we're at that mark now. They took the new ball at 80, and we are in 56 overs. Have been bowled. No sign of reverse swing that I've seen.
There's been absolutely nothing to help the bowlers here today.
Yeah, Brett Proctor tells me that wind off the sea is the one that kills the swing.
Yeah.
Nicely fielded by Ethan Bosch. He spent most of the day in the slips. So we don't have a slip anymore. The Dolphins have realised that it's about containment from here.
Yeah. Really good cricketer, Ethan Bosch. The man that comes from Hilton College. That's where he spent his schooling years. Got part of the setup quite quickly after school.
I first met him at Pietermaritzburg Airport when he was in his matric year, and he had been selected for SA Under-19s. And I chatted to him over a coffee, and because I knew his father, commentated on his father, and I was chatting away to him, and I said, "So, tell me about the Under-19s." He said, "Who must I look out for?" And he said, "Sir, Vian Mulder is the new Jacques Kallis."
Wow.
Well, he's not quite, but he's now got the highest individual score for South Africa. That's in the gap. Should get 2 there. And the point he was making was that he was a genuine all-rounder. And the thing that's changed Vian Mulder's career, in my opinion, is that somebody's whispered in his ear, you can't just run up and bowl. You've got to put energy on the ball. And he went from being a trundler to being a genuine seamer. And suddenly he's taking wickets. That gives him the confidence that he needs to score runs.
Yeah.
And now he's a proper player.
Yeah.
And there was a time, probably 4 years, where I constantly thought to myself, Vian Mulder, you're not going to make it.
Yeah.
You're not saying that now.
Yeah. 463 for 6 after 137 overs. Yeah, Vessi is a quality player. I was blessed to be in the same national academy as him and witness him do his thing. And he's one that also settled in quite quickly into franchise cricket as a youngster. I think then was more with the bat than with the ball. Scored hundreds really quickly in his career. I think that's when everyone knew that we've got a good player here. And it's really nice to see that he's bowling with a little bit more energy. Bowling with really good control as well than Test cricket, swinging the ball away.
Oh, we've got a young slow left armour coming into the attack now, Samuel Pillay. A baptism of fire for a young man just out of school.
Yeah.
He's got a slip in place. He's got a catcher at silly mid off.
The young man is probably thinking he chose the wrong career. After what has been a tough start, long hours on the field. But he'll get to learn from such experiences.
It's interesting, he's staying round the wicket to the left-hander. It's one of the things that first-class cricket newbies always talk about, is it's the first time I've had to spend a day in the field.
Yeah.
Just maintaining your concentration over a period of time when the weather is like it is today is a huge issue.
Being a part of school cricket, it's something that I try to advocate for quite a bit, and I hope it gets done a little bit more. The longer format of the game. Obviously in school you can't play 3 days or 4 days in a row.
Oh, in the air, one bounce.
But you can certainly be creative with it and try to get 2-day games in, just to make the boys more accustomed to the longer format of the game. And that's the best way to learn your skill, really. So then if you do decide to play the game after school, such days aren't too much of a shock, because you would have had 1 or 2 during the school days and you've learnt your craft a little bit more.
They still play league cricket over 2 days in South Africa?
I know there's 1 or 2, I think there's one tournament that I know of, I'm not saying that's the only one that's available, where they do play 2-day cricket alone, which I think is absolutely wonderful. It's played up in Joburg. I was having a conversation with Morne van Wyk, who is the head of cricket at St. Charles.
Yep, I know Morne.
Yeah, he was letting me know about how fantastic that format and that tournament actually is, because I also think he's someone who understands how much good such a format would do for schoolboy cricketers. I think more of that needs to be implemented in the schoolboy structures.
You've got to try and sell it to the parents, though.
Yeah. Look, I don't think it'll be too difficult. All they need is a cooler box and a good green bank. And they sort it for a week even, depending on weather. Of course, there have to be regulations to take care of workloads and still young bodies, growing bodies for the bowlers. But I think if executed correctly, it will be a wonderful, wonderful thing for South African cricket to be done more.
Esterhuizen moves up to 159 and the lead to 78. A few of these chaps might be going to India on the A-team tour, so this will be good practice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kaya Zondo shining the ball. I wonder how much longer his hamstrings can take him through. He just keeps putting in the performances for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
Veteran of the game. Spent all his cricket here in Durban. He's really serviced this franchise.
Good shot for one. As a player, Kaya reminds me of Ahmed Amla, who's now the head coach at the Tuskers, up the N3 from here. He's obviously shorter than Ahmed was, and Ahmed did have those big hits when he needed them. But both of them knew how to use the pace of the ball.
Yeah.
And they grew into their game as they got older. Experience is so important. And I remember when T20 cricket started, Ahmed came on and bowled, I don't know what he would call it. It certainly wasn't off spin. That's well fielded. That's save 4. And they'll just get the single. But it was like hand grenades. So you sort of take the pin out and lob. and one of the first people to recognise the fact that if there's no energy on the ball whatsoever, as a batter, it's quite hard to make something of it.
Yeah.
And he used to come on and bowl in 20-over cricket, and you used to think, surely this is going to get milled into the sea, and it never was. It's not a bad shout. Umpire Gina turns his back straight away, not interested. Must have been missing leg. It's probably worth an appeal anytime you beat the bat in these circumstances.
Yeah.
End of the over, 470 for 6. 139 overs have been bowled. I've got a couple more before tea. Seems an awfully long time since the last wicket fell.
Yeah.
Partnership is now 221. So they're not far short of doubling the score.
They've really done an incredible job for their team.
Samuel Pillay is going to continue.
I must say, it's been a while since I've walked into the gates of Kingsmead, and the stadium is looking beautiful. There's just been so much progression since the last time I've been here. Everything seems to be in top notch.
Well, the new scoreboard makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It does. It does. It's a beautiful scoreboard. Really, really nice to see such a prestigious stadium being kept so well and being improved. So a huge amount of credit must go to the CEO, Mr. Heinrich Stradum, and everybody else that is working with to ensure that this place remains special and relevant to the public.
Well, it's one of 4 grounds in South Africa that have been earmarked by the ICC as the key ones for the 2027 50-over World Cup here. And so money has been found to upgrade Newlands Oh my word! That one actually turned and bounced. That wasn't the one that you want to be reverse sweeping. So yeah, Newlands.
How do you improve Newland? It's already looking marvelous. What is there to improve?
There's always something that you can do. Newlands, of course, is the greatest cricket ground in the world because there's a beer factory next door to it.
I thought you were going to mention mountain.
No, never mind
Table
the mountain.
The backdrop of Table Mountain.
Never mind the mountain. That's a good shot. 474 for 6 now. A little bit of a loop. The old timers, the Rhino, will tell you Newlands isn't what it was because the oaks aren't there anymore, and you can't go and have your picnic on the grass. But it's bringing itself into the 21st century.
Yeah.
As are other grounds around the world. I mean, just looking at this new scoreboard here at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, you go back a generation and people were still putting numbers on manually.
Yeah.
And that old scoreboard is still away to our right.
Yeah.
Next to the west stand.
Yeah.
But now here we've got the live feed that we are currently commentating on one side of the scoreboard, and a full breakdown of what's going on the field on the other side. And over the course of the next 6 weeks, the new LED floodlights will be erected.
Wow.
They're busy putting the bases in as we speak.
Wow.
And that's lots of money.
I can imagine. You'll be shocked to know that I'm only realizing now that the floodlights are not here. No, really good work. Really, really good work. Lovely to see.
Yeah, the big thing about the new floodlights is that they don't take anything like the amount of energy as the old ones, and they don't have to warm up. So the old floodlights, you have to turn them on, and gradually you see the lights come on. Well, the new ones, turn them on, they're on.
Do we have any other stadiums with the LED floodlights?
Well, I think that will be happening ahead of the 2027 World Cup.
Wonderful.
And LED is an amazing invention that has transformed so much sport. I do quite a lot of hockey, and there are LED lights going up in the schools all around KZN. Durban Girls College have got some new ones. St Anne's have got new ones, and I know they've got them at Maritzburg College now. And it means that you can play hockey for Friday night lights.
Yeah.
And that gives a new audience to the hockey girls and boys who previously they're playing while the rugby's going on, and the big crowd goes to watch the rugby.
Correct.
So now you can say to the parents, right, come on a Friday night. We'll have a braai. Come and support your kids.
In fact, that's exactly what happens at Michael House. The first team hockey now plays on a Friday night, where all the boys can come to sacrifice a session of prep.
I've commentated there with 3,000 people around the ground.
Beautiful.
It's a wonderful atmosphere.
Beautiful.
Wonderful.
And really wonderful experience for the kids as well. To be able to play in front of such crowds and feel the atmosphere, I think it's really, really wonderful. So great addition, invention to schools.
Things are slowing down. They're trying to make this the last over before tea.
It's a good bouncer from Obuhle Plele. well handled by Steza.
Yeah, had all the time in the world to play it, didn't he? He moves to 162. Umpire makes the signal that was the one bouncer for the over. Pochita has moved himself into the 90s. Oh, beaten the outside edge, but it has rolled through to the keeper. But that is going to be tee. So 477 for 6 at the break. Just one wicket has fallen today, that of the night watchman, Luto Sapamla, for 8. Other than that, the Dolphins bowlers have toiled and the Lions batters have enjoyed themselves. 162 not out for Connor Esterhazen, 90 not out for Delano Pochita. The players are going to go and have a little bit of tea, and so are we.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest throw.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izano bukela amanina ihlala iqakamba. And remember, entries free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One-Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Ozanawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic.
Yeah.
Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volkvar.
Oh, just like that. This is thrilling. It's a jumble.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys can start the campaign off really well. How do we carry the momentum? It's a very difficult question to answer, considering we've got quite a lot of movement this year. So I think the best thing is there is some continuity in terms of a lot of our, a majority of our players are still sort of the same faces that we've seen. So getting the likes of Mitchell, Connor, Josh, those are sort of the leadership guys to sort of carry the momentum that we had from last season, and try and get us off to a good start come this Thursday.
Welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. It's the final session of day 3 of this 4-day contest between the Hollywoodbets Dolphins and the DP World Lions. And the Lions have a lead of 88. They've got 4 wickets in hand, and they've had 4 wickets in hand for a long, long time. Only 1 wicket has fallen on this final day. It was the night watchman Luto Sapamla, who was bowled by Kush Kele for 8. Since then, a partnership that is now worth 228 has almost doubled the score for the Lions, and Connor Esterhazen, who will be taking the first ball after tea, is 162 not out, and Delano Pochita is 90 not out. It'll be Semel Pillay to begin proceedings after the tea break, and bowls nicely up and full. Brett Proctor's alongside me, been discussing scenarios. Brett?
Yeah, it's all going to be dictated by how the Lions want to go about their quest for victory. And schools of thought, I won't say on many, I think most of the consensus pretty much the Lions need to try and bat once, as that's pulled through mid-wicket. It's too short and hammered away for 4. Lead 92. So yeah, I mean, if they can, I think they'll still want to have a dart at the Dolphins tonight, but there's one school is that you pull out pretty early and then have 25 overs at the Dolphins tonight and then try and knock them over cheaply and chase down about 150. But the general consensus is try and get a lead up around about 200 and then bowl the Dolphins a few overs, or maybe half a dozen to 10 overs tonight at the Dolphins. And whereby maybe if there's bad light tomorrow, you can at least be in the field and then bowl your spinners, and not as if the other way around, the Dolphins would bring the quicks on, the umpires would have to take them off. So it's all about controlling the time that's available to you. I think whatever, Andy, I was a little surprised, as well as they've played, that they never really changed gear. They stayed in 3rd gear throughout that middle session. I thought they might accelerate, but they just took the runs as available. I think they'll change gear a little bit during the course of this session. Potgieter approaching 100 might get to the milestone and then accelerate.
So if they're going to have 10 overs at the Dolphins tonight, there are 32 overs left in the game. I think do we lose a couple between innings?
2.
Right. So I think that the plan would be to bat for 20 overs and get quicker and quicker.
Maybe try and get 140 and that's 7 and over, did you say?
Yeah. It will all depend, of course, on wickets. If they start to lash and wickets fall, then maybe they'll take a different viewpoint. I see that Bryce Parsons is coming on from the Umgani end.
I think we keep, I won't say forgetting, but they are 6 down, so there is a risk in the positivity that you can lose some cheap wickets and they could get bowled out. But the whole mood of the afternoon is lending itself towards Lions' dominance. So even if the Dolphins pick up a wicket, they've still got Bayer Swanepoel, who can hit the ball a mighty long way. Cody Yusuf's no mug for the bat. Haven't seen Potsani bat, but he's at 11 for a reason.
He's the youngest man in the side. That's the reason.
So he feels a short leg as well. Yes, Parsons.
Got a slip. We've got a short extra. Parsons is into his 22nd over now. Kesh Maharaj has bowled 49 overs and taken 3 for 105. Too short.
If they say middle practice is the best form of getting yourself into some sort of nick, Shukri Conrad will be very happy that Kesh has had a workout at domestic level before going over to Pakistan to join the squad. He won't make it in time for the first test, which is 2 days hence. But
be quite funny if Kesh were to fly in for that second test and run through the Pakistanis and say, "Oh, I'm so pleased to be able to bowl on a pitch that's got a little bit in it."
Well, it'll certainly have more than this one from a spinning perspective, you'd imagine.
Straight down the ground, he's going to get away with it. That's one of very few false shots, really.
Yeah, he does hit it nice and straight and hit it clean for the most part, but the key there was his placement. He didn't try and overhit it, and he hit it very straight. I think from a home side perspective, I'm not going to be specific about Kingsmead, but just in general, if you want to win the 4-day competition, and there's only 7 games, 1 round, and you're either playing at 4 at home and 3 away, or 3 at home and 4 away. You've got to win your home games, you feel, to be able to dictate whether you can make the final for this competition. And what the Dolphins, or teams of similar, it's a nice little dab sweep. It's beautifully played. There's no one there. If they run hard enough and it doesn't go all the way, they could run 4, but I think they're going to be happy to trot through for 3. You've got to work out what your strength is and how you're going to win your game, whether you leave it as a green wicket, so give your seamers a chance, or whether you give it a bit of dryness and turn so that your spinners can win you the game. But if you're going to play on roads, you're not likely to contest for a title unless you win all your away games.
I'll tell you a story about Trent Bridge when Clive Rice
and Richard Hadley
was playing there with Richard Hadley. Yeah. Ron Alsop was the groundsman, and Ron was a magician. And it would be green at one end, and it would turn at the other end for Eddie Hemmings. And Nottinghamshire won the title, I think, 3 out of 4 seasons. And probably they would have won the title anyway, because if you got Rice and Hadley with the new ball, you're going to win more than you lose.
Didn't they win something like 8 out of 9 home games every season as well?
Yeah, they knew how to play at Trent Bridge. Of course, we've got a new head groundsman here. I think Wilson has retired, and Wonder Boy is in charge.
Wonder Boy Kanyile, he's been here for many a year. Went up to Maritzburg for a while, was head groundsman there. Most of the time the wickets he produced were like this, were very flat. And then he went into the teaching profession for a while. And then when Wilson Wilson and Pangorsi was here at Kingsmead for about 40 years. As a teenager, he started under Jay Naidu, and then Phil Russell, and then Evan Flint, and then Wilson got the job full-time. And I think, I thought, I know this is cruel, but I thought he'd leave here in a box, because it was his life.
That's a good shot.
He swept for 4, very good. And it's quite nice. I know we probably haven't got the camera power to pick it up, but where the groundsman's shed now has been given a name.
Wilson's Way, yeah.
After the great Wilson.
That's lovely.
But he Wonder Boy has come and taken up the cudgels. But I think this is you've got to be very skilled as a curator, Andy, to be able to create pictures by rote. I think sometimes it's not an easy task to get life into a wicket, and I think Wonder Boy knows how to produce a good batting wicket. What I want to see is if he can produce a wicket that can get a result.
Well, certainly the Dolphins will be hoping that the strip on the opposite side of the square that's being used for the Tuskers game next week will have a little bit more in it. Quicker ball from Pillay. And the Tuskers, newly promoted into the First Division, got themselves into a position in their first 4-day game away at the Warriors, where they should easily have saved the game, and instead they collapsed on the last day. And the Dolphins and all the other sides will have taken note of that, perhaps fragility, and maybe the Dolphins are thinking to themselves that pitch that might have a bit more in it might be the one.
Yeah, except the Tuskers haven't got an inexperienced attack. They've got Hardus Fullion and Darren de Pavilon with a new ball.
Who, I must say, I saw a little bit of the 4-day game last week, and on debut, both bowled beautifully,
and you
particularly de Pavilon.
Yeah, and you could argue that they're more of a threat from a pace perspective than the today's Dolphins pace attack of Bosch and Taylor. They've certainly got more pace.
Fair point.
But what I would like to see, Andy, the pitch that they're preparing, which is away to the right of the square as we look at it, has got a lot more grass. And I just said, be the brave groundsman that just rolls that grass in and leaves something there so that the bowlers have got something. It's a curator's fear, though, that a 4-day game ends in 2.5 days, and then they get it a bit wrong.
What did it look like when Vince van der Bijl was playing his trade here?
The rest of the square now, absolutely.
Green.
The thing is, what you got to remember about that era, Andy, it was only 3-day games.
Right.
But and as is always with Durban, you'd still lose time out of it for light, so you had to try and win in 2.5 days. And I remember the season, I think it was 80-81.
Ooh, reverse sweep, it's a good one.
Yeah. Natal won the Currie Cup, but with an attack of Proctor, Van der Bijl, Clift and Cooper. And Vincent took 60 wickets at an average of 9. But sides were coming here not making 100. I mean, they virtually put the stumps into the green grass and it just went all over the show. The irony of that season, if people don't mind me reminiscing, was the leading run scorer in the first class competition that year was Chris Wilkins, who opened the batting for Natal. So when you think sides are getting bowled out for under 100 and yet the home side has got the leading run scorer, Chris Wilkins was a very underrated cricketer.
Like to hit the ball.
Gave it a smack as well, yeah.
And he went and played for Eastern Province, didn't he? After
Other way round. Started in Eastern Province, opened with Simon Mazadno down there, and then came up here and opened the batting with the complete antithesis of his own play, a guy called Brian Whitfield, who I still know very well. He was a very obdurate left-hander who played against Kim Hughes' Rebel side for the South African side. And you had this dogged left-hander at one end, and then this swashbuckling right-hander at the other. They were complete opposites.
So
they both made runs.
I was told a story by John Bishop, the former sports editor of The Witness, earlier this week, about Chris Wilkins and Vince van der Bijl playing against each other in a Currie Cup game in Pietermaritzburg. And the pair of them were drinking at the establishment, Stabbo's as it was known, until 3 o'clock in the morning. And the next morning...
Are you allowed to tell this story?
Yeah, the next morning, Wilkins opened the batting for Eastern Province and Van der Bijl opened the bowling for...
Poor delivery.
It is, isn't it? For Natal. Bouncer first ball, Wilkins hit it for 6.
And that was not foreign to him. I recall him here against Garth LaRue, Western Province. Same thing, hitting him on the roof of that old stand away to our right now. First ball of the game, short, out the ground, 6. He would have been, when he played for Derbyshire in the leagues, the 40-over Sunday afternoon, and he was a real threat there. But the games, he would have been an incredible T20 cricketer.
Yeah. A little bit too short again. This time it should only be 1. Good ground coverage out there.
Focusing on this game now, we've digressed into reminiscences a little bit. And
250 up. That's the partnership.
Yeah. But I keep saying time is the biggest threat to the Lions winning here. So from a Dolphins perspective, it's taking time out the game. And bowling Parsons, decent. Pillay, part-timer. It's starting to leak runs, and that's exactly what the Lions want. You really sort of go, well, if you can try and stint their quest to a lead of 250 by slowing the run rate down, that's helping you save the game. If you're allowing 3 runs, which is certainly available now with the bad ball every 3 balls, there's a nice little paddle, creative, there's no 45, ground to be made. They are playing as they like, these two, Esterhuizen. And Potgieter 97. Esterhuizen, I reckon he's going double 100 here.
Yeah, I think you're right. And of course, he got 175 against Western Province last week. And yeah, so what you'd advocate would be actually get the seamers on, who aren't going to bowl their overs quite as quickly.
Yeah, certainly as a yes, short answer. However, if you're going to bowl spin, I know he's bowled 50 overs, but he stops the game in international level. Kesh Maharaj has got a bowl. You know, he was incredibly tight. He had 44 overs for 98. He bowled a 5-over spell and conceded 7 runs just before tea.
Yeah.
So when a side is looking to accelerate, so he's the obvious candidate. But I suppose there's also things for the greater good. They're looking at young Pillay and saying, well, can he do a job for us in other games? Parsons, can he do a job for us in other games? Because this one is, from a winning perspective,
it's gone
for the Dolphins. It's just how well they bat in the final innings. Can they save it?
Well, the 500 came up in that inning, in that over. 502 for 6. And I don't want to say I told you so, but on the first day, I was asked the question, you know, what's a good score? And I said, well, 400 is average. You want 500 really, and that's what the Lions have done. So the lead now is 113. We've been talking about how many overs are they going to bat? Well, there are 27 left in the day. So I reckon another 15 overs. So if they go at 6 and over for 15 overs, that'll take them past the 200 lead. But I certainly can't imagine that they're going to bat into the 4th day. If they do that, then I don't think they're going to have enough time.
I think your best time for taking wickets when you've got a new ball available is right at the death of a day when a team has been in the field and their minds are frazzled. They've taken a wicket the whole day. You don't often see that. I can remember a test match at Wanderers where Australia batted a Saturday, blew it and wore. And South Africa didn't get a wicket, scored about 350 without loss in a day.
Yeah, Blewett got 200, didn't he?
He did get a double 100. War got a big 100. It wasn't a double 100, but he got a big 100. And it's so soul-destroying for a fielding side. You know, if you keep chipping away at wickets, somehow you sort of mentally stay in the game. I think when Detorley and young Pillay, who's on needs runs, and they'll be ripe for knocking over if they have half a dozen to 10 overs at them tonight, because they've been in the field all day yesterday, just about all day today, and it's hot. It tests your mental capacities tremendously.
There have been a few half chances that the Dolphins haven't made the most of. A couple of catches behind that might have been taken. I can remember a caught and bowled opportunity for Ethan Bosch in his new ball spell yesterday. And there was a run-out chance that was squandered earlier today.
Andy, we've oohed and ahed when a ball got past the bat, so that gives you an indication of how limited those opportunities have been. Yeah, whatever the outcome of this game, and there's no time to take stock really, because Tuesday is when they start their game against the Tuskers. They've got to think very hard about what surface they're going to produce in order to get 20 wickets. They'll probably get Bartman back, who I would almost, even he bowls wicket to wicket and he's a skiddy bowler and he can get it to reverse. He might have been more of a handful than any of the other seamers yet today.
And from what we've seen of Tristan Lees, he might not be ready to play on Tuesday.
Yeah.
They'll want to get him fully fit. You don't want to break a fast bowler when he's still a teenager. Well, we've got a bowling change now. Ramashan Pillay is going to come on and bowl seam up. He bowled an over of off spin, kind of, before lunch.
Yeah. In appearance only.
Seamers will always tell a captain, "Oh, I can bowl offies." So he's going to be bowling at Potgieter, who's 98 not out.
Here comes Pillay.
Oh dear, that's a shocker. That'll be 4 byes. You've got to feel for the keeper there. You almost want to see the umpire stretching his arms out wide for the wide, but it wasn't that wide. But the keeper had no chance there.
Particularly since he's standing up, he's really got to, he's also been out there for 150 overs and those legs are so tired. So to be able to nimbly get across outside leg stump, the best would, but it's tough. I'm just really waiting for them. I suppose it's when he gets 100, and that's when the Lions go, right, we've got license now. There's no point in just trying to build. We're going to absolutely blaze away.
what Connor Esterhazen's average is looking nice at the moment.
We were talking a little bit earlier about the A team and the makeup of it for the tour to India, and obviously they want to take a lot of spin and who's going to go. But if performance needs to be rewarded,
which it should,
would he not go as your keeper batsman?
So that's a very good point, isn't it? Yeah, it's the two strings to the bow. I mean, not just that he's a half decent keeper, but that he's going to bat in the top 5.
Yeah, and that's where sometimes, yeah, I asked you a rhetorical question. You gave me a good answer, Andy, about performance should be rewarded. So the men who've made hundreds, those who've taken wickets, like Glenton Stuurman, for example, he's the one guy I think who's got a fifer in with a seam up on. There's been a lot of runs early season, which is unusual, but he's got a fifer. Surely he goes. He played for South Africa recently in the tour to New Zealand, which when the top internationals couldn't go, but he's always been around the frame. His weakness has been he hasn't been able to stay fit. But when you get a 6-fer in a win over the Titans, you think, well, okay, there's got to be something there. So performance, you feel, should be rewarded. So Esterhazen with 2 big hundreds and the glove work on the finger. Oh, he had some treatment to it in the pre-tee session, and he's taken it on the end of the finger again. A fairly docile over comes to an end. It's 508 for 6.
Yeah, who'd be a keeper?
There's another, the other, you would have watched the Warriors play last week, and Kashila's made a big 100 as well in the game that they won over Western Province down at Port Elizabeth, I think.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So, you know, he's another. He has kept and not kept recently, though, for the Warriors, having been an out-and-out keeper.
So what happened at the Tuskers game is that Kashile was supposed to play, and on the first morning he pulled up sick and was unable to get on the park. So they had to make a very late change, and Jean Duplessis came in to keep wicket.
Also a good player, nice replacement, but Kashile coming off a big 100, it would have been nice to have him another run. Here's Parsons over the wicket, into the pads, swept and not beating the man at 45, who's pretty deep. So that announcement of that A side shouldn't be too far away, given that the departure for India is imminent. So it'll be interesting to see who makes the cut. On the bounce. This is a method that Ashley Giles used to use very effectively, Andy.
Yeah.
In that Michael Vaughan, Ashes winning side, left armer bowling over the wicket to right-handers. It's seldom used, but it's normally tried to be a limiting tactic, bowling into the pads and trying to go in the rough. But he used to bowl pretty much wicket to wicket, get in very close to the stumps. Parsons, although he's over the wicket, doesn't get in as tight to the stumps as Giles used to do. He's actually quite wide out.
One thing that has passed us by that I should have mentioned and didn't is that Connor Esterhazen now has a career best. That 175 last week was his previous career best. So how about that? Improving your career best 2 successive weeks.
99. There's an indication of how mentally and physically drained the Dolphins are. They had time to push forward, look at each other, discuss the options, and then say, okay, let's run, because backward point van Staden was away with the fairies. Beautifully swept for 4.
We got all of that, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's a long boundary, and there was absolutely no chance for that to be cut off. You were mentioning earlier that Connor Esterhazen had a reputation as a white ball cricketer. He averages 42.75 in 50 over cricket and 33.92, let's call it 34, in T20s. And both of those are very impressive figures. Now, if I look at his first class average, it's 34.8.
And rising.
And that's from 13 matches. And if you had told me that stat before I'd watched him make 100, I would have said no, crazy.
Yet you've got to think where he plays most of his home games. Not as easy to make 175 and 186 at Wanderers. I think there's always a ball with your name on it there, no matter how well you bat. Doesn't often get as flat as this. Just got that lovely carry, Wanderers.
That's the thing, isn't it? So slips can stand that much further back, and when there is a nick, it's going to get taken.
So Potgieter on 99. And if he said who he'd like to be facing in order to try and get his single for 100, he'd probably have picked Ramesh and Pillay out of the Dolphins attack. Because if the last over is anything to go by, he'll just go, well, there will be one in the over that I can
for
just
the full bunger or the
knock
or
off
the
my
short
hip
one.
or just cut it away, misdirected. There's something available. I don't have to wait too long.
Two in a row.
Yeah, and there's always little games within the context of the entire match. And the one thing the Dolphins might lift themselves mentally with is that, right, we've got to try and be as sharp as we can to deny Potgieter getting this milestone. Don't want to give it to him for free. And the bowler plays an integral part of this. Just don't vary from that line and length. He's not going to take a risk. There's the one off the hip that we were waiting for, and there's the 100. What a good knock it's been by Delano Potgieter, involved in a partnership of 266 with Connor Easthuizen. He is an incredibly valuable player for these Lions. He's done remarkably well in clutch situations, and he's done it again. And he'll get an embrace from Connor Easthuizen. There it is. And he's been full value. 195 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. That's a special knock.
It's his 5th first-class 100.
Is that all?
Yeah.
He just seems to perform for me. I think he's an incredibly
You're
underrated.
his lucky charm if you turn
Yeah,
up, he
I've
gets
probably
100.
seen all 5. You know.
Now these two have now added 266.
It's time to go now, Andy. No more messing about
I'll
for the
tell you
Lions.
what,
The lead's 126. Get it to 226 in a hurry.
We're going to have to pick Andrew Sampson's brains about record 7th wicket partnerships for the Lions.
Yeah, this has got to be nudging. You got him on speed dial?
Not speed dial, but I've got him.
I'm trying to think of possibilities where a 7th wicket for the Lions could have been as big as this. I mean, Stephen Cook, when he got that big 100 down in East London, might have batted with the number 8, but it's unlikely. This is probably nudging the record books. Straying onto the pads, they'll push hard for 2. Do they want to? No, they don't. And on they press, do Esterhuizen and Potgieter. The Dolphins have got a solitary wicket all day, and that was the night watch, Lutus Apamla, who fell early to the new ball. And since then, roughly around about half an hour into the day's play, it's been these two. Esterhuizen batted beautifully yesterday afternoon to take the Lions to 229 for 5. And now they've added 268. They've more than doubled the score. The lead is 128. And it's only the Lions who can press for victory now. Perennial champions, they hold the trophy in tandem with the Titans, who have begun this year's campaign in the most bizarre and disastrous fashion, the Titans. 2 heavy defeats, you wouldn't have backed that.
And alongside Western Province, who also had 2 heavy defeats.
Yeah, so 2 of the big names in South African cricket, always perennial contenders for titles. It's been a very odd start. Dragons top of the log. You wouldn't have got money for that after played 2, 1-2. Here's Parsons. There he goes. It's time. And it's way up into the stairs, into the stands on the eastern bank. I think it's time for acceleration.
Well, we ought to say goodbye because it's going to take them ages to find that ball.
To go down the tunnel.
I think so, yeah.
And nobody's going to rush to find it from a Dolphin.
There is a gentleman having a look for it.
Has it rebounded? Yeah, it had rebounded down
there
the
we
banks.
go.
It doesn't have to go too far.
Must have hit those grey steps.
Yeah.
There was one when you were on air this morning that went into the seats, and that took a little while to find. Remember, Slade van Staden had to leave the ground to go and search for it.
Yeah.
But I think you're right, Brett. Now that he's got his 100, he's going to unload.
The one thing that'll be encouraging for the Lions has been every now and then, particularly from this end, there's been one that's just squatted a little bit, kept a bit low. When you're new to the crease and you get something like that, your adaptability and your adjustability is limited. Whereas when you've been out there for hours, like Estes and Potgieter has, everything seems to be commonplace. Don't give away a double 100, Connor. You're 187. Let your partner who's just got to his 5th 100 do all the aggressing, the ultra aggressing. Just work your way to a milestone. Neat.
Not far off raising his bat for the century is the bowler. 25 overs, none for 95.
Yeah, I think from a spinning perspective, the Dolphins, who perennially over the last 10 years have had wonderful spinners, Mutasamy, who left and went off to the Warriors via the Dragons, Subrian and Maharaj are always available. In the air, down the ground, 6 more. He's definitely decided to change gears, Delano Potgieter. But in the absence of those 3, I think their spin department looks a little bit bare.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to love you and leave you. Vaughan van Jaarsveld will come into my seat.
$531 for 6. The lead 142. Bryce Parsons has now gone past the 100 mark. The 2 left-arm spinners have bowled 75 overs between them and taken 3 for 206. So it's not been a happy day for the 2 principal left-arm spinners. Pillay has bowled 12 overs of his left arm and he's gone for 45. And he's going to be coming now to Esterhuizen, with the Lions definitely deciding to change a bit of gear. To the short boundary, it'll just be the 1. What's the tactics, Vaughan? What do you think Lions are trying to do from here?
I think they're trying to get to 200, 250 as quickly as possible. Just by the look of the gear change by both batters. Esterhuizen has got 11 to get to his double 100.
He'll probably be allowed to take his time to get to that milestone, but Potgieter has definitely been a change.
Potgieter is the current record holder with 301 with Bjorn Fortuyn.
Short, pulled away, out in the deep, finds the gap, round to be made. And they'll get back for 2. Takes the partnership closer to 300, which is the record. 301 is the partnership record between Bjorn Fortuyn and Delano Potgieter, so it's a recent record. And I've got a feeling that might get broken. What's it say, the scoreboard, at 285? So 16 to get for a new record. And that was against the Warriors in Potchefstroom. That's also normally a pretty good wicket in Potch. Big hit, he's playing the big shots now. It goes out towards the longest boundary and it's gone all the way. That is a huge hit. But since he's got to the milestone, Vaughan, he has put the gears down.
They've scored 22 runs in about 5 minutes, I think.
3 of them have gone over the ropes. 3 scoring shots has got 18. I'm sure many of us have been in a situation in the field like this, but if you just look around at the 11 Dolphins men in white now, the body language is just defeated. There's nothing left in the tank. They have everything crushed from them.
They've also just got to be wary of waiting for that declaration to come.
Goes again down the ground, crisply struck, skimming away for 4.
At this rate, he might catch Conor Esterhuizen.
He could do, get the double hundreds together. Partnership 295, 6 more wanted to equal the record, 7 for a new 7th wicket record. Delano Potgieter holds it with Bjorn Fortuin, but I think it's destined to disappear very shortly. Pillay is being swatted all around Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. But yeah, you're right, Vaughan. There's always an air of inevitability about proceedings, and that can be the danger. They're going to declare soon, and it just carries on, and runs become very cheap, very easy to get. And I think everything's going the way the Lions would want it. How many overs have been bowled today? 77 overs today, so effectively roughly 20 to go. 2 out for the next 18. If they bat for another 10 overs and score 70, 80 runs, if not more, lead at 250, what a position that would be in to declare just before close tonight.
You're putting all the pressure back onto the Dolphins, because now you've got to sort of survive and not play your normal game.
Yeah, effectively you're just batting to save a game, because in the greater scheme of things, the penalty for losing, in terms of you get log points for a draw, and it's quite handy log points for a draw. So if they save the game, they'll come out of it feeling quite good about themselves. But if they lose, all that wonderful performance down in Paarl last week where they got a win, that'll put them behind the 8 ball. Pillay changes ends. So you've got the 2 youngsters in tandem together, which in some way indicates that the Dolphins are thinking with their attack, Vaughan, we need to preserve our frontline bowlers for next week rather than push them into oblivion here on a good pitch on a hot day.
Also, you don't have to let them bowl, I guess. You've already bowled 152 overs, 8 more until the 3rd new ball.
They don't want to get that.
Yeah,
but
so
you're all right. Yeah, there's a new ball available if they want it. Would you take it? Probably not. I don't know.
I definitely would.
Would you? Eh? Oh, full toss, hammered away. Nobody's moved, and it goes away for 4. Where's it gone off the back of the bat?
No, he's stepped that in front of point.
I'm looking out towards deep mid wicket. I thought he was looking to smash that over deep mid wicket, and it's spun away behind point. But there's some real tired bowling being dished up at the moment.
I would take the 3rd new ball, Procky, and just give it to the part-timers to have a go.
.300 partnership is on the board between these two. 2 shy of a new record. Esterhuizen 194. What a performance this has been. It's taken them just shy of 5 hours together. They've faced 433 balls. It's been epic batting. Even in good conditions, that is still quality performance by these 2 youngsters. 315 balls Esterhuizen has faced.
Both striking at 61s.
Yeah, that's good cricket in the longer version of the game. Through the keeper, let's watch and see if it's hit the... Well, it's going to be the record partnership. It's gone for 4, watching the umpire to see is he going to go dead ball or... No signal forthcoming. Yes, there it is, 4 runs, and it's a new 7th wicket record for the Lions. Now worth 304, breaking the previous record held by Delano Potgieter and Bjorn Fortuin. This now etched in the record book.
So also 550 for the Lions.
As the milestones just keep falling apart, and there's a bit of cloud. That's the only hope for the Dolphins right now. Can they get off the park if there's a bit of bad light?
Bit of respite for the fielders.
Not much. Mentally drained. Down the leg side again. .194. Esterhuizen looking for his first double hundred in first class cricket. Potgieter going to his 5th 100. He's really started to put the foot down post getting to that 3-figure milestone. Driving sweetly on the up. Perhaps not quite out the meat of the bat or the timing not there, but he will keep the bowling. Another expensive Dolphins over. 555 for 6. At 249 for 6, Vaughan, the game was probably just in favour of the Dolphins at that stage. And another quick wicket or two with the ball pretty new still, that second new ball, the Dolphins would have thought, hey, we can dictate things here. How this game can turn. A lead of 166 now. And no end to the punishment in sight.
And like you said, there's only been 1 wicket to fall today.
And a night watch at that.
Conne stays in 5 away from that double 100.
Yeah. And funny, in a strange way, here's Parsons switching ends. In a strange way, it creates a bit of pressure on the Dolphins batters in the sense that there's always a bit of rivalry between bowlers and batters in any team. The bowlers will be going, well, we couldn't get a wicket, and the batters could be 2 or 3 down at close. They go, well, what happened? You know, how can't you bat on this? And the batters will be going, well, couldn't you get a wicket? It's done all sorts of things when we were at crease. Oh, adjusted his stroke, but won't get a run.
So age-old fight always between bowlers
and batters. Yeah. Well, if they could make all these runs, why can't you? Interesting field place at this leg slip. Obviously thinking that there's no turn whatsoever for Parsons, that it might just drift on and be helped on its way. Keshav Maharaj used that fielder quite effectively in the West Indies some years ago. There's a bit of an edge from Esterhuizen, but was never in any danger. Good lead, this 167. That bit of cloud has gone as quickly as it came. Bowl's probably at a better pace for the surface, Parsons, than did Pillay. Pillay was really too slow through the air, so a batter could, whether it be Esterhuizen or Potgieter, could adjust forward or back as he so chose. Parsons is a little flatter. Paddle attempted, unsuccessful. 5-5-6 for 6. And as if we needed reminding, on the scoreboard comes the new 7th wicket partnership record for the Lions, Delano Potgieter and Conor Esterhuizen. Somebody's going to have some treatment. Or is it just an instruction, Vaughan?
I think like maybe a bit of both.
We're looking at the physio going out with a bag. What do you...
Maybe he got the top edge onto his chin, possibly.
Oh, please tell me that's not that obligatory concussion test that they have to go through just because it struck the helmet. Going at 50 k's an hour. Yeah, there's a bit of a welcome drink for both of the batters.
Maybe a message to Conor Esterhuizen from the 12th man.
Yeah, get your milestone and then cut loose. Yeah, tee off, exactly. Closer play is 4:30 here in Durban. They can take the extra half hour if the overs aren't bowled, but we've had a lot of spin, so the over rate's not bad. 79 bowled. So what's that? 17 to go in the day. So yeah, it probably won't be too far away from official closer play. Unusual this time of year to get very little bad light in Durban. There's inevitably cloud cover in October, November, and often the evening rain. But we've had good weather. It's good summer weather.
3 days of sunshine.
Yeah, it's bound to end.
It is bound to end, somewhere, somehow.
Good looking scorecard for the Lions. Richards and Hendricks got them off to a good start, 72 and 55. Fakude has missed out. He's got naught on wonderful batting conditions and he'll be disappointed. Van Buren similarly got 20, better player than that. Selitswani 49. Zapomla the Night Watch out for 8, but the heroes undoubtedly these two. 196 not out, Esterhazen. Potgieter 127.
Highest seventh wicket in all franchise cricket.
Yes. So this 307 run partnership is now the highest 7th wicket partnership in all franchise cricket, not just for the Lions. It's a South African record. You wouldn't have thought you'd say a 7th wicket batting record would be achieved at Kingsmead some years ago, because Kingsmead always had a little bit of life and movement. This is ultra flat.
It's like the N1 going towards Cape Town.
Yeah, and hence the pressure on the Dolphins batters, because everybody's saying, oh, this is flat. We had a chat to Alan Donald during the tea break. Said, oh, this is flat wicket. Hate to bowl on it. It's got nothing, but it's a good shot for nothing. But then if you're a batter worth your salt and you get out for nothing on this flat wicket, gee, you regret it.
I think it's almost like that bad tissue that sits with you for a long while, little scar tissue.
Yeah. Mentally getting around it. I mean, most of the cricket pundits would say whatever the Lions get, the Dolphins will have the ability to bat to save the game. They're out the game from a winning perspective, but can they save it? But it's just that mental pressure on, I should be doing a job here, can I do it? Pillay.
It's sometimes difficult, Brett, because the fielders have been in, well, even the opening batters have been out on their feet for 154 overs. Like you say, mentally it just becomes draining.
Sure.
It becomes difficult.
The other thing for the Lions is they can set as attacking a field as they want. They can have any number of men around the bat because they don't worry about run rate. It's just about getting wickets. Edge dropped. Chance put down. Healthy edge. Went to slip quickly to his left, and it's been put down. That pretty much sums up the Dolphins' day. Is that Bosch's slip?
Ethan Bosch's slip. He is standing quite close. Flew off the bat.
Yeah.
Some people would be saying that you need to catch those.
Yeah, I'm one of them. I don't know, it's the stage in the day where you're not expecting chances to come, but there's the chance. Probably would have taken it in the first half hour of the morning. You're more alert. Carved away through mid-wicket for 4. Salt in the Pillay wound.
In everybody's wound.
Yeah. He's playing as he likes now, Potgieter. He's raced to 131 not out. 172 the lead and climbing. Brilliant position to be in. They can certainly press for victory later on this afternoon and tomorrow.
Pocket, even this rate, they can get past that 250 lead.
I like 250 though, Vaughan. I don't think you need to bat too long. You've got to get the other 10 wickets.
I do think they're looking at the overs.
Yeah.
So I think if they carry on at this rate, they can maybe squeeze in another over or 2.
Oh my word, hammered. Absolutely massacred. Way onto the bank, another 6. That's his 4th 6 since he got to 100 for Potgieter. He is playing as he likes.
Nice to swing through the arc.
That gives you an indication of the trueness of the surface. There's nothing in it. You just see the line and hit through it. See ball, hit ball.
So would you classify this as a flat wicket or a good cricket wicket?
No, it's a flat wicket. I'm a believer, Vaughan, of you challenge. If the bowlers want to get to the highest level, there's another little turn around the corner. They'll take just the one. A bowler learns his profession on good batting wickets, because if he can't get wickets at domestic level on this type of surface, he's not going to get test wickets.
Yeah.
So this is where you learn. So sometimes, from a franchise's perspective, you want results, so you preserve result wickets, but that can cloud a bowler's ability, because if he just runs up, hits the seam, he can get 4 for 5 for 40 for 50, just because there's so much on offer. Will the same bowler be effective on a flat wicket? No. Get it to reverse? Can they get it to swing? Because there's nothing by way of lateral movement off a surface that is as docile as this. But this is where a fast bowler, or any bowler really for that, really learns his trade. 568 for 6, 197 Esterhuizen. Potgieter's got most of the bowling, and the Lions won't mind that because he's just playing free and easy. Here's Parsons. $179 the lead. Make that 180. It's funny, we always talk about the fielding side tiring and having to be fit, but you've got to speak for the batters too. Both these guys are, well, Esterhuizen longer, but the partnership's about 5 hours of batting together, and yet they look as fresh as you like. I suppose it's the enjoyment of success with the bat. You don't worry about getting tired.
100%. You can ask any batter when they're scoring runs, they don't really get tired.
They sleep well at night, though.
Sleep very well at night.
These two will sleep early, I would hope. Celebrate tomorrow night, not tonight. Gee, he's batted well. He has been dropped in the last over from Pillay, yes, but he's hardly put a foot wrong in that 198. Middle of the bat found regularly. Scant memory of a false stroke. His shot selection has been outstanding.
There was a question of that run out, maybe.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, but that's about it.
In the air, spiraling into the sky. It's going to find space over cover. Just the one on the miscue.
Bowler kicks the ball in disgust.
Oh, that tells you. That tells you the mood out there. That tells you just exactly how the Dolphins are feeling. Oh, and there's a word. That's another interesting thing. The skipper, Keshav Maharaj, has gone out to deep cover, and I wonder whether Bryce Parsons said, "Can I have a little bit more effort from you?" And that wasn't taken too kindly. This is a very odd field. Leg slip and 3 boundary riders, 2 short covers, a long off, deep cover out, and a backward point. $156 overs in the field for the Dolphins. It's 571 for 6. The lead is 182.
And the nice thing is Delano Potgieter is on strike.
The Lions will want, they're quite happy, as you say, for that, because they want Esterhuizen to get his 200, but they know the intent is going to come more from the other end. He's hitting a 6 and over somewhere along the way now, or trying to.
We'd just love to see some fireworks.
Yeah, this is a absolutely matched winning performance. I hesitate to say winning because there's still 10 wickets to be taken, but they've set it up so beautifully, this partnership. Tristan Luce into the attack. Going into your cricketing career memory, Vaughan, what's the longest you've ever been in the field? Did you ever do a 600? You're trying to put that scar tissue away.
No, I don't think I ever got to 600, but I have done a few third new ball efforts.
Oh my word!
Yeah, we've fielded for a very long time.
Dolphins days or Lions days?
2 with the Lions and 1 with the Dolphins.
So you spread it around. Thanks very much. Here's Luce, round the wicket to Potgieter.
Ambling in for his first delivery. Wonder how that ankle's feeling?
I think there's the energy levels are 30% now, if not lower.
Yeah, the one that sticks with me, Brett, is I think we play at the Wanderers. I think we played against the Cobras and they were fully packed. Smith, Cullis, Gibbs.
Oh,
yeah.
Decent batting lineup.
They were very decent. I think everybody scored over 100 in their top 5 or 6. They got to about 590.
Not many down.
No, they were probably about 4 down, 5 down.
Yeah, that must have been tough. Praying for a half-felt thunderstorm.
100%. Probably about 4 of them in one day. And the only thing that sticks with me is the third new ball came available, and we had Neil McKenzie running in. I think it was from the call at drive end. Tried to take a wicket, and to no avail, nothing happened. and then they declared and bowled us out twice.
Oh my word, that hurts.
So that's the one that's always stuck with me, purely based on fielding for that long, and they're not batting for that long either.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about days when wickets haven't fallen in a day, and I was really going through. I could remember the Test match at Wanderers where Blewett and Waugh batted the entire day, and then I clicked. The light came on, and I recall a first-class game, and I'll get to that in a moment. Is this through? There's the one that takes them to 199. Western Province versus Free State in Bloemfontein. Cullis got 100, Province got a big 400. And Free State got bowled out about 210 short. The question was, do you enforce a follow-on or not? And Eric Simon said to Free State, you can bat again. Jerry Liebenberg got 90. Tubby Jordan got 90. And then the final day, Boeta Dippenaar and Louis Wilkinson batted the whole day and both got 150 not out. So they didn't get a wicket. And H.D. Ackerman was bowling. Anything was bowling. They just couldn't get a wicket that whole day. And that is a memory of in domestic cricket of no wicket falling in a day's play. Here at least one wicket has fallen, but that's scant.
Is of the night watchman.
Yeah, it's scant consolation to a Dolphins side that is going, how did we ever think we could get a wicket? Because these two have played that well. Here we go. 199, Connor Esterhuizen. In comes the field to try and prevent the single that takes him to a memorable milestone. He will remember this. It's his 13th first-class match. He's a young man, but this will be a great memory should he get there, and he probably will get there. Here's loose, short, pulled. Chance! Half a chance.
There we go, 200.
But there is the 200 for Connor Esterhuizen. They'll come back for the second. It was a tough chance, but a chance nonetheless. And there's not many here, but those who are here, and certainly the dressing room, rise to Connor Esterhuizen. 330 balls, 27 fours and 2 sixes. That's a special moment, and it's a special knock, and this special partnership just presses on. It's a new 7th wicket record in South African cricket. Connor Esterhuizen, Delano Potgieter, and just milestones just keep falling in this Lions innings. It's 576 for 6.
Leeds just bumped up to 187. I think we could see some fireworks now from both of them.
Oh, it could be ugly. It could be messy now for the Dolphins. Even if they get a wicket, because Bayer Swanepoel has probably been itching to go out there with license. And just,
I think Cody Youssef the same.
You know, both of them are padded up saying, let us have a go, Captain. Let's just have a bat.
They're probably going to race each other to see who gets on the field first.
Change in personnel for the Dolphins. Everybody's seeking an opportunity to get some time in the dressing room. Go and have something to drink, get the feet up for a bit. So here's Parsons, 0 for 105.
Not a bad length.
He was pretty expensive yesterday, so he's pulled it back to some degree today, 0 for 105 and 28. So it's around about 4s to the over, just under. In the air, and it's going to fall safely away behind square on the offside. And the field placing that negates Parsons the opportunity to have a backward point is purely because of the situation and how it's been disappearing all around the ground. 201 not out, Connor Esterhuizen. Sliced away behind square, opened the face nicely, he'll pick up another couple.
Andrew Ryder doing the comrades there.
Whew. This is the hardest of days. This is when your mind is telling me, why am I doing this? Do I really enjoy this? Fielding for a full day, not getting a wicket. Is it that hard? You'll have better days again. The memories of a victory down in Paarl last week. Oh, he's done him. It ends finally, trying to sweep. Handshakes from Hanno Viljoen to Connor Esterhuizen, Ethan Bosch joins. But finally the partnership has come to an end. Connor Esterhuizen bold sweeping at Parsons for 203. Out there for 6.5 hours batting, 27 fours and 2 sixes, 332 balls. And it ended off the sweep shot. And with the sweep shot and the departure of Connor Esterhuizen at 579 for 7, so the players will enjoy an afternoon drink.
As we see, drinks finished. Everyone back in their position. Superb innings from Connor Esterhuizen, 203. Try to sweep one from Parsons, getting bowled. Joined by Wandle Zuma. Welcome back, Zooms. Been exciting to watch.
It's been a wonderful innings by young Connor Esterhuizen. Only his 13th first-class game. So it's really an incredible start to his career to achieve such a wonderful milestone. I know of established franchise cricketers who've finished their careers without a double hundred. So to achieve one so early in your career is a really remarkable achievement, and he should really be proud of himself. He really oozed a lot of class, a lot of control. If you didn't know any better, you wouldn't think that he's only playing in his 13th game.
And ably assisted by Delano Potgieter, who's currently on 143. I think he's 43 runs after his 100 have come within 20 or 30 minutes of getting the milestone.
I think that would have helped Connor a lot to bat with someone like a Delano Potgieter with him. Obviously, Delano's the more experienced campaigner. He would have had a lot of words of wisdom to share with him throughout the course of that innings. And he himself has played a remarkable part here for his team, and is still going strong.
And both of them did share a new South African 7-wicket partnership, 330. Don't think that will be beaten anytime soon.
It's a lot of runs to share between two human beings on a cricket pitch. They can be really proud. I'm sure they'll be having 1 or 2 cokes to celebrate that.
I guess we've seen the intent. Bryce Swanepoel's first delivery that he faced from Bryce Parsons, try to go through the cover region. As we see Delano also facing Tristan Lewis now. First ball is try to hit that onto the bank. Well played, down to the third man, stop by point. Samal Pillay in the action.
I would be really surprised they have won if the Lions bat for more than 5-6 overs. I think with the intent that Bryce Swanepoel has come in with, it might be a sign that you're not going to be there for a long time, but you're going to be there for a good time.
100%.
I'm really sure the Lions bowlers will be itching to have a crack at the opening batters of the Dolphins late in the afternoon. They've spent a whole day on the field. They've been tired physically, they'll be tired mentally. Perfect time to be having a crack at them to close off the day.
With the prescribed number of 15 overs left in the day, we've obviously we've got 53 minutes left of play up until 4:30. I do see the Dolphins bowling another 5 overs, maybe.
I think that should be the max. To be honest with you, Vaughan. Absolute max. Otherwise, it starts becoming a situation where...
Oh, great stop at third man, but Ethan Bosch.
Really good stop there by Ethan. You just don't want it to become a situation, Vaughan, where you're now just wasting time out of the game. You'd hate to be in a position at the end of the day tomorrow where you only needed 2 more wickets to win the game and you didn't give yourself enough opportunity or time to bowl the team out. So I think now's the time, anytime soon, to really declare and have a crack at the Dolphins.
Oh, Delano Potgieter's hit Tristan Lewis over cover for 4, and that brings up his 150.
It's been an incredible innings by Delano Potgieter. One of great maturity.
It's 150 of 224 balls, 10 fours and 6 sixes. I'm guessing now he can have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is playing straight into his game. He's an aggressive batter by nature. We did allude to that when he first came into the wicket. That he really strikes the ball well. And now he's got the perfect opportunity to keep doing so. as the ball catches a bit of flesh. Never funny.
I think that's at his finger. It's in a lot of pain. He's suggesting it's in his finger.
Looks like he's in a bit of pain there, Delano. But hopefully not too much damage done if you're a Lions supporter.
Physio about to run on the field.
Too shy of 200 lead here, Vaughan. That
13 shy of 600.
Give yourself a crack. 8 overs here late in the afternoon. There'll be a great buzz on the field.
So that's the end of Tristan Lewis's over. There's 14 overs left on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
You get two taken off for change of innings. So effectively at the moment they've got 12 overs if they wanted to declare.
There is the other option of batting once, Vaughan, where you just put on a lead of 250, 300 plus, but it does mean that you do have less time to bowl out the opposition on very good batting conditions. You do sort of rely on the opposition to be really poor for you to win the game. So there is that option as well. But I think most would vouch for the one whereby you want to give yourself a little bit of overs at the end of the day and really take advantage of the fact that their batters have been on the field for a long period of time throughout the course of this day.
I do think the declaration is quite close though, Zooms. See Jimmy Kamadi, the assistant coach for the DP World Lions. He's got all his fielding gear out, which indicates I don't think the Lions will be out in the middle for too much longer. So we really hope that Delano Pockets is fine so you can actually have a dip in the next 2 or 3 overs.
Well, if you're hoping or not, I think it depends which chair you're sitting on. The Lions supporters will definitely be hoping.
I'm sitting.
Dolphin supporters probably not.
I'm sitting in the chair of just wanting to see some good cricket shots.
Absolutely.
It's been a spectacle. I mean, doesn't matter who you're supporting.
Yeah.
Like in the first innings for the Dolphins, Titole played very well for his 104.
Great innings.
Same here, obviously. Connor stays on a 203 career best, and Delano Potkit's on 150 at the moment. So they've just played so well. They've taken the attack to the Dolphins bowlers, the fielders. They've put them under pressure. They've kept them out in the field for 159 overs, and fair dinkum to them. They've done the job.
I couldn't agree more with you, Vaughan.
Just would like to see some more fireworks, some more sixes, some more fours. Gearing up for that SA20 in December.
Yeah. Your inner batsman is coming out here, Vaughan.
I know, that's why I should rather keep quiet.
I'll probably be just as excited as you when they come out with the new ball. Fresh, great energies on the ball. Cody Yusuf will take the new ball. Take it with Bears, Swanepoel, I'm sure.
So you see Delano all fixed up now, by the looks of it. Bryce Parsons coming in from the old Fort Road end.
We could be in for a show here, Vaughan.
Oh. Really waiting for that loose delivery.
I must say, when Bears walked in and his numbers got shown on the big screen, he's got really, really good numbers for someone who's going to bat number 9. And as you can see, that's a top order batter's shot, well executed, but well stopped by Kush Cele late in the day. The big fast bowler puts in the dive, throws it back straight into the keeper's hands.
He's reverse swept that like a top order batter.
Absolutely.
He's hit that with
Absolutely.
one bounce towards the boundary. I thought it was a definite fall. Well saved by Kush.
He's got really, really good numbers, Vaughan. Averaging just shy of 27, coming in at 9,400 first-class runs. Really, really handy to be coming in at number 9. Really nice package of a cricketer Bear Swanepoel is. I think it's also
in the same breath, so is Delano Potgieter.
Yeah.
Basically the same
Yeah.
sort of mold.
Yeah.
Short, wide. Oh, misfield by Keshav Maharaj. Hits the ground in disgust. It's gone for 4. The DP World lines move over to 592. Lead of 203. Zooms.
really, really strong position. Expecting a declaration any over from now.
Last pass is not daring to stop that with his hands.
Yeah, he thought against that.
Hit Martley hard.
But just speaking about Bear Swanepoel, Vaughan, wonderful cricketer. Just to speak about his bowling a little bit, I think he's had an incredible 2 or 3 seasons now with the ball. First at the Warriors, first at Northern Cape before he made his move to the Warriors. And then now he's obviously gone to the Lions, and he just keeps taking wickets. He's got a tremendous amount of skill. He has the ability to, his stock ball is the one that shapes away, but he has the incredible ability to bring the ball back in without giving much away to the batter, to signal that that ball will be coming. His control of length and line is absolutely incredible. And he's one which I'm sure selectors from higher teams will be having a close look at him and see what he can do.
I think that's why the SAA team hasn't been announced. The selectors want to have a look at this game.
Yeah.
A few people have stuck their hands up, knocking on doors. As we see, part-time Panditoli coming to bowl.
DT back in the attack.
His first over only went for 2.
If it goes for 2 again, I'll buy him a Coke. This might be carnage. Good start.
Just make sure you keep it at singles. That's it.
Might pull up another reverse sweep here, Bayers. It's kept it neat.
So. As we've just been told, it's a new career best for Delano Potgieter. Previous best was 155. He's now on 156. Could get close to 170 by the end of this over, maybe.
Wonderful little milestone for Delano, for Potas, which is his
Swept
nickname.
4. Sliding down the leg side.
Well, there we go. There goes the Coke, Vaughan.
It's going to buy you one, I think.
Delano, wonderful cricketer. He left the Lions to go to Northwest. Had a bit of a stint at Northwest and decided to come back to the Lions. And he just keeps proving the quality and the caliber of player that he is in any team that he decides to represent. It's a nice little milestone for him here to beat his career best. I'm not sure if he'll be aware of it. Probably.
Everybody's aware of it. Everybody's aware
Probably,
of it.
but he can really hold his head high here and be really proud of himself.
That's 600 up for the DP World Lions. 160 overs. Bear Swanepoel now gets to the party with the sweep down to fine leg for 4. 604 for 7.
Sounds like the Kimberley game.
It does.
Excuse me if I keep raising it.
I think everybody's looking towards change rooms, yeah? Surely must be in the last over or 2.
2 overs max, I think, here for one. Surely. Give yourself 8 overs.
almost getting a bit itchy. They're sitting in the commentary box there. Zooms will shout, wanted to shout at the Lions batters to get a move on. Just want to see some fireworks. Both left-handers heading towards the long boundary now.
Jeez.
Delano decides to go dead straight. Bisects both fielders for 4. Slowly creeps up to 165.
Getting closer to that 170 odd you're talking about, one. Safest area in the field, straight back over the bowler's head.
Question, do the Lions now wait for him to get to double 100 or?
No, I think there's a fine line now, Vaughan. I think it is an individual sport, fair enough, but it's played within a team environment. At some point,
so you wouldn't want your teammate to get a double 100?
No,
just a question.
Gee, this what do you call it in English? My English is running out here in my first stint of commentary. It's been a long day of speaking. But you're playing with my emotions here, Vaughan. I think knowing the character that Pottas is, you'll probably want to put the team first anyways.
Oh, that's good.
And then, is that a good? Did I get myself out of jail?
100%. 100%. 100%. Oh, hefty sweep out to the deep square leg boundary for 1. It's 33 runs away from a double 100. 6 sixes in 1 over, maybe.
It's got 3 overs to do it.
So we can split it up maybe. Do you think if Detor is going to bowl another over, we could see some
I think he's
something
going to
special?
target. I think he's going to target him. Then he might be owing me a 6-pack of Coke.
Oh, Bayer Swanepoel with another reverse sweep. This time he does get it fine and goes for 4. I'm honestly so surprised. He plays that as a top order batter.
Really, really good player, Bears. I think those numbers told us a story of his capability with the bat in his hand, and he's absolutely showing it here to us. That's a top-class cricket shot.
Did you see the short 45 now moves to almost short third man?
Could he pull out the little scoop now? Little lap?
I wouldn't put it past him.
Still no declaration as yet. Everybody looking at the change room.
Dutola has got another over to bowl. Potgieter on strike. He is hitting towards the short boundary.
Yeah. I wonder how much Dutola will be thinking of his bowling. He probably knows that he's batting soon. He might be thinking of his game plans.
Speaking as a part-time bowler back in my day, you're more worried about how you're bowling than what you got. what's going to happen a little bit later on.
So you can go out there and tell the main bowlers it's too easy. He's tapped it for 1.
Well bowled, a little bit of a Yorker.
There comes out the physio.
Declaration must be the next over or 2 max. So all the Lions coaching staff are getting ready. Bayer's double stepping, but just missing it.
For some reason, I've got the 8 over mark in my mind. I've been having the 8 over mark in my mind. I think that's fair.
So effectively, this could be the last over then.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. It would have to be the last over if they want 8 overs.
I think Delano's got to put a little peg in the ground. Try and hit the next 3 to the boundary. Try and get ever closer to that double 100.
Oh, bowled.
The part-time bowler bowls another one into the block hole. Pushed out to Zondo at cover sweeper.
Tepang Detole probably thinking, what's the fuss about? This is easy.
Short. Pulled away to car corner.
Nothing worse than when a batter gets a wicket for him. You get reminded about it every single minute of the day.
100%. Always the best way to have a little joking between the bowlers.
Will there be a declaration?
Nothing as yet.
Batters are having a look at the change room as well.
Oh, there we go.
And there comes the declaration. We do get our 8 overs, Vaughan.
They have been called in.
At the end of the day.
Delano Potgieter left on 169 not out. New career best for him. DP World Lions amassing 619 for 7 off 163 overs. Nice little partnership towards the end there with him and Bo Swanepoel getting 40 runs.
It's been a fantastic innings here by the DP World Lions. They'll be incredibly proud of this effort. The momentum is definitely on their side and they're going to be looking to utilize it with the ball for the 8 overs that they're giving themselves. Everyone on the field clapping Delano off, deservedly so. Wonderful innings by Delano. Really showed some maturity, showed some power, showed some finesse. Achieved a CB, a career best for himself. He'll be really feeling good.
And also, as the DP World Lions batters walk off, they have got a lead of 230.
Yep. Our predictions from sort of midday won't turn to be quite accurate. We did say that they'll be looking at a 200, just over 200 lead. They've managed to get 230 lead, the Lions.
Interesting to see how the Dolphins handle these next 8 overs. But we'll be back in 10 minutes with change of innings. We'll see you then.
Lights.
The stage is set.
Camera.
The shortest format, the biggest thrill.
Action.
Lovely shot. Oh, bullseye. It's taken.
Izanobukela amanina idlala iqakamba. And remember, entry is free.
The Hollywoodbets Pro Series from 4 October to 15 March.
Remember those blissful long summer days? Bright smoke drifting across the stands. The hiss on the grass banks. And the thrill of getting your hero's autograph? Remember when we came together for more than just cricket? For the rivalries, the banter, and for those moments that brought us all to our feet.
Sensational catch. Right out of the stadium. What a shot that is.
Remember that feeling? It's back. Every team, every format, from the fire of the T20 Challenge to the battles of the One Day Cup. The intrigue of the 4-day series and the brilliance of the Hollywoodbets Pro Series.
Boulder.
This season, it's time to make new memories. Book your ticket to the best of South African domestic action. Head to cricket.co.za for all the details. With hometown pride on the line. Uza nawe.
So tell me, these Proteas, are they talented?
Yeah.
Fierce.
Yeah.
Dynamic. Yeah. Do they have the passion?
That is an outstanding catch.
Yeah.
Is ambition a part of this team?
Yeah.
Do they look unstoppable?
Yeah.
Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Unafraid?
Yeah.
Will they win the Cricket World Cup?
Absolute class from Laura Volpar.
Oh, it's out of here. Oh, just like that. This is thrilling.
This is unbelievable. This is fantasy cricket.
Join the charge. Support the Proteas women on their journey to World Cup glory.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Dominic Hendricks and I am the captain of the DP World Lions Red Ball team. I think number one, we had a great campaign. We didn't lose a game at home, and I think that was one of the keys to our success last season. The thing that impressed me the most was that we sort of won away from home quite a few times, and yeah, we were highly competitive throughout the campaign. The final was a heated affair. Unfortunately, we couldn't win that outright, and we had to settle for a draw. But I think the big thing was that we managed to get 20 wickets in that game, which was special about the final. To me personally, it's a massive honour. Number one, I think we've done some good things over the last couple of years in terms of our team and our environment, making sure that our culture is really good. So again, looking forward to another successful season, and hopefully the boys
Yeah. So, very warm welcome back to Hollywoodbets Kingsmead. We've got 8 overs left in the day, and the Dolphins have got to try and see those overs through. They know they can't win this game now, and facing up is the first innings Centurion, Sapang Detole, and he is facing Cody Yusuf with the new ball for the Lions, and that's the way to get off the mark. Nice little leg stump half volley for a single. And now we've got a very interesting scenario because the man on strike is Ramashan Pillay. He got a first baller in the Dolphins win down in Paarl last week. And he got out in the second over of this match on Wednesday, also for a duck.
Yeah.
So he's on a pair. And Loandi Zuma alongside me. Have you bagged one of those?
Yeah. A couple of batters have been on the receiving end of pairs from my end to a Tufi. I've probably also given a few.
So here comes Yusuf to Pillay. He's got 4 slips. And that ball has swung after it passed the stumps. And I mention it because we've hardly seen a ball get off the straight today. From the seamers, that is. There's been a little bit of turn for the spinners, but slow turn.
Yeah. The DP World Lions bowlers will definitely be having a bounce in their step towards the end of the day. They know they can really empty their tanks here. They won't be bowling a lot. Only 4 over spells each, max. And we always know, Andy, that the harder you hit the deck, the more you get out of it. And I'm very certain that Cody Yusuf and Bear Swanepoel will be knocking hard on the deck here to try to get that scalp to walk off the field with them at the end of the day's play.
Well, Cody Yusuf is in the beautiful position of having had his feet up all day long, and he will be fresh. And he just picked up the 1 wicket in the first innings, but was probably the pick of the seam bowlers for the DP World Lions. He certainly deserved more than he got, and he'll be hoping that he can make the difference in this second innings as the Lions press for victory. A first innings lead of 230 as the Lions piled up 619 for 7. Records are plenty, including 2 career bests, 203 for Connor Esterhazen and 169 not out for Potgieter, Delano Potgieter. And the pair of them put on a partnership of 330 for the 7th wicket. Still can't get off the mark. 330, a new record for franchise cricket going back to 2004-05. I am doing my level best to search to see whether that's an all-time record, because 330 for the 7th wicket is a lot of runs.
That is a lot of runs. And it came at a time where the Dolphins would have felt if we just go bang, bang, when Delano Potgieter walked in, they would have still stayed in the game.
Yep.
So for him to join Connor Esterhazen and put together such a partnership, absolutely remarkable, and they deserve all the records they've broken. It was wonderful to witness here at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Stadium as we reached the end of the first over.
Yeah, what was so good was the way that Delano Potgieter increased his stride as the innings progressed. He came in as just as a support for Connor Esterhazen, who had played so well. Saw him through to his 100, and then Potgieter began to play the odd big shot himself, but they never really went on a run spree until right at the moment that Potgieter had got to his 100. And then he felt that he could open up, and it became a little bit of leather chasing for the Dolphins in the field. Right, and here is Bears Swanepoel, a man who was not out at the end of the innings on 13.
Really skillful bowler, Bear Swanepoel, has the ability to shape the ball both ways. Hits
a consistent line and length. Always test the batter's defense, test your technique. Let's see how he goes about doing his thing here today.
Also has 4 slips, and that was nearly a strangle down the leg side. You saw Ditoli going across, looking to get a little nick on that.
I did say at the beginning, Andy, that it's my debut commentary stint. That's my first experience of a commentator's curse.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you'll get plenty more, don't worry. This chap's played so well. He hasn't played across the line. Bang, middle stump out of the ground. That's nice bowling, good and straight. That's really the theme of the Lions bowlers on day one. And, this pitch has just got better and better, and it wasn't bad at all on day one. You really had to toil for wickets, and the Lions picked up 6 on day one. The difference was that when they came out on day 2, they knocked over the last 4 fairly quickly. And in fact, the only stand of note was for the 10th wicket. And,
Maharaj and Ubele.
Yep, that's right. And Maharaj finished 43 not out of 52 balls. And if it hadn't been for him, they really would have collapsed ignominiously. Because at one stage...
Say that word again, please.
Ignominiously. At one stage, they were 257 for 4.
Strong position. This is a really good battle here. And you got a bowler who's been in form for a couple of seasons now. We alluded to his ability to bowl with great control. But facing him is a man in form who's currently going through quite the purple patch. He scored back-to-back hundreds and has been doing decently well for the Dolphins in the last season or 2.
And
so it's a good battle to watch.
He's key for the Dolphins, I think. Ditoli, he's in such good form. There's an example of that. For once, that wasn't the commentator's curse. Rocked onto the back foot, played it beautifully square. Now, that's the long, long boundary, and it's eased itself into the rope.
It's a beautiful stroke there by Ditoli. Incredibly difficult for opening batters to navigate the new ball, especially when you're facing quality fast bowlers. But the nice thing is that you know that you get value for your shots up front, because there's ample amount of space to access if you get bat on ball.
Nicely played there. So, yeah, Ditoli got 100 last week in the Dolphins win down in Pearl, and got 60 in the second innings in the run chase. So, very different scenario for him this week. He's got to bat long without giving it away to save the match. So 5 without loss, 2 overs gone.
I think it's an incredible opportunity for him to send a message to all selectors. He's shown that he can score 100 when they are setting. He's shown that he can score runs when they are chasing a game. Here's a wonderful opportunity. Can you bat the whole day? Can you bat for long periods of time to save your team from losing a game? And I think it would be wonderful for him to grab this opportunity with both hands to show his versatility as a batter.
And the nightmare scenario is still continuing for Ramesh Pillay. He still hasn't got off the mark, and he's facing a real test from Cody Yusuf. Played his first test match this year.
Zimbabwe, yeah.
And certainly didn't look out of place. He's picked out the only man who could have stopped that, hit it straight to him.
I know some really mean cricketers who knew when a batter's on a pair, they would steal a pear, the actual fruit from the change room, and walk out with it onto the field and sort of put it on a length there to remind the batter. There's been some mean cricketers out there. Hopefully that didn't happen with Ramesh.
Thrashed a bit of life out of the pitch there. The Lions will know, of course, over the course of 3 days. If you're going to get wickets, you've got to get them with the new ball.
Absolutely. Use the new ball. Cody Yusuf will be aware that he would be wanting to bowl a line and a length that introduces all 3 modes of dismissals to give himself the best chance of getting a wicket. He knows that if he's not hitting the stumps, he can only get the batter out caught, which completely takes away the other 2 modes of dismissals, which is LBW and bowled. Roundabout there is where Cody Yusuf will want to be every single ball to make sure that he's maximizing this new ball together with Bear Swanepoel and really try strike here for the team.
I quite like him to get a man under the lid at short leg. He's got a man at mid-wicket saving one. I'm not sure that's an important role at the moment. We've seen Pillay lift one off his hip.
It's absolutely great execution here from Cody Yusuf. I thought that was also well played by Remarsham. Good position, well balanced, defending the ball straight back towards the short mid-on there. Cricket at its best in the afternoon at Kingsmead.
Isn't it just? It's quiet, but it's not going to be quiet much longer because Bafana Bafana are playing at Moses Mabhida tonight.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I might go and have a look. It's great execution from Cody Yusuf as he brings the end of the 3rd over.
It's a maiden, and Ramashan Pillay has to stew a little bit longer.
Yeah, that pair is still there on a length.
Glorious evening now. There's absolutely no chance of bad light, I'm delighted to say. The weather is set fair for tomorrow as well, so it's going to be a long, hard day for the Dolphins if they're going to save this game. Current deficit 225. They were 230 behind on first innings. It's done a little bit too much, I fancy. But did I see that ball swing?
Definitely a bit of movement now in the air, and which always happens. Now you're going to have that little argument in the change room after the day. The Dolphins bowlers will be saying, we couldn't get anything out of the wicket today. And all of a sudden, it's going all over the place. I guess that's what fresh energy does. When you're nice and fresh, you've been relaxed, you've had your feet up for 160 odd overs. You can come in here and really, really bash the wicket and make something happen for your team. Well played there by Tepang, straight to mid-off. And you mentioned, we had a bit of a chat off air and how long you've been commentating for. Top 3, 4 stadiums that you've commentated on or at?
Oh, well, obviously Lords. Did a lot of cricket at Lords. I was very fortunate, actually.
Yeah.
Our commentary position was in the pavilion on the right-hand turret. That's a good shot. And that should be 4. Second boundary for De Tole. That takes the score to 9 without loss, and De Tole has got all of them.
I wouldn't be surprised here, Andy, if they take off Bears and possibly have a look at someone else to close off the day. Doesn't seem like he's executing as much as he usually does for long periods of time, and you obviously want to be striking at the end of day's play here today. But he's done enough throughout the previous seasons to keep backing him to do the job. So Lords is one. Lords is a great start. Good luck to the other ones that follow.
Well, that's gone through. No, well fielded. They've got through for the single. If I'm talking about South African grounds, then my first 8 years living in South Africa was in Johannesburg, and it was an absolute treat to commentate at the Wanderers.
Yeah.
The atmosphere for a test match. And I'll give you one particular example. In 1992, India came here for the first post-isolation tour of South Africa. And on the Saturday, of the Test match at Lord's, Tendulkar was batting. And
off the pair.
That's the big moment. Well done. Well done. He's off a pair, gives it back to Ditole. So Tendulkar was batting. The ground was full. It was a Saturday of the Wanderers Test, and it was just a fantastic atmosphere. And I thought, I'll never get another chance to do this. And I had a break, and I went down and I walked around the outfield.
Yeah.
And I had the players on one side of me, and I had the crowd on the other side of me, and that's something that I will always remember.
Yeah.
And being able to watch Tendulkar up close as a young man. I watched him on the TV get his first Test match century against England when he was, I think he was 17.
Was it England or Australia?
His first Test match time was against England.
Okay.
I think it might have been at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
So this was at the beginning of Tendulkar's career, but you already knew that you were watching one of the greatest players ever to play the game.
At that time already?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But by the time he came to South Africa, you know, he'd been playing Test cricket for 6 years.
Sure.
Remember, I mean, he had an extraordinary career and was still playing in his late 30s.
Yeah.
That's well played. Again, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but despite the fact that he's taken a while to get off the mark, Pillai's played pretty well. I'd like to see his footwork. And yeah, so the Wanderers would be another one. I do a lot of rugby, so I would probably have to say Ellis Park for the 1995 World Cup final.
Wow.
When the
Were you in the commentary box?
I was indeed, yes.
That must have been wonderful.
It was quite a day.
I'm surprised that wasn't your first mention.
Well, no, I mean, we're talking cricket. Cricket's far more important than rugby.
That is the Joel Stransky drop goal, wasn't it?
That's right.
That is amazing. That's incredible. That's incredible. Wow.
And then I think since I've put a rugby ground in there, I'm going to put a golf course in as well. The Gary Player Country Club.
You've commentated that as well?
I have commentated that, yes.
Gee, talk about a well-rounded...
That's a good shot. That'll be 4, and that will really get rid of the nervous tension for Ramachan Pillai. 15 without loss, halfway through the 5th over. A really good start to this rearguard action for the Hollywoodbets Dolphins.
Ramachan will be really happy about that. It will ease a lot of tension off his shoulders to hit a ball straight off the middle of the bat.
A bit of bounce there. Well, it's not impossible to see a wicket falling down the leg side.
No. You can ask Hardest Viljoen. I think his first Test match wicket was in that manner.
Alistair Cook.
Alistair Cook, yes. A wicket is a wicket. You'll get many LBWs that you think are stone dead and the umpire doesn't give them out. So you have to celebrate whatever way that you get a wicket.
Oh, yeah. It wasn't a bad ball. No, I was aiming there.
Yeah.
Short, pulled away, 4. Good shot.
I didn't mention that the bowlers have come here. They're bowling with good energy. They're really hitting the deck. They seem to be getting something out of the surface. But if I am to be overly critical, if we look at the boundary balls, it's been ranked bad balls from the bowlers. It's been cut shots, tickled down the legs, pull shot there by Ramachan Pillai. So I'm sure Cody Yusuf and Bez Swanepoel set really high standards for themselves, and they'll be wanting to execute slightly better here, just to strike for the team walking off at the end of day's play.
That's a good leave. Ramashan Pillay, incidentally, was in Bangladesh in July with the SA under-19s and scored a few runs over there. Very highly regarded, and we were being a little comical about him earlier, the fact that he was on a pair, but he looks a good player.
He's getting into really strong positions, playing with the full face of the blade. His head is really in a good position. He does look a great player. He must be only 18, 19 years old.
He's 19.
19 years old.
He looks last year at Westville.
He really looks the player, looks the part, despite not scoring so far, but the sky's the limit for the young man. He's got all the tools, it looks like.
Talking of young men, here comes another one. Sipo Potsane, who bowled so well in the first innings. It's his first-class debut.
Yeah.
19-year-old, was at Jeppy.
I happened to bump into one of Mike Bechet's posts. Mike Bechet obviously served Jeppy for a long period of time, and he was wishing the young man well on his debut game. He said he always knew that he would play some first-class cricket.
Ah, well, Besh knows.
What an opportunity to play against the Hollywoodbets Dolphins at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Oval.
And he's got a little bit of rough to work with outside the left-hander's off stump here, which he didn't have in the first innings.
Yes.
And he's got men in catching position. He's got a slip, he's got a leg slip, and he's got a short leg. And short leg was nearly in action there.
Really exciting, always exciting to see young talent get involved at the highest level of domestic cricket and start their trade. This must be a really special moment for the young man.
Little bit too short. De Tole cuts it away, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Didn't see too much of that in the first innings. He was pretty much on a length all the time.
A little bit earlier in the day, we spoke about how lovely it is for Bryce Parsons to have someone like a Keshav Maharaj to learn from. I think the same can be said for young Potsane. If I was him, I'd make sure that after the game, I have a 10, 15-minute conversation with a Keshav Maharaj, and just to fast forward your growth from someone who's been doing it for years on end.
And I'm sure he was probably watching our feed and watching the 49 overs very closely that Maharaj bowled. So after this delivery, there'll be 2 overs, there's 2 left in the over. There'll be 2 overs left to go after this one. Which means he'll get another one.
He will get another one.
And I think he's going to have plenty of bowling to do tomorrow. This isn't going to be easy for the Lions. They bought a ticket to the lottery by getting that 230-run lead. Now they've got to try and actually win it. Right, end of the over. I'm going to love you and leave you, and I'll be going down to hopefully chat to the 2 lads that broke the records today. So Vorm van Jaarsveld will come into my spot.
For no loss after 6 overs here at the Hollywoodbets Kingsmead Oval. Lions in a very demanding position, looking to try and get the win over the Hollywoodbets Dolphins. They started off with a lead of 230, and they now currently have a 207 run lead. They would love to walk off the field here with a wicket or 2 as Sipamla
comes back or comes into action. Welcome back, Vorm.
Thanks, George. Interesting 6 overs.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Was it playing nicely?
Luto Sipamla comes into action. He's got this wonderful knack of being able to take wickets, Lutu Sepamla. Whether he's having a good day or a bad day economically, he just has this knack of being able to take wickets, which is a wonderful thing to have. It reminds me of someone like a Lungi Ngidi as well. They just know how to take wickets. The Lions will do with one here at the end of the day.
Dolphins batters have to just survive the 2 overs. You have to walk off the field with nothing under the wickets column. Great shot. Back for drive. Bit of width. So chip all the way down to the boundary.
That's a wonderful cricket shot from Marshall Pillay. A little bit of width for Lutu Sepamla, still getting into his spell. And Marshall Pillay has absolutely capitalized on the bit of room that he's been given. Cracking shot through the covers for 4. Beautiful sound off the bat.
Ball, good area.
Seems to be getting into good positions, younger Martian. Vaughan, what are your thoughts?
Just happy I didn't get a pair. It's not the nicest of feelings, but he's leaving well, he's playing nicely, looking to score if anything wide or bad. I think that's the only way you can play when you're facing 203 run deficits. I think the more you go into your shoal, the more you are going to do something that's not a part of your game plan. Mind does wander a lot, especially when you are in such positions. You almost just want to play your natural game. The main thing is just the application, it's just sticking it out. Almost trying to just make sure that you don't give any chances. Great length from Lutu Sepamla.
Bowling in what we call the channel of uncertainty. The batter wasn't really sure of his off stump over there.
You can almost see the mental wariness of Ramoshan Pillay, wanting to play at it, getting halfway, then just pulling out.
That's better there. Much more decisive. Yes, it was a little bit wider, but much more decisive there from Marshall Pillay as the end of the 7th over is finished by Lutu Sepamla as we step into the last over of the day.
Setting up what will be a very interesting last day. Lions have 3 sessions tomorrow to try and bowl Dolphins out. And vice versa, the Dolphins have 3 sessions to survive.
Yeah. We're in for a good.
There's only two outcomes in this game. It's either a Lions win or a draw.
Absolutely.
I don't think there's any victory calls from the Dolphins change rooms. They just need to survive and make sure they try and get some points from that draw.
Absolutely. It's all ball from the young man. Potane. Do you remember your debut, Vaughan? franchise Division 1 or franchise then debut?
Do you? Yes, indeed. I actually remember all three of my debuts. No, actually I don't. Remember my 4-day debut and my 45 over debut.
Yeah.
White ball cricket. T20, I'm a bit hazy at the moment. Can't really think offhand.
Yeah.
4-day debut was at Centurion against the mighty Titans.
I'm sure if I were to ask you to pull out a couple of names who were playing for the Titans, would be some legends of the game. Let me take a guess. Jacques Rudolph?
Okay. He was on international duty, I think.
Who else can I guess? Rudolph van der Merwe?
No, Rudolph was playing B-side cricket at the time. I'm trying to think. Alfie Thomas.
Alfonso Thomas.
That's
a great name.
Daryl Cullinan.
Ooh, the grey hairs on your face are actually making a bit of sense now. Pierre Joubert, yeah. Bustles to the wicket.
David Townsend.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll know him. He was a right-arm seamer, sort of similar to what Cody Yusuf does.
Yeah.
Skillful as anything. Trying to think who else is there.
I'm sure there'll be many more. But probably carry on.
Actually, I'll do some homework and come
back
with some answers tomorrow.
That sums up today's play. Dolphins find themselves 27 for no loss after 8 overs with a deficit of 203 runs. We've been treated today with 2 remarkable innings, one from Connor Easthuizen and the other one from Delano Potgieter. Connor went on to score his double 100 in only his 13th first-class game, while Delano also went on to to achieve his new career best, topping his previous one, which was 155. It's been really a great show here from the Lions batsmen, and as we witness Connor being clapped off both by his team and the opposition, deservedly so. We're in for a really exciting day tomorrow, Vaughan.
100%. And so the game stands as first innings, Hollywoodbets Dolphins getting 389. Lions first innings, a massive 619. As you've alluded to, James, the Dolphins are 27 without loss in the second innings. I think the key thing there is without loss, which is going to make tomorrow all that much more interesting. They'll have 10 chances to save the game, get that draw. I wonder what will be said in both change rooms with regards to how the days went. But there must be a bit of positivity towards the end of the day, especially for the Dolphins. Seeing that Ramosh Pillay is batting out of position.
Yeah.
He's already on 13 not out of 24 balls.
Yeah.
So I think there's a bit of positive to come out. Do you think the Dolphins need to double check their seamers, how they're feeling, how their body's feeling, just to make sure that they're all good? As we do have a quick turnaround. The Dolphins take on the Tuskers next week Tuesday here at Kingsmead. And I do believe Andy Capistanio is standing by with the 2 batters who have now got the new South African record, 330 for the 7th wicket. I think that memory will be with them for a very long time.
Absolutely.
I think they're just waiting for Delano Potgieter, maybe getting a massage or ice bath.
Maybe taking care of that finger.
Right, welcome back. We are at Hollywoodbets Kingsmead, and records have been broken today. Delano Potgieter on my left and Connor Esterhazen on my further left put on 330 for the 7th wicket. That is a new franchise record, and it beat your own record. So what do you remember about you doing it with Bjorn Fortuyn?
So actually the first record I think was 305 if I'm not mistaken, and that was my debut game for the Lions as well.
Wow.
So I do remember quite a lot from that game. It was a close game against the Warriors. We finished it off like in the last 2 overs of the day, but what a better guy to do it with than Connor. So yeah, it's been 2 amazing partnerships, and I'm very fortunate to be on the viewing end of some great batting as well.
Pass the microphone over. So Connor, your first double century at first class level, not your first double century of all time. 175 last week. You must have a fantastic average right now.
It wasn't too hot before the season. But yeah, I'm just happy to contribute performances towards the team. The averages kind of take care of themselves.
Now, I was actually talking to Brett Proctor about you. Sorry about that. That you had a reputation as a white ball cricketer, but now here you are making runs in red ball cricket. You're keeping as well, keeping very, very nicely. Are you thinking about playing at the next level?
Ideally, I'd love to play at the next level. It's always the goal to play Test cricket for South Africa, and I mean, it's any kid's dream to play Test cricket, so that's definitely the goal.
Right. Delano, I want to know what your role was in the partnership, because obviously when you came in this morning, second new ball had been taken, wicket had just fallen, night watchman gone. What were you thinking?
At that stage where I wasn't thinking too much about scoring runs and all of that, I was just trying to follow my processes and get myself into my innings as well. So early on in the new innings, I was just hoping that we're not going to bowl again, to be honest, or like bowl. So that was my push to bat as long as I can, because the body is feeling it a bit, so I didn't want to come out too early to bowl again today. But yeah, like just follow my process in the start of my innings, and the rest just took care of itself at the end.
Was there a moment during the stand where you suddenly thought, okay, I don't think they're going to get either of us out, let's go for it?
Yes, definitely. Myself and Connor, we held each other accountable a lot during our innings, our partnership. So that was nice from his side. If I play a shot that's out of character, he would tell me to like just stay in it, and like I would say the same to him as well. So we hold each other accountable in our innings, and we're just taking it 10 runs at a time. So I think we all can go out, and I think we just stick to our guns and played very nicely.
Well done. Now, Connor, when you're playing a big innings like that, and he's talking about 10 runs at a time, but individually, do you know you're approaching a personal best? And does that add any extra pressure?
I did know I was approaching a personal best, but I think the way Yanni, Delano and I were communicating and hold each other accountable, we weren't really focusing on the individual milestones. It was more, where can we get to in terms of our partnership? So if we were on 170, it was the next 10 runs. It wasn't the individual scores. And I think that worked out pretty nicely.
Now, you're going to be a tired man tomorrow night because you've batted for 2 days. Now you're going to keep, well, it means that basically you've been on the field for 4 days. How's the body?
No, the body's okay. The legs are a little bit heavy, but I guess that's what we work for. I mean, we prepare to win the game in the last session of day 4, and yeah, that's what we're about.
Let's pass the microphone over to somebody who's got to take wickets tomorrow.
Yes.
And this is a flat deck, is it not?
I wouldn't say flat. I don't like using that word. I think we're going to have to work hard tomorrow for our wickets. We have to come up with some clever plans tomorrow, because I don't think the 2 slips in a gully is going to work for too long. We're going to have to think deeply tonight and then come back with some smart plans tomorrow.
Gentlemen, it's been an absolute privilege to commentate on you today. Well done, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much.